The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, November 18, 2014. If there are members of the audience who would like to speak on an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card and return that card to a clerk representative before the item is called for discussion. On roll call for this meeting, we have Councilmember Brooks, Councilmember Guile is not here at the moment, Councilmember Gibson McElhaney, here, Councilmember Cobb, here, President Pro Tempore Kaplan, here. Vice Mayor Reid, here, Councilmember Schaaf, who is not in her seat, and Council President Kernighan, who will be chairing this meeting. Madam Chair and members of the body, the first item on the agenda is open forum. And we have a total of 32 open forum speakers.
So ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Oakland City Council. As is our usual rule, we have a maximum of 15 minutes allocated for the open forum at the beginning of the meeting, and then any additional speakers who signed up for open forum who cannot fit into the 15 minutes may speak at the end of the meeting. But I want to let everybody know that tonight's agenda is particularly lengthy. I think we will be here at least until 1 o'clock in the morning. So speaking at the end is probably not very practical. So I apologize to those of you who won't be able to speak under open forum, as we only have a 15-minute portion for that, and I hope you'll come back on another occasion. So we will get started with the clerk calling the first 10 names of people who signed up for open forum.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order and please state your name for the record. Jean Hazard, Barbara Tangeri, Dwayne Butler, Jillian Scott, Tu Pham, Tony Vasquez, Alan Nguyen, Rosendo Gamez, Vicente Soto, Manuel Romero, and Deborah Vaughn, Imani Abernathy, Anissa Rashid, and Lori Gunling.
And ladies and gentlemen, I also forgot to tell you what the time limit is. Since we expect later on in the evening we will have several hundred public speakers this evening because we have several controversial items later. So the maximum speaking time for each public speaker will be 1 minute only. So I apologize that it's short, and we will stick to that. Okay, thank you. So first person, come on up, please, to the microphone.
Good evening, everyone. Please forgive me. My name is Jillian Scott. We only have 1 minute. I'm coming before the board today addressing services rendered pertaining to item number 16 ADE because I've exhausted all other resources available that have left me nowhere else to turn to begin properly address and correcting what should have been responded to by protocol, rather collusion and blackball. The government of the state of California, County of Alameda, has made by pick of the crop and is making me and my family the scapegoat for its errors of mistakes and bad choice making. In the year 99, April 6th, the United Nations Commission General Assembly issued out federal document ACN 9460 on international trade law negotiations and arbitration. The state of California, County of Alameda, Alameda Point Collaborative, hereinafter known as APC, federal government low-income assisted housing accepted from me in exchange for monies cheated me in a previous trial, just as long as I didn't file any legal complaints, information totaling about 400 pages, serving purposes of the document ACN 9460. All have used with no intent to keeping up to its part of the agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
And my name is Nicole Renee Gillard. I'm sorry I had to come in the form of a sodium because they're refusing me to file an appeal to request a retry on the case where Judge Kratchner is illegally holding my daughter in a foster home.
Okay, ma'am, and perhaps we could have someone from city administration talk to you, but off to the side, if
Thank you.
Somebody could. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening there. My name is Alan Nguyen. I'm the owner of Generation Beauty Supply and 1930 International.
Could you get a little closer to the microphone so we could hear you?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay. My business is a wholesale beauty supply product. We do annual revenues about $1 million in sales last year. My customers are often loading pallets, and so loading is critical to my business. After several discussions with the BRT and AC Transit, the city staffs, and taking a hard look at the BRT plans, I have to say that adapting to the physical changes brought by the BRT will be quite challenging. I believe that parking and wholesale loading for my customers will be tough and very difficult. In that sense, customers of mine will be looking towards other businesses in nearby cities. That's the same as my competitors. Right now, there's a really small loading zone on my block that serves 3 businesses that share the same loading zone. We make it work, but sometimes it's very difficult. With the block of the right lane for the AZ Transit, we'll be losing a lot of revenues to my business, and so I would please hope that the city would take a look into helping some of the small business adapt to BRT. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, yeah, be ready to just come right up because we're trying to move things along quickly this evening. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, mi nombre es Vicente Soto. Soy dueño de B&A Appliance, localizado en el 2001 en la Internacional Boulevard. En mi negocio vendo y reparo electrodomésticos, por lo que requiero de acceso de camionetas de carga para entregar de estas mercancías. He tenido al menos 4 visitas del personal de la ciudad y AC Transit sobre el impacto que el BRT causará en mi negocio. Esto se debe a que una estación del BRT estará enfrente de mi negocio y 14 espacios de estacionamiento serán removidos de la cuadra, incluyendo 6 espacios enfrente de mi establecimiento. Por otra parte, mis clientes no podrán dar vuelta a la izquierda en la Internacional para llegar a mi negocio y también no podrían descargar o cargar aparatos enfrente o cerca de mi negocio, de manera cómoda y segura. Del mismo modo, el cruce peatonal de la nueva estación en medio de la calle corre directamente hacia la entrada de mi establecimiento. Esto no es seguro para el pasaje del BRT. La ciudad de AC Transit ha propuesto una nueva zona de descarga a la vuelta de la esquina, pero esto no ayuda ya que sería muy pequeña.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Vicente Soto. I own an appliance store in 2001 International Boulevard. I sell and repair appliances, so I need loading access and spaces for the trucks. I had at least 4 one-on-one interviews with AC Transit and the city staff on the impacts the BRT may cause to my business. A BRT stop will be placed just in front of my business. 14 spaces will be lost, parking spaces, and what the city provides me a solution does not really work for me. They propose an additional loading zone, which is already competitive in the side of the business. In addition, the BRT station will be hazardous to my staff, passengers, and customers. So again, that doesn't work for me. Therefore, I urge you today to vote on assistance that will help me either continue or move out of this place anywhere in Oakland, wishfully very close to San Antonio. Thank you very much.
My name is Tu Pham. I'm with HB Dental at 650 International Boulevard. It has been a year that our merchants began mobilizing to defend the basic idea, a BRT for everyone, because it needs to work for our city, AC Transit, bus riders, and for small businesses. I'm very disappointed on Mr. Gallo's position of not being with the merchants. He wanted to allocate $1 million for street improvement. However, you are not voting today on the street improvement. You are voting on the BRT. And the BRT will hurt our merchants during and after construction. So please give those merchants a chance and an opportunity to get back on their feet, to survive, to stay in businesses during and after the construction. Please join our Councilmember Reid, Kaplan, Kernighan to treat our merchants with compassion, understanding, and fairness. We're being hurt. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Antonio Vasquez. I am the owner of Jalisco Restaurant on International Boulevard. My father's business have been in operation since 1967 in the same place. This means that we understand change. With proper support, our family believes we can adapt to the new physical environment brought by the BRT. My restaurant is well known throughout the region. We attract customers from all over Oakland and the entire Bay Area. Current plans show a loss of four parking spaces within a block of my restaurant, in an area where parking is already reserved for loading and very difficult for parking. As a possible solution, we believe that we can create a small parking lot on our property where I have been planning an outdoor dining area. A grant for this purpose would enable me to remain in place and adjust to the new environment. I ask you to approve this type of grant located on the BRT Business Migration Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Manuel Romero, and I own Romero Glass Studios. More than 60 merchants interviewed, many of these over 4 times. Consultants and staff reports, all of them reaching the same conclusions. Businesses will be impacted, and to help them to survive, they need support. And there is someone in this room who only speaks about benefits by the BRT, but refuses to address project impacts. You know, neither merchants or in the community went and plead for a BRT. Let me ask in the back if any of them ran to the city and begged for BRT. No. So now a person refers to direct financial assistance as a handout. Well, let us be very honest. It has not been even 2 years that you begin speaking about BRT with us, when in fact AC Transit in the city has been cooking this backroom deal 10 years ago. To Councilmember Gallo, my question is, why are you not supporting our merchants?
Thank you, sir.
So, all right, thank you. So the clerk has just pointed out to me that the remaining names she's called are not the rest of the I think those of you who signed up on BRT. So
Open forum.
And I don't think the rest of you are going to be able to be called. But so if you, since you're all here, if you'd like to just raise your hands and indicate you're in support of the previous speakers, those who are here for the BRT assistance to the merchants. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for coming, and I think they've heard you. So the clerk is going to go ahead and keep calling the names she already called. Well, and you could stay for a minute if it's possible that we're going to call another 3 names, and your names will be among them.
The names were Jean Hazard, Barbara Tangeri, Dwayne Butler, Rosendo Gomez, Deborah Vaughn, Imani Abernathy, Anissa Rashid, and Lori Gunling.
The names that were just called, the girls who are with Dimensions Dance Theater, were your names just called? Yes. Would you, girls, would you come up from Dimensions Dance Theater all together? And so I think, welcome. We love to have young people here. So you're going to get a minute in all together.
Okay, and here we go. Good evening, first of all. My name is Deborah Vaughn,
and
I'm the Artistic Director of Dimensions Dance Theater. We have been creating, performing, teaching, and presenting art in Oakland for over 40 years. We're based in the Malonga Center for the Arts. We have a professional company and several youth programs, one of which is Rites of Passage, and the other is Dimensions Extension's Performance Ensemble. I would like to inform the Council and the citizens of Oakland of Rites of Passage's 20th anniversary celebration and performance on Sunday, December the 7th, at 3 p.m. at Castlemont High School's Field Reader Theater. Oakland is going through a lot of change these days, and we're often trying to remedy its problems. So as we go forward, I would like to see a more significant amount of funds invested in the Oakland arts community. The Malonga Center is one of the jewels and attracts residents from all 5 districts, also international artists, as well as people from other communities. So please, let's support the arts and Do come out and see these young people perform. We always hear about the crime in Oakland, but you'll see their creativity, their positive energy, and their sense of hope and future for Oakland.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vaughn. Congratulations. No, there are plenty of people still in the queue that we haven't called. You just want one of the youth to speak. Could you speak for just like 30 seconds?
Yep.
Thanks. I'm sorry to cut you short.
It's all right. Hello, good evening. My name is Imani Abernathy. I'm a part of ROP as well as Dimensions Extensions. I really love ROP because it lets me express myself as a dancer. The program has helped me learn about my African American community. Participating makes me feel inspired. The opportunities and experience that I've had are helpful in many ways that are going to lead me into my next step, college. And I hope to see other youth join this program because it's a loving and inspiring experience.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Hazard and Ms. Tangera, your names were called, and it's 1 minute today.
Congratulations, Libby. 80% of the tenants at the Uptown Apartments rent can exceed $3,000 per month. 20% are in the affordable housing program. For years, I noticed when professional artists are scheduled to perform at the Fox Theater, located next to the California School of the Arts, students perform on the sidewalks, demonstrating their talents on drums, horns, and etc. to attract the artists. For students' convenience, they have in and out access to the school on 19th Street. It says to me that the students have full support of Councilmember McElhaney, Freddie Porter, Principal Don Harris, teachers, and parents of the students to perform on the sidewalks up to 12 midnight, disrespecting 1,000 plus tenants. Besides playing instruments, there are some who graffitied the cement, stairwell, lamps, and etc. inside Henry J. Kaiser Park, where Remember Them is located. Remember Them should be treated and respected similar to a cemetery. Remember Them is visited by guests from all over to appreciate, admire, and study the monument. Though the park is public, there are rules. 2 large signs state no skateboarding. I am waiting for the installation of signs that state the park closes at 10 p.m. and reopen at 6 a.m., similar to other parks in Oakland.
Thank you,
no
Ms.
illegal drugs, alcohol, or sleeping inside the park, which leads to body waste.
I'm sorry, your
Thank
time
you, but
has
I
expired.
needed to say that because there's a lot of stuff going on there.
All right, Mr. Hazard, and it's 1 minute today for everyone.
For the record, Gene Hazard. Go to cleanoakland.com. The transitive language used for transparent, Madam-elect Mayor, also Councilmember McElhaney, is without ambiguity or no obstacles. I've been before this council repeated number of times about this parcel that they're doing construction work on. You know that parcel, 3,800 square feet of space, was illegally transferred. You know that the title company said, don't record the notice of completion. You know 3 times it's been transferred without any grant deed. So why is this going down over here? You, rightly so, requested the city administrator to give me a response to my inquiry. This is fraud. Staff was supposed to come back before this council with a report on that $156,000 to sell at 3,800 square feet of space.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard.
Got
Your time has
$5,750,000. No,
we got a long evening, Mr. Hazard.
But you choose
Please
to
sit
ignore
down.
any of this. So, through the chair.
No, Mr. Hazard, you had 1 minute for open forum.
I just want to know when I'm going to get a response to the inquiry, the letter.
You know that we do not respond to open forum. We're moving on. Thank you very much. We're going to move to our ceremonial presentations. Not tonight, Mr. Hazard. We're going to be here till 1 or 2 in the morning.
Well, you wouldn't have to be here if you respond to my inquiries.
Do you want to be escorted out or what?
I can escort myself.
Thank you.
And I'll be back. Thank you. CleanOakland.com.
That takes us to item 4, which is actions on special orders of the day, and this typically concludes with council member announcements.
Council members, in light of the long meeting tonight, if you could keep your announcements to no more than 2 minutes, it would be great. So, I actually don't have anybody in the queue. Okay, now we do. Vice Mayor Reid, you are first.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to ask everyone to come join us for the grand opening of the latest new clothing department store in my council district. It's called Phallus. It's a part of the national store chain. The grand opening is on Saturday, November the 22nd at 9 a.m. It's right at the old Walgreens site opposite Foothill Square, so please come and join us. Also, I would like to say that this coming Friday, November the 21st, the opening ceremonies for the airport connector. There's a community celebration from 1 to 3 p.m. You can get a free ride from the Coliseum BART station down 3.2 miles into the Oakland Airport to see how that new mode of transportation works. So please come and join us. And that's it, Madam President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reid. Next is Councilmember Kolb.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of quick announcements. Tomorrow evening, Wednesday evening, in the Temescal neighborhood at their periodic Neighborhood Crime Prevention Council, they're holding a unique forum with the 4 school principals who are the school principals of the 4 schools in that neighborhood. So if you live in the Temescal neighborhood, or if you live anywhere in Oakland and one of your children goes to any of the 4 schools in the Temescal neighborhood, that's Oakland Tech, Oakland International High School, Park Day School, or Emerson Elementary School, this is a great forum to be at 7 o'clock at Faith Presbyterian Church, 49th Street and Webster, again, tomorrow evening, Wednesday evening, in the Temescal neighborhood. Also, on Saturday, November 29th, which is during Thanksgiving weekend, there's the annual Rockridge in the Snow, taking place from 3 to 6 p.m. at the Rockridge BART station. It's always a fun time for families. There'll be a Santa Claus there and some fake snow, real snow, but manufactured snow. And last year there were pony rides and giveaways and games and performers. And so at the Rockridge BART station, Saturday, November 29th, 3 to 6 p.m., Rockridge in the Snow. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Gibson-McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. And good evening, everyone. I have a couple of announcements tonight, the first of which is pretty serious. On this Thursday, November 20th, District Attorney Nancy O'Malley is hosting a community meeting at the Lincoln Child Center located at 1266 14th Street. The purpose of the community meeting is to provide information to the community about environmental issues that have been identified at Schnitzer Steel Industries. Materials containing hazardous waste have been collected and tested in the West Oakland community nearby the facility. To get information, we encourage all of the residents who live in the areas bounded by 5th Street to the south, Union Street to the west, Brush Street to the east, and 12th Street to the north, to come out and get more information from the District Attorney, the Office of California Attorney General Kamala Harris, and the California Department of Toxic Substance Control. My office will also be on hand. If there are any questions, they can contact Assistant DA Ken Mifsud at 510-383-8600. Secondly, we want to encourage everyone who can to give. This year's annual Thanksgiving dinner, the 23rd annual Thanksgiving dinner, will be held Tuesday, November 25th at the Oakland Marriott City Center. The free holiday 4-course turkey feast will include a nutritious meal with all the trimmings and live entertainment for more than 2,000 low-income families, seniors, and homeless individuals and their families. Please join me in supporting this important event. Participation is authorized during regular city time for staff or two-person, 2-hour shift. And to volunteer, please contact Gasunda Royal Ship, our event volunteer coordinator, at 510-238-2077. We are also accepting donations. Just $17 will provide a meal for one guest, and $35 will feed an entire family. So in this season of giving, let us remember to give back. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Gallo.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say happy Thanksgiving to all of you, and give a big thanks to all the number of volunteers that come out in District 5 on a weekly basis to help us reestablish a clean and safe city within District 5. In our clean city efforts, we want to thank for this past Wednesday the students of Fremont High School. On Friday, we had the Psychiatric Center on East 27th and Fruitvale that brought out their employees and some of their patients. And on Saturday, this past Saturday, we were on 28th Avenue and International, and want to give a big thanks to Holy Names University, especially the baseball team, because they all came out, and we had over 35 students from Holy Names and 30 neighborhood residents that came out not only to help us with the trash, graffiti, but also the illegal dumping in the area. And also that Friday evening, we began our safety walks on International. So we met at Otai's restaurant, and we walked from the Otai's restaurant all the way to 23rd Avenue and back. And we had over 40 participants. This coming Friday, if you'd like to join our safety walk, please be at the Otai's restaurant at 6:30. And want to give a thanks to the mayor for being this past Friday, and the police chief and the deputy chief will be present. And so we'll be meeting this Friday from 6:30 to 6:30 at Otai's restaurant, and again walk from High Street to 23rd Avenue, and end our walk at 9 p.m. with the goal is to deal with safety, with the prostitution, the human trafficking, and be able to reestablish so International can become a productive business corridor like it once was, and trying to deal with our safety. For this coming week's cleanup efforts, we will be on 50th Avenue in Bancroft, working with the fire department that's there. So please join us from 9 to 2 to clean up those neighborhoods. And on Wednesday, we'll be with the Manzanita Seed student body. And on Friday, we'll be at Alameda Avenue at 230 Alameda and High Street, working with some of the businesses, Home Depot included, to clean those streets in that part of District 5. So with that, I thank you and salute you to all the residents that not only show up to volunteer, but at the same time have been very generous when it comes to voting for parcel taxes, bond taxes, to make sure that our children and families continue to have a great school and be in productive neighborhoods to get to the next level. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. And next is Mayor Kwan.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to what Mr. Gallo was talking about. On this Thursday, we're pulling together a network of people for the Friday walks. As you know, I often walk on with the ceasefire walks on Fridays in East Oakland. But we felt it was really important for this last stretch, based on the testimony that we actually got here in council chambers 2 months ago, about even though we've done a lot of work on the sexual exploitation minors, we've increased, Deputy Mayor, when he was Assemblyman, increased the fines for the pimps and the johns in this area. The International, because of its national reputation, gets a lot of girls on the circuit, et cetera, and the neighborhood wants to take this area back. It's also the area traditionally where we have the most robberies. The immigrants are usually the main victims of robberies in the city, so that we wanted to do this walk. And we had about 40 people, and we're pulling together a meeting this Thursday. So people who want to work on the long-term issue of sexual exploitation of minors and to adopt the Friday on a rotating basis, just as we do in East Oakland, please call my office. We're going to do that. Lastly, I heard, I think Dan talk about the, or is it Lynette, about the Thanksgiving dinner. We want to thank an Anonymous Warriors donor who gave us the last $20,000 that we needed. So it's a little less work for me on the phone, but we are having also the beginning of the mayor's toy drives and the warm coat campaign. And we often take those coats and distribute them at Thanksgiving and during Christmas Christmas. So you'll see barrels around town for coats as well as for toys, and we urge people to donate. The report that came out this week on children in California, 1 out of 5 are homeless. That is not the case in Oakland, where we've been able to house most families, but a third of our children live in poverty, so the Mayor's Toy Drive is still a pretty essential campaign for the community, and we've been generous on a citywide basis. I ask you to be generous on an individual basis, too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Ms. McElhaney, did you have something quick to add?
Very quickly, because today is my 19th wedding anniversary, I needed to give a shout out to Mr. Clarence McElhaney to thank him for loving me for 19 years and for standing together. So shout out to my honey. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Madam President.
And happy anniversary to you both. And thank you for being here. So, okay, we are moving on to our first ceremonial item.
Madam President,
yes,
real
Mr.
quick,
Reid.
and I'd just like to wish a belated happy birthday to our mayor-elect. Her birthday was last week.
Yes, it was. Yes. Happy birthday, Ms. Schaaf. Thank you. Which was on the last Wednesday? Yes. All right.
And we go to item 4.1. It is a resolution recognizing the 9th graduating class of the City of Oakland's Oakland City Academy, and I see no speakers on the item.
Move the item.
All right. Moved, seconded, and by consensus. And folks, all of you from the Citizens Academy, come up, and I'm going to meet you right down here, and we are going to... Folks, come on up. Come on in. So, what a wonderful crowd of folks we have here. Everybody up here has just graduated from the Oakland City Academy, which is, we've been doing it now for a number of years. The City Academy is an innovative program that we have here at the city, created to foster civic engagement by educating and training a diversity of residents in the functions of local government. And the City Academy graduates, after they learn all about city processes and how the city does things, become a tremendous resource to the other people in their neighborhoods, and they become liaisons and can help organize people and advise people in their neighborhoods how to be better advocates, how to get things done, how to work with city departments. So we now have 30 new people who can go out into the community and do that, who are now city experts and who are going to do wonderful things for the city. The City Academy is now under the direction of the city's Neighborhood Services Department, and I see Renee over here. So I want to congratulate each and every one of you for completing the Academy, and I wish I could let you all say something, but since we've got such a long meeting tonight, I don't think we will. But I want to congratulate you and to say that the City Council hereby, with this lovely resolution, honors and recognizes all 30 graduates of the City of Oakland's 9th City Academy on today, Tuesday, November 18th, 2014. And so I will give this to Renee to kind of keep on file. So thank you for being leaders in Oakland, and we look forward to seeing you do wonderful things in your neighborhood. Thanks so much.
Chair, could I just add a few comments? I want to thank this group, but Also, this last week, we graduated our first youth academy, and I put pictures on my Facebook, and many of those young people are going on to be explorers. So this is the first time I think the police department did 2 citizen academies at once, and it is our first youth academy. We hope will be the first step for explorers, and at least 4 of the young people in that academy said that they hope to be Oakland police officers.
We move now to item 4.2. It is a resolution honoring and recognizing Sammy Roberts upon her retirement from the City of Oakland after 28 years of dedicated and memorable, oh my goodness, service. I show no speakers on that item.
Madam President and Mayor Kwan and the members of the council. This is truly an honor for me to present this resolution to someone that I've known for an awful long time, and I think she knows how much I love and how much I care about her and the incredible work that she does for the people of this great city that we're a part of. Sammy, I didn't think I would see this day where you would actually be returned, but it's here. I don't accept it, but it is what it is. So I hope you can indulge me, Madam President, because after 28 years of working for this institution, the time that I spend reading this is important. Whereas Sammy Roberts began her tenure with the City of Oakland in 1986 as the City Special Events Coordinator, based in Parks and Recs, a position she held until being promoted to Marketing Manager in 2000, and over the years have coordinated Oakland's successful hosting of numerous high-profile events, including the 1989 Oakland A's World Series Victory Rally, the 1996 U.S. Olympics boxing trial, the 2000 NBA All-Star Game, and the 2006 NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Regional Playoffs, and is the founder and executive producer of Oakland's flagship Art and Soul Festival. And whereas Sammy Roberts has built a program from scratch in helping to grow Oakland's network from 2 to more than 60 annual festivals, celebrating the diversity and the authenticity of Oakland, and that these special events have played a key role in the revitalizing the City of Oakland commercial corridors citywide. And whereas Sammy Roberts started introducing Oakland to itself and to the world through the iconic Scenic Tour program, and celebrating Oakland's recognition as an all-American city in 1993, and along the way also the marketing campaign for the Broadway Shuttle, and that she developed the annual Shop Oakland, Grow for the Holiday campaign. She coordinated the citywide beautification and multilingual recycling program and assisted in a nationwide police recruitment campaign, which was the Oakland Police Department's largest ever and one of the most extensive in the state, helping us exceed our goal of recruiting 800 officers in 2008. Whereas Sammy Roberts' proudest achievement is the City Annual Art and Soul Festival, which was an instant success when launched in 2001 and is regarded as one of the top summer festivals in all of Northern California. And whereas Sammy Roberts' many successful marketing campaigns that included, again, Oakland, your Bay Area business location, Melt, DowntownOakland.com, Don't Trash Oakland, It's Home, Oakland Grow for the Holiday, and It's More Than You Think police recruitment campaign, has garnered numerous awards and generated positive national media coverage. And whereas Sammy Roberts has been a resident of Oakland for nearly 30 years, having located here upon graduating from the University of Southern California with a degree in journalism and a minor in public administration, and prior to joining the City of Oakland, worked for 6 years in corporate and nonprofit marketing and public relations. Therefore, I, Larry E. Reid, Vice Mayor for the City of Oakland and Council Member for the 7th District, on behalf of the Oakland City Council, do hereby honor you, Sammy, upon your retirement for all the work that you've done to improve the image of our city, not just in the nation, but worldwide, and for giving us all a sense of pride. So from the bottom of my heart, Sammy, you are going to be missed. And I know Quinn's going to be at a lot of Oakland A's games now, because you certainly will have the time, you and Karen, to take him. But please accept this, this resolution on behalf of the City Council.
I think this might have been all
She can't
calculated
speak
to
yet.
render me
She can't
speechless
speak yet.
because it's definitely worked.
Sammy, are you ready to speak? Do you want to? Okay, you are.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Reid. It's indeed an honor to have you introduce the resolution and to have all of you here this evening. And, you know, it's funny, I thought I would wait a little while after the official date so all the tears would have already flowed, but they really waited for tonight, I believe. So thank you very, very much, all of you very much. Thank you, Mayor Kwan, for your leadership and your support and the expanse that you gave me in the last 4 years to really try out lots of new ideas and to take Oakland to a new level. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate that latitude.
And thanks for staying.
Well, and thank each and every one of you. You know, it takes a village to raise a city, and everybody in this room, on this side of the dais, and everyone in this room here has contributed to the revitalization of Oakland. And when I think about what drove me to accept this position and work so hard on behalf of this city, it was that when I first moved here in 1981, I spent a lot of time outdoors, and I thought, boy, this is such a beautiful place. Look at the landscape and the people, and it just feels like it's like no other place on the planet. Yet there weren't that many people outside enjoying themselves in our parks and going to our theaters and our rec centers and what have you. And so that's what we kind of started, was a program to get people out into the public spaces and to fill them with the joy and the energy and the vibe that you all bring. So very much appreciated. And on the marketing side, you know, when I got here, we didn't have a marketing program. And in the Claggett-Wolf economic development strategy that was written in '97 strongly urged it. And so, you know, we started our first ever program in 2001. And at that time, I'm virtually certain that Oakland had never really been depicted as a center for business and investment. And so we just boldly got out there and put beautiful images of Oakland out to the nation, and it worked, and it got a lot of national attention, and the businesses started coming in, and it sort of forever changed the landscape. And look at how things are today. We've gone from a kind of little bit quieter on the weekends and evenings to this almost 24-hour city. And this is an accomplishment for everybody here and everybody in the entire community to share in. So thank you so much for the privilege and the honor of serving this wonderful organization in this beautiful city. I can't think of anything else that I would have wanted to do with the last 28 years. And you'll be seeing a lot of me because we live here, it's in our blood. I have tremendous passion for this city, and I'll continue to stay very plugged in. And I also wanted to acknowledge that this fine staff that I have worked with, had the pleasure of working with, Denise Pate, Annalee Allen, Kristen Zaremba, Jim McElhaney, Stephen Huss, Harry Hamilton, and of course my partner in life as well as here in the city, and staff, and our son Quinn. It's definitely a family affair when it comes to Oakland. So thank you very, very much. It's been an honor.
So, Sammy, we have a number of people in the queue, and normally we would wax eloquent for about 30 minutes, but I'm going to make them be a little briefer tonight. So, Ms. Brooks, Ms. Kaplan, Ms. McElhaney, and the mayor. Okay, Ms. Brooks.
Sammy, I just want to say thank you so much for loving your job, and as a result, being open and being willing to push, even when resources weren't there, in order to make things happen. I want to thank you for working to the very last moment and even in doing stuff in my district. I so appreciated you, appreciated working with you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca.
Oh, thank you so much for all of your dedication and commitment and energy. And I think maybe I'll just highlight one thing, which is particularly when we had the conversation about how to give Art and Soul an extra boost this year, and that you really took that direction and ran with it in a really spectacular way. And there's much more, but since we're going to be brief tonight, I just really want to appreciate that, as well as all of your incredible work over the many years. Thank you.
Lynette.
Sammy, thank you so much for your love and your passion and your dedication. I know that you're far too young to sit in anybody's rocking chair, so we thank you for your continued service. I'm looking forward to the great things, and I will just say to you, you go, girl. So proud of you. Thank you.
All right. And the mayor?
I just have to say that I remember coming into office and being $58 million in deficit, and then sitting down with Sammy and said, so how can we expand the cultural programs? And she didn't blink, and the cultural programs have been really the first basis of our recovery and the amazing Oakland that we see today. So not only did she keep programs like Art and Sew fresher and wider, but we went out and we restored a whole bunch of neighborhood festivals in every council district. We started a whole bunch of new ones, and we restored the Day at the Lake, which is the closest thing we've had to Festival at the Lake for a long time. And if it hadn't been for your work, I'm not sure if we would have gotten out of the recession so quickly. And I think people underestimate the role of art. And I will never forget, nor I will always be grateful for both Lynette and you sitting through those months of meetings to keep First Fridays going, which is, I think, unique in the country, and again, all part of the greater city of economic recovery, but also just bringing the city together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And Madam City Clerk.
And Sammy, I could not allow you to leave without letting the world know how important you are to me. Everyone talks about Art and Soul, everyone talks about the wonderful marketing campaigns, but I want you to know that the inaugurations that we pull together every time after an election are only made possible because Sammy and her amazing team come to the table with amazing creativity, and they make me look good. Because none of you thought that it was me. But I want to thank Sammy. I would not allow you to leave here without letting you know how much I've appreciated your wonderful work, and how much I'll continue working with your amazing team, even after you're gone, making these inaugurations beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sammy. We love you. We will miss you.
Our last and final ceremonial item this evening is a resolution honoring Michelle A. Silver for her 33 years of dedicated service to the City of Oakland and congratulating her on her recent retirement. Again, I show no speakers on the item.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, this is a sad, but it's also a happy day for me. I mean, Sammy's retiring, Michelle is retiring. Just people that I grew up with and love and respect so much, and it takes a special person to do the work that this woman does and her colleagues for the Oakland Police Department. I often wonder where you get the strength from, the long hours that you put in. But this is truly an honor for me. Let me find my reading glasses, or I won't be able to read this. But thank you again for giving me an opportunity to honor you for your 33 years of dedicated service to the City of Oakland, and congratulate you on your retirement. It says, whereas Michelle Sylvia was born and raised in Oakland, that she graduated from Oakland High School, I know that, in 1974, and Merritt College in 1982, and worked with the Neighborhood Youth Corps program in 1973, and started working for the Oakland Police Department as a reserve police officer in 1982, and was awarded Rookie of the Year in 1983, and began working as a police evidence technician, crime scene investigator in 1984. And whereas Michelle worked over 20,000 cases as a crime scene investigator, including multiple high-profile cases like the Earth First bombing and the Lassie Land preschool tragedy, the Oakland Hills fire, and the Loma Prieta earthquake, and that she volunteered for the Oakland-based City Team International for over 30 years, helping our homeless and recovering citizens by serving meals and providing clothing, and while working for the City of Oakland as a reserve officer, saved the life of a man by pulling him out of a burning car, and has served her fellow employees as a union shop stewardess for SEIU 10-1 since 1987, and serving as a chief steward for 6 years of those years, and has volunteered for the American Cancer Society, receiving a Merit Award for raising awareness and funds and saving lives from cancer, including her own, as she has been in remission for now 6 years. Whereas Michelle, in 2006, was elected by her peers as Employee of the Year for her professionalism, her dedication, and teamwork, was awarded the Bureau of Field Operations Professional of the Year, and was awarded the Oakland Police Chief Certificate of Commendation for her distinguished service in 2013 for her attention to details on projects and invaluable assistance with the routine planning, and her commitment to serve to the Oakland Police Department Open House and Christmas Social for employees in the City of Oakland's community. And while working at crime scene in Oakland in 1998, met two wonderful young boys aged 12 and 14 years old, who she later would adopt into her loving home along with her daughter, and together became a family. And whereas Michelle has volunteered countless hours for more than 20 years, raising funds and managing events for Special Olympics at the Oakland Police Department Singing with the Stars lip sync show, photographing the OPD torch run, and working Tip a Cop together with fellow OPD members, she helped raise between $20,000 to $40,000 a year, and was recognized for her dedication, support, and fundraising efforts for the Special Olympics Northern California Athletics, and as an active career counsel for sophomores and juniors at Oakland High School for the past 8 years. Where Michelle teaches a criminal justice class at Merritt Junior College, the Police Academy homicide investigators, the SWAT members, and the Citizens Police Academy, helping to bridge the gap between our youth and our police officers and adult citizens, and is an active member of the Asian Police Officers Association and the National Latino Peace Officers Association, dedicating countless hours of volunteer work, documenting events, and a photographer gallery presentations in Oakland. So therefore be it resolved that I, Larry Reid, Vice Mayor for the City of Oakland and Council Member for District 7, on behalf of this council, do hereby honor you, Michelle, on your retirement and for all your contributions to making this city a better place for us to live and to raise our families. I just want you to know I love you, my sister. Please accept this resolution from the council.
Wow. Okay. No, Michelle, I would also like to offer you congratulations on a very good career. Obviously, our officers do a lot of hard work, but I think what gets overlooked is a lot of the work that our non-sworn staff does. And you in particular have stepped up and done anything the department's ever asked above and beyond, and then volunteered on top of that. It is impressive. Not all of our heroes are police officers. Some of our heroes are police evidence technicians. You are awesome, and I thank you so much for all that you've done. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much, Larry. A lot of my co-workers are here, my heroes, the officers in blue, and I love you all. I love Oakland, and I'm sad that I'm leaving, but I'm happy that I'm getting out in one piece. And I really am. And I just want to say that Larry Reid, you know that I worked in Old District 5, that's Deep East Oakland, for more than 28 years of my career here. And every time there was a violent crime happening in my district, District 5, Larry, you know, you were always there, Larry. Every time I was there, you were there with me. And I just want to say thank you for being that council member that always was right there supporting us as Oakland police officers. I really appreciate that. I mean, sincerely, I really do appreciate your support for the Oakland Police Department. We need everything that we can get, and you were always there for us. So I say thank you. And again, thank you to the citizens of Oakland. I just want to just leave you with this thought, that the Oakland Police Department, we are good people. And we get a bad rap sometimes, but I want to say that every time I went to a crime scene, when somebody was hurt or injured or died, I always treated that victim with the utmost respect as a family member. And my daughter can attest to this. I ended up bringing 2 of those young boys home to be a part of our family, and that was probably one of the greatest days here at the Oakland Police Department for me. And I thank the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Brooks, did you want to, were you in the queue? Okay.
Michelle, I just want to say congratulations on your retirement. It's different to see you without a camera strapped to you. I saw you have somebody who's going to take your place. But you have done a tremendous amount of work. It speaks volumes that you went to a crime scene and you brought home family. And that's the kind of work that you've done here. You've been at so many events and been a part of so many people's lives. I remember just seeing you at the Black Officers Gala just a month ago, and I had no idea you were leaving. So I'm surprised tonight, but wish you well, and we'll miss you dearly. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Michelle, on behalf of the whole City Council. We will miss you, and you are such an example to everyone who works at the City of Oakland.
And if I can, Madam President, let me wish all of you who are here, those who are watching the show, a happy Thanksgiving to all of your families, and to the men and women and to your colleagues. Happy Thanksgiving. I love you all. Be safe out there. Yes. Thank you, Madam President.
And Madam Chair, just quickly, a motion on that would have come from Vice Mayor Reid in the second?
Yes, it would, and seconded by Ms. Schaaf, and by consensus.
And having that also applicable to the previous item. We now move to item 5. It is an approval of the draft minutes from the meetings of October 21st and November 5th. We need a motion.
Just a minute.
Minutes.
So the minutes are moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Schaaf, and by consensus. And let's do the modifications to the agenda, and then we're going to call the speakers.
And that would be item 6 again. It is modifications to the agenda and other procedural items. I show none on the dais, Madam Chair. Do you have adjustments?
I do. I have some change in items. And among the change in items, I'll announce first, is we had I think 3 young people are going to be presenting a little informational report on their community service, and since they are young people, I'm moving them up. They are going to be the next item on the agenda. Those were items 11, 12, and 13, so they can get ready. So, folks, tonight, as we have a very long agenda, and we have 2 items that are going to have many, many speakers. One is the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan, which is currently 9.1. We also have the zoo conservation easement, which will follow the Lake Merritt Stationary Plan, but I'm moving some short items up before that. So here's what we're going to have. First, we'll have the three youth speak. Then we will go to item 10, which is the cultural funding grants, which will be very short. Then we will go to item 14, which is the approval of the Rockridge BID Business Improvement District, and 15, the Montclair Business Improvement District. Those are short items. Then we'll go back to 9.1, the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan, then to 9.2, the Zoo Conservation Easement, then to 16, the new Government Ethics Ordinance, then to 17, the Rainy Day Policy and Consolidated Fiscal Policy. And at that point, I think we will probably go to items 20 and 21, which are pertaining to the waste franchise. 20 is a waste fee, 21 is amending the residential recycling ordinance. I also want to announce that the item that was the appeal of the telecom facility on Mendoza Drive has been withdrawn by the applicant. The applicant was AT&T. They have chosen to no longer pursue that location as a telecom location, and so they have said that they are withdrawing their appeal. So we will take that off the agenda. I think some people were here to speak to that, the people who opposed that facility, but there is going to be no action on that tonight. And AT&T has said that they are going to withdraw that and pursue a different location. If there are those of you who wish to speak on that, I'm going to have that at the end of the meeting. And hopefully you won't feel the need to speak, because there really kind of is nothing to speak to at this point. So we may have, there's also item 18, which has to do with extending an executive recruitment contract. The staff has asked that we put that with the amendment of the budget item at the end. So she wants that. Oh my gosh, here. Item S22, which is amendments to the fiscal year 14-15 mid-cycle budget. That and item 18 will go together. And then the final item of the evening is S24, which is the BRT, the AC Transit's East Bay Bus Rapid Transit resolutions pertaining to a variety of the BRT issues. So with that, let us call, Ms. Schaaf would like to address this.
Sorry, I have one other requested scheduling change. You have on the consent calendar item 7.9, which is the 1% for public art. We were unable to get the amendments put into the package in time, so we do need to renotice that for our next council meeting.
Okay, so that will come off the consent calendar.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you. And can I just add a quick note to the folks that are here from Mendoza? I know this is confusing procedurally, but you won. You won. The people from the neighborhood on Mendoza, you won. AT&T gave up. So if you want to stay here all night to have your minute at the microphone, you are definitely free to do that. That is your right. But I just want you to be clear about this nomenclature. AT&T has withdrawn their request to put a cell tower on your street. You won. So celebrate that. And if you have any questions, my staff can address them. Thank you.
Right. Madam President, does Ms. Schaaf need a second to pull that from consent? That's the process, right? To pull it off, to reschedule it?
No, she's not pulling it to renotice it. It'll come back to rules. She's just pulling it, and then we'll, via rules, put it back on.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do it either
Or-
way.
or,
but
okay.
It was just improperly noticed. So.
Oh, okay. Well, if you would like to
But
make
if
the
you-
motion.
I'll make a
and
motion
somebody
to
would like
reschedule it to
second
next week.
We can just do it that way.
And to the consent calendar, because it is a second reading.
Yeah, okay.
Great, thank you.
And who was the second on that? I'm so sorry.
Ms. McElhaney.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, why don't we take the, are there speakers on the consent calendar?
There are.
Okay, then we'll not take that. Let us go directly to items 11, 12, and 13 and hear from the young people who are here
In
to
terms of
present.
7, 11, 12, and 13.
11, 12, and 13, yes. Edom Tedessa is the young man. Item 11 is what we're going to right now. I know we're jumping around a little bit, but yes.
We are. Just quickly.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Item 11 is the Cultural and Service Learning Trip to Ethiopia report. Madam Chair and Councilmember Brooks, did you want them dispensed with individually or just collectively? Let me make sure I'm clear.
Call each item separately.
Okay. And noting that item 12 is the report on the outstanding work of Hannah Solomon.
No, just 11.
Okay.
11.
So we're proceeding with 11. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. And so I'd like to introduce this item. Councilperson Kaplan and I had the opportunity to visit the home of Sam Tedesse and his family. His daughter prepared a trip that she's going to tell us about, and quite frankly, items 11, 12, and 13 represent the work of some very phenomenal young people, and I thought it important that we celebrate our young people and share the dynamic things that they're doing. So without further ado, I'll introduce Edom Tedesse, who is the mastermind behind all of this, and she will introduce her project.
All right, go ahead.
Hello. So good afternoon, Council President Patricia Carnegie, Council members, Mayor Jean Kwan, Mayor-elect Libby Schaaf. Congratulations on your successful campaign. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Edom Tedesse, and I'm a current senior at International High School. I'm an Ethiopian American born and raised in Ethiopia, and I've traveled between the two countries many times, and I've noticed the disparities, especially in education. Although I've traveled to other third world countries, I felt a connection in Ethiopia and the need to help others that share the same language, values, and religion as my own family. It's important to heighten education beyond your own community. No factors such as living environment or income should affect the ability for a student to receive an education. I was able to go to Ethiopia in 2012 to do community service, and I was able to teach English to an elementary class in Mercato, which is a large market located in the center of the capital. The fact that the school is located in such a busy area indicates the lack of resources and money that the school has to be located in a proper building. When I returned to the United States, I wanted to bring awareness to my community in Oakland and in San Francisco. I had a vision of bringing the reality of Ethiopian education to my school through a service trip. I provided the idea to the school and they rejected me, but it forced me to approach them with a much stronger idea. That stronger idea was to create a partnership with the nonprofit organization Ethiopia Reads, which provided us with a school in the rural villages of Bahar Dar, which is a sister city of Oakland. After I returned to the school with a much stronger idea, they finally accepted my proposal. After the proposal was accepted, now we had to raise money, and we were able to do that through a fundraising event which had an outcome of $21,000. And we were able to receive grants and other personal donations, and our total amount of money that we received were $30,000. With that money, we bought necessary supplies for the schools, such as books, soccer balls, and laptops. We finally went to Ethiopia in February of 2014 with our supplies and 14 other students with me. Through all the service, we were teaching English, we were refurnishing and rebuilding classrooms. We received our own individual experiences that still impact us today. Not only did they receive an experience from us, but we learned stuff from them. Although they don't have everything in life that we were blessed with, they were able to remain happy. And despite the fact that this trip happened 9 months ago, we are not done. We still support the schools and aspire to maintain a correspondence with our new sister school in Ethiopia. thank you for Councilmember Books for giving us this amazing opportunity and experience. I think we are all very blessed to be able to have such a community that does care about not only education but supporting other countries besides our own. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Edom.
So we're going to see a short video of the students' trip to Ethiopia.
In February of 2014, 15 students and 3 chaperones from the International High School of San Francisco traveled 8,979 miles to Ethiopia in hopes to create a long-lasting relationship with the Thana School located in the rural village in the Gait region of Ethiopia and witness traditional Ethiopian culture.
Finally, we have a flight to Frankfurt, and now we are on our way. Where are we going? Addis Ababa!
Our first visit was to AHOPE for Children located in Addis Ababa. AHOPE is an orphanage for kids with AIDS and HIV.
Move, you guys. Say hi. 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 Salam.
Oh. Mikias. Nay. Nah, ፈረንጅ ሲመጣ በሞባይል ያሳያል። አየህ ራስህ
Particular memories that stand out in my mind are the ones we had with the kids. Like when we were working at AHOPE, an orphanage, the kids were like more than willing to play with us, and they were unbelievably friendly.
On the day of our arrival, we were able to have dinner at Yod Abyssinia restaurant to be able to experience traditional Ethiopian food and witness different types of tribal dances.
We saw the religious elders with the nice Orthodox cross.
As we got to the school, it didn't seem to have that many people, but as we entered the gates, there was just all the priests from the region with a man in the middle playing the drums, and they're singing, and had a huge ceremony planned out for us, and it was really breathtaking to have all the priests and elders there to welcome us. As Claire Mawazid said, before us, lined up, clapping and chanting and dancing, were hundreds of people. Hundreds. Endless faces of tiny children, old men dressed in white Ethiopian robes, and teenagers. The entire community celebrated our arrival. Nothing could have prepared us for such a greeting. It was a village presenting us with everything they had.
Hey guys. Oh my god. This is the most incredible thing ever. Like, I've never seen anything like this in my whole life. I feel like I'm about to cry from like joy. What do you guys have to say about this moment? Oh my god. Holy crap. Get in here. This is insane. Nothing could have prepared us for this. I know, I'm so not prepared for this.
No one has come this far in this manner to take part in what they do, so that's why the celebration is so big.
Anna School, we were able to visit a 4th grade physics class.
Have you told Zarbit? Never? Have you seen? Yes. What about using the word? 3? 1.5 plus 1.5 is give us 1. 3 volts. So just you should.
Me too.
Claire, let me get you two talking. Yes? Stop. Well, we just told them. Okay, what is this? Pop quiz.
Mariam, anak ko gitu ya, sunat itu.
No, look. Yeah, this is when I graduate high school.
T-shirt.
What is that? What is this?
T-shirt.
Yeah. It's not a picture. It's not a picture. Video. It's not a picture. Video. It's not a picture. It's going. Video. Yeah.
Just playing around with the kids was truly an amazing experience. Everyone was laughing, having fun.
And I just could really feel that sense of community, and we were happy to be there, they were happy to be there, and it just felt really right.
My favorite part of the trip was the drum circle at the Tana School, where I was introduced for the first time to real African music.
When we were there, we went to the Tana School and we played soccer there. It was really an amazing experience because although they didn't have like soccer lessons or anything like that, they still gave their best to show us how good they were. And I can probably say that they were better than most of the kids I know.
Hi. How's it going, Claire? It's going awesome. Really? I never want to leave you guys. Hello. How's it going, Paul?
I'm tired.
You're tired? Why are you tired?
Maybe because I did something. No.
Aiden, how's it going?
Amazing. I love it.
You do?
Yeah.
You loving the kids?
Yeah, I just came from an hour playing soccer.
Nice.
Yeah. Benching.
So we just had like a football game with them, which was really long. And then over there, Jayana's handing out M&Ms, so that's why they're all crowding around. Here, show them, show them. What are you doing, Jayana?
Trying to give kids chocolate.
Better than chocolate.
You and your friend? Hey.
ልቤ ኖራል እንጂ እንደተከፋ ፍጹምን ያልቆርጥም ባንቺ ተስፋ
Shamishi. Yes. Shamishi. And Hunya.
Hunya.
Hurra. Hurra. Gutecha. Gutecha.
Yes.
Hurra Gutecha. Yes. Kalau hijau
Arkansas, I do love my mom and pop, not the way that I do love you.
ሳልምሽ በናፍቆት ተኝቼ በሀሳቤ ቀይ ባህር ዞሮ
Bye.
I miss you.
I'll miss you.
ሰላም ኩልለኺ
I'm the second one.
No.
Okay. Let's leave it here. So, Edom and the rest of her classmates attend the French American School in San Francisco, but Edom is a resident of the city of Oakland.
And what was really phenomenal to me was that Edom was 16 when she first went to her school and asked them about doing this project, and she was denied. But she didn't take that denial as a rejection or something to stop her. She kept going, and so as she said, she went back and she refined her plan. And so at 17, at the end of her year, she got approved for the project. Not only did she get approved for the service learning project to go to Ethiopia, but they had to raise money in order to go to Ethiopia. And so she and her classmates raised $20,000 to go to Ethiopia and help build a school and to give children in Ethiopia an opportunity. It is phenomenal. Phenomenal that young people are thinking beyond themselves, that they are taking on major issues in the world. And so I think that it's so important that we give them an opportunity, that we take the time, because we're rushing through this agenda tonight, but I hope that we will take the time to give our young people the time that they need in order for them to know that we support them, that we honor them, that we are willing to take whatever time is necessary to applaud them in this accomplishment, because it's a major thing. And so I want to we're going to clap, but I want you to hear from each one of these young people about what this experience meant to them.
This trip meant a lot to me. My name is Eric Park, and there were a lot of experiences that I really enjoyed and felt good. But I have to say my favorite part was the food in Ethiopia. There were 3 kinds of food that I liked the most: shiro, dorowat, and injera. And most of Ethiopian food were spicy, and I love spicy food, so that helped. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aiden. I'm in 10th grade and I go to International High School. My favorite part was mainly farming with the kids, and I was very excited to see how eager they were to learn new stuff and how eager they were to also teach us new stuff that we've never done, or most of us haven't done before, nor seen. So I was really ecstatic about the entire trip. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Camille Legendre, and I really don't know what to talk about because the whole trip was just amazing. It was completely out of this world. It was a dream come true. But one thing that really stood out for me was that, as you may know, many people there don't have the same education as us, or there's a lot of poverty and stuff, but no matter where we went, everyone was really happy and they smiled and they would talk to everybody and they greeted us as if we were part of their family, and like that doesn't happen here. And so I think it made us all feel very welcome and at home. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophia and I'm a 10th grader. And me being half Ethiopian, I'd been before, but this time was different, but in a way it made even greater impact going with my school, with my classmates, being there at the end of the day after we'd been gardening or teaching or helping mix cement. We would assemble outside in their big yard and we would all come together and we'd be playing games like Duck, Duck, Goose or Ring Around the Rosie or just little games like that. But it was so everyone would come. It would be all of us, our teachers, their teachers, the students there. And for me, that was when it really hit me how even the little things, us going there and just bringing some supplies, some computers for their school, how that made such a big impact on them and also on us. And I hope we can continue.
Hi, I'm Jayana Alvarez. I'm a senior at International, and I helped Edom and one of our classmates make the movie and film it and edit it. But for me, what was most eye-opening and memorable was I was one of the people singing in that movie, and I'm not a musician. That's not me at all. But there, in front of 1,000 villagers, I was able to bring out something new in myself, and only there that has ever happened for me. So the trip meant more than just helping them, but it gave us something too, and I will always appreciate that.
Hi, my name's Lily Mansfield, and I'm a junior at International. And I think, as everybody said, this experience was such an amazing one, and one that I will remember for the rest of my life. And I think that the way we were involved with the communities and the kids was such a unique one. And I think those kids gave us so much more than we were ever able to bring them.
Hi, I'm Edom. So what I got out of the trip most is, a lot of kids here either connected through the students, either through food, sports, music, and so I was, of course, able to connect to them through my language, Amharic, and I only speak that in my home or in my community, and so when I was able to speak that out in public in Ethiopia around a bunch of people who weren't able to speak Amharic, it was, for me, something special, although it doesn't sound special. It really was, because I was able to connect to them and say certain words that aren't even translatable in English, and I felt like those connected me so much to the kids. And I have a family name that I'm called by at home, and so I told the kids what my name was, and when they called me that, I'm so used to having my family, my parents, my cousins, my aunts call me that, and so when I had somebody I had never even met 24 hours prior call me that, I felt so at home and just very happy and at peace, I guess.
So I think that we should give these young people the hand that they rightfully deserve. Thank you all. Thank you.
Moving to the next item, and Madam Chair, it's my understanding we'll be moving to item 12. Item 12 is an informational report on the outstanding work of 16-year-old Hannah Solomon and organizing a coat drive for deserving individuals, and I show no speakers on that item.
So in the same evening that I got to hear about Edom's trip, I had the opportunity of meeting Hannah and her mother and hearing about the work that Hannah has done. I think that she too is a phenomenal young woman and did something that was really special, and so you'll hear directly from her.
First, I would like to thank all the council members for allowing me to speak here today. This has been a journey I did not dream of and an exciting one. I would also like to thank Councilwoman Desley Brooks for seeing the value of my work in the first place and helping me get in front of all of you. Thank you. Hello, my name is Hannah Solomon, and I am 15 years old in the 10th grade. Inspired by my mom, who for years collected thousands of dollars for a local food bank, and my godsister Edom, who raised money and helped a school in Ethiopia, I decided to do my share and help others. I decided that I wanted to collect coats for people who could not otherwise afford them for the winter. I created a flyer, and on that flyer I mentioned my purpose and indicated a collection date for the donations. I also created an email address for anybody who wanted to contact me. On this collection date, I drove around with my mom and went door to door picking up donations. Since this was my first time doing something like this, I was very excited with the generosity of people in my neighborhood and the amount who trusted me in donating their clothes. One family even gave me a brand new bag full of new coats in all different sizes. I collected a total of 200 items, 70 women, 68 men, 34 kids, and 28 scarves, gloves, and hats.
My goal was for the less fortunate to get the clothes I collected for free, so we did our research and found a women's rescue mission. When I went and dropped off the coats with my dad, I was very shocked to see where the rescue mission was located. It was in one of the worst neighborhoods I've ever seen. Seeing that made me realize how grateful I am with where I live and what I have, but also gave me the want to continue to help others. As soon as I took the cart inside, I saw all of these moms sitting with their kids smiling at the fact that they would have something warm to wear during the winter. One lady actually approached me to say thank you for what I've done for them. Knowing how many people I impacted with the little that I did made a huge impact on my life. I learned that even the smallest things can make a difference in someone's life. Think of Others is the email address name that I came up with. If we all thought of others, we could make a change. The other idea I had was to collect prom dresses for girls who couldn't afford to buy the dresses and go to prom. So this time, I would like to not only collect more coats than I did last year, but I would like to collect prom dresses in the spring for the teenagers who would otherwise not be able to experience prom. I have already created my flyer and picked the date, December 6th, for the next collection. This project made me appreciate all the things I have in life, whether it's family, support, clothes, food, or a place to live. My goal would be to keep on doing this with the help of others and inspire other kids like me to do the same. Thank you again for the opportunity and allowing me to share my story with you.
So we wanted to make sure that we presented each one of these young people with a proclamation from the council because, again, the work that they are doing is phenomenal. Hannah was 15 when she decided she wanted to undertake this, and I don't know how many adults have undertaken such a project, but she was able to secure over 300 quotes. She talked about the fact that she's going to continue to do this project, and Hannah is setting an example for all of us to follow. If we would just think beyond ourselves and do something for somebody else, what a difference this place would be. And so, Hannah, on behalf of the Oakland City Council, I want to present this proclamation to you and thank you for all the work this year.
And the next item, item 13, is an informational report on the outstanding work of 9-year-old Nathan Mesfin in organizing and raising funds for a sleeping bag giveaway to homeless individuals. I show no speakers on this item as well.
It's Natan Mesfin.
Hello, my name is Natan Mesfin. I'm 10 years old. I raised funds and distributed sleeping bags when I was 9. I wish that someday there would be no homeless people. What made me want to do this is when I went to Ethiopia and a little kid came up to me and asked me for some money. We gave him about $3. The next day he came up to us with gum and candy. He asked us for some money and my dad asked him, "Weren't you the same kid that we saw yesterday?" He said yes. We bought some candy and gum and we gave him a little extra money. Later that day we went to a cafe and a bunch of kids came running up to me at the cafe and I kept on having to give out dollar bills. What made me happy is when they were happy. On Christmas Day, I made people in my family gather around in the living room and pledge for money. At the end, we raised a lot of money. Have you guys seen a Walmart commercial? It says Save Money, Live Better Walmart. So that's when I looked on Walmart.com and there were really cheap sleeping bags for minus 15-degree sleeping bags. So we went out to Oakland, San Francisco, and Berkeley, but we didn't find many people in Oakland and Berkeley. But in San Francisco, there was a guy in a wheelchair. We gave him a sleeping bag, and we asked him, "Do you know how to open it?" He said yes. Of course, I was in the Navy. So when we were leaving, we told him, "Thank you for your service." Later, we went to the Glide Memorial Church, and we saw a girl. She was woken up she was the only one who woke up, and there were many people surrounding the church. So then we gave her a sleeping bag. I asked her if she could wake the people up. She said, of course, and then she kept on kicking them on the back. She woke all of them up, except one girl. She woke up with all the thank yous and God bless yous. She asked us for a sleeping bag, but we couldn't give one to her because we already saved one with a guy and he had no leg. But she said, just give it to him. He needs it more than me. So then we went up, we gave it to the guy with no leg. The thing that I'll never forget is when in Oakland, there was a girl who told me the hounds of God will help you someday. With that, my hope is to continue to do this and have you guys help me.
So Thinh is very special. What he didn't tell you fully was that at the dinner table at Christmas time, he collected pledges, and when everybody didn't come with their money. And so he followed up. He called people to make sure that they honored their pledges. And he raised over $2,000 so that he could buy sleeping bags for the homeless. And Thinh started this project when he was 9. And so that evening when I had an opportunity to meet Edom and her classmates, to meet Hannah, and then to meet Thinh, I knew that I had met some very special kids. And when you heard them talk, it was something really special to hear them talk about something beyond themselves. We all need to think with a child's voice, a child's vision, and a child's spirit, because each of these children reached beyond themselves and made a difference in their community. And we all need to hear the goodness of children to remind us how great our city can be. And so Thinh, you are so special, and as Mr. Gardner said when you guys presented at the Life Enrichment Committee, you have set the bar for so many people in the community, not just young people. So on behalf of the Oakland City Council, I present to you this proclamation, and thank you for your work.
Madam President, if I might, I know this has been
Mr.
long.
Gardner.
But I did say to Councilmember Brooks, I really try to attend all of the council committee meetings. Given what happened at her last committee meeting, I will be attending all of hers if she can continue this. It was wonderful, just absolutely amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Ms. Kaplan, did you want to speak briefly?
Yes, thank you. I saved my comments for the end to comment together on the 3 last presentations, which is I really want to thank all of the young people involved in the last 3 efforts for really showing what can be done when you don't accept anyone saying that it can't be done. And both for your courage and your dedication and for showing others what is possible. Thank you so much for all that you've done.
All right, thank
Madam
you.
And Madam President, let me express my personal thanks to each and every one of you. You are truly special. Every Christmas holiday, I do a coat giveaway. It's called Larry Kids, that no child should have to go to school without a warm coat or a decent pair of shoes. So to the young lady who raised the money for the coats, consider me as a partner with you. I certainly will partner with you. Instead of doing my event, I will partner with you to do your event. So make sure you give me a call.
All right.
And if we could receive a motion just quickly to approve all informational reports.
So moved, Madam President.
Okay, it was moved. So it was moved by Ms. Brooks, I think, seconded by Ms. McElhaney, and enthusiastically endorsed by all of us. We accept those very lovely informational reports. Thank you so much.
And just noting that there are 7 ayes, Councilmember Schaaf being out of her seat on this item. Returning now to the consent calendar. Item 7. Item 7 includes the consent calendar items, including those items heard previously last week by our council committees. Just, Madam Chair, just quickly. I'd I'd like to indicate that there are only a few speakers on the consent calendar, and noting the number of speakers for the balance of the agenda. I'm showing a total of 6 cards, Madam Chair.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the 6 speakers? Tonight, the time limit for public speakers will be 1 minute each because of the large number of people here to speak this evening, and I thank you all for your patience. So please call the 6 who signed up for the consent calendar.
Yes, as your name is called, please approach the podium in any order and state your name for the record. Etta Johnson, Steve Lowe, Lisa Vanderbruggen, Asada Olabala, Nancy Sidebotham, and I'm showing Steve Lowe having submitted 2 cards, actually, on 7-9 and 7-19. Mr. Lowe? That would give you 2 minutes.
To the city clerk, which item are we on?
I'm sorry, sir.
On the consent calendar? We still, thank you.
When you're ready, Mr. Lowe. Mr. Lowe has 2 cards.
Okay, Steve Lowe. I'm with the West Oakland Commerce Association and the Jack London District Association. And I'll have to be reminded because I signed up for 4 items tonight. So which were the ones that I signed up here?
So would you kind of pull the microphone down to where,
okay,
so we can hear you?
Oh, the 1% for the art and private development projects. I didn't know whether that needed affirmation from us for the second reading. Is that what this is?
Actually, that one has been pulled, and it's going to come back at the next meeting. The
okay, well, mark me down for in favor of that next time.
All right, thank you.
And what was the other one?
Showing you submitted cards on items 7-9 and 7-19. And so 7-19, of course, is the Downtown Specific Plan Grant Award, and I show 7-9 as, of course, the 1% item that will be deferred to the December 9th meeting.
We're very happy to see the specific plan move forward for downtown because we were denied for going on almost 15, 20 years the idea that we should have a specific plan for the Jack London area. So we're very happy to see this happen, but would hope that the estuary plan would be one of the base documents included in the downtown specific plan. And that's pretty much it for that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Who else has been called?
All names were called. Asada, would you like to come forward? Good evening.
Good evening. I signed for 7.7.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
This would call for prompt disbursement of grant funds to grant recipients. My recommendation related to this item that it also include that grants would not be approved unless the budget allowed for payment of those grants. That became a concern of mine when we approved the $577,000 for legal assistance to children from South America. The money was not in the budget for that. So I'm asking, in the future, when we approve grants, that the funding will be also available for that. I know the $11 million surplus came up. I don't know if you're going to find the $577,000 in that purse, but at the time of approval, no money was in the budget for that item.
Thank you, ma'am. If your name was called, anyone else whose name was called on this item could come up. On the consent calendar.
Hi, I'm Etta Johnson, and I am very disappointed with you, Mr. Henry Gardner, and you, Ms. Jean Kwan. All year, for a year and a half, I've been coming to the meetings and stuff, and I've been asking you all about trying to get closure to the tragedy that I experienced June 3rd, 2013. Last month, I saw you at a press conference, and you were right there. And I'm proud that they did find the killer of the woman with road rage. My incident happened right across the street. You didn't come out for mine. I still cannot get my son's autopsy report because the city has a hold on it. The city is not supposed to hold an autopsy report, have a press hold, but except 4 months. June 3rd, 2013. What day is it now? I have came to your office after the last meeting, plenty of time, Mr. Gardner. You shut me off. You spoke on how you
Ms.
go out
Johnson,
and ask, well,
I
stop
beg
it,
your-
I am
I'm
not
sorry,
through.
but we only have a
I
minute
want
tonight.
to get my appointments like we supposed to have the meetings that I asked for.
No, we don't see them. Thank you. We hear what you said, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, we've had many people have talked with you about this at multiple meetings and thereafter. So, thank you. Ms. Johnson, Ms. McElhaney is going to come talk to you. No, ma'am, several hundred people are also waiting for their right to speak tonight. No.
You know, I think it might be helpful. Etta. Why don't we set a date certain publicly so that we can address her concerns? Etta. They're gonna. Etta. They're going to schedule a public meeting. Give her a date. No, give her a date that we're going to meet with her, answer her concerns, and then we should be able to report back so that she doesn't have to come because she has not gotten the answers that she's supposed to get. And so publicly, we should set a date to meet with her, and that meeting ought to be had.
So we're going to give you the date so Ms. Hom will figure out the date, and then we're going to come back and announce it later. All right.
Good evening. Good
Go ahead.
evening. My name is Nancy Sidebotham, and I'm here to thank you. When I got involved in the animal shelter, it was 1984. It's been 30 years, huh, Henry? Yeah. And I want to thank you for finally, and I'm glad you're here, to move this ship forward so that we can get it out of OPD. and into your office. So I'm here to thank you for that. It's taken us over 30 years, and it's longer than that because all of us have been fighting for years on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seibotham. Was there anyone else whose name was called?
Bruggen?
Was there a Lisa van der Bruggen?
Vorderbruggen?
Apparently not. It's not her. All right. So
I'll move the consent calendar.
All right. So Mr. Kolb has moved the consent calendar.
Kernighan, if I may
Yes.
mention. So I understand that the item 4.4S, that was the last ceremonial item, was added to the consent calendar, was moved to the consent calendar on the whispers?
Yes.
Okay, so the council does need to make an urgency finding to pass that resolution tonight, and the urgency is that it came to the attention of the body after the agenda was posted. The Whispers will be in Oakland, honored for their 50th anniversary as a performing group, and this would declare November 29th Whispers Day, and it would allow that this resolution could be presented to them at the Paramount Theater on November 29th.
All right. So, Mr. Kolb, would you make
Yeah.
that motion for the urgency
I will
finding and to
move
pass?
the urgency as stated by City Attorney and move the consent calendar.
All right. I'll second it. All right. All those in favor of the consent calendar? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. We passed the consent calendar with 7 of us seated here.
And that takes us to item 8. It is an oral report of final decisions made during closed session. I show no speakers.
President Kernighan, members of the council, there were 3 final decisions made in closed session this afternoon. The first was in Anna Castaneda versus City of Oakland. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $100,000. This case arose out of incidents that occurred on July 20th, 2012, when Ms. Castaneda was injured in a bicycle accident on Grizzly Peak Boulevard. She suffered significant injuries, including facial wounds and scarring, injury to and permanent disfiguration of a finger, significant damage to her teeth, and memory loss. Ms. Castaneda's current and anticipated future medical expenses are approximately $83,000. This settlement will resolve all claims in this matter. The motion to approve was made by Councilmember Kolb. It was seconded by Councilmember Gibson McElhaney, and it was approved by unanimously by 8 votes of the council. The next item was in the claim of Deanna Montes and Jeremy Leeds. The council authorized settlement in the amount of $7,727.50. The case arose out of incidents that occurred on April 4th, 2014. In this case, a city tree trimming aerial lift struck the electrical line supplying power to Ms. Montes and Mr. Lee's home at 964 54th Street. It damaged portions of their roof and supporting structures, and this will pay for the repairs. The motion to approve was made by Councilmember Reid and seconded by Councilmember Kaplan. It was approved unanimously with 8 votes of the council. And the last item was the claim of Salvador and Laura Navarro. Council authorized settlement in the amount of $13,756.14. This case arose out of incidents that occurred on January 20th, 2014, when the Navarro's home at 2457 63rd Avenue sustained damage to carpeting, hardwood floors, kitchen, living, and dining rooms, and personal items when a sewer main clogged with grease and debris overflowed, causing raw sewage into their home. The motion to approve was made by Councilmember Gibson McElhaney and was seconded by Councilmember Kaplan and was approved unanimously with 8 votes of the council. And that's it.
May I have a motion to accept the city attorney's report? All right. Moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Ms. Kaplan, and by consensus.
And Madam Chair, you had previously expressed that the order of agenda items would be changing significantly. This may be a good place to remind people of the new order.
Thank you. So just to restate what I said before, we have reordered the items, so the next items coming up, the next will be the cultural funding grants, item 10, then item 14, the Rock Ridge Business Improvement District, the 15, Montclair Business Improvement District approval. Those are very short items. And then we will go to 9.1, which is the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan, and that will be followed by 9.2, which is the Zoo Conservation Easement. And then we'll go on to some other things. And actually after that will be the item 16 will be the government ethics ordinance. I also wanted to note that item S23 has been withdrawn from the agenda. It had to do with a salary adjustment for the Director of Animal Services. So S23, it will not be heard tonight. So now we can proceed, Madam Clerk, with item 10.
And just quickly calling item 10 for the record, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to enter into 86 cultural services grants to 71 Oakland-based nonprofit housing organizations and individual artists providing arts and cultural services in Oakland during fiscal year 2014 and 15 in an amount not to exceed $950,000. And I have no speakers on item 10.
Okay, Mr. Huss.
You say there are no speakers?
That's correct.
I'd like to move the item, Madam President.
So noted.
All right. Any comments from the council members? This is just approving the cultural arts grants. All right.
Yes, no, I
Kaplan?
very enthusiastically second this, and I just wanted to comment on the record a brief side conversation we've been having with some of the recipients about the importance moving forward of shortening the amount of time it takes to issue these funds. The list of approvals is wonderful, and we really appreciate that and look forward to getting the funding out to the groups. But in prior years, there has been a really significant period of time in terms of actually getting the money out. And so I just wanted to share that on the record in the hopes that we will look to expedite that. And certainly if you want to come back to us with proposals for policy changes to make it easier to get the money out more quickly, that would be welcome as well. Thank you.
All right. So that was moved, seconded, and by consensus, we approve that item, the cultural arts grants.
Noting Councilmember Gibson McElhaney is out of her seat. We move now to item 14.
Is that okay, Mr. Huss? Okay.
We move now to item 14. Item 14 is a resolution of intention to levy an annual assessment for fiscal year 2015 through 2016 for the Rockridge Business Improvement District. And Madam Chair, noting that item 15 is similarly also for the Montclair Business Improvement District, if we could just take those two together.
It would be fine. Is the staff here on the BID items?
Madam President, could I just note that the staff report for the Rockridge one should say Council District 1 as opposed to 4?
All right.
Thank you.
I believe it's Council.
So moved.
All right, but we don't have the staff person here. Ms. Rocha?
Are there any speakers?
Does she need to?
There are speakers actually on item 16, but noting that the item has been passed favorably or will be passed favorably by the council as it's perfunctory. How would you like to proceed?
Well, one
Madam
moment.
Chair?
I would like to ask the city administration if Ms. Rocha is here and does she need to be here to present? We moved these items up, and perhaps she didn't realize that we moved them up so she could go home.
This is merely the intention to levy versus the actual public hearing.
All right. So,
Are there speakers on the item?
yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
all right. So I think if we call the speakers, we're going to vote on the item with or without the staff report. All right. Would you call the public speakers on the Rockridge and the Montclair?
There are a number.
Oh, there are none.
No, there are a number of them.
Oh,
so
please
perhaps Ms.
call
Rocha
them.
may be back.
So
just quickly, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Were you going to say that the reduction of time is still 1 minute? We
It
just wanted
is
to know
going to
that.
be 1 minute all night long.
All night long. And we have
I'd like to call the speakers, and we'll just.
And once your name is called, please approach the podium in any order. You will have 1 minute to address the council. H.E. Christian Peoples, Victor Ochoa, Judy Cox, Catherine
Madam
Gabson.
Clerk, I think you're listing speakers on item 16, not 14 and 15.
You're absolutely right. 14
for
and
that
15
correction.
have
That
no
was
speakers.
odd to have speakers on this. Okay.
I'm just anxious to have speakers, apparently. Okay.
All right. In which case, we'll postpone the vote until.
I'd be happy to move the item. I mean, it's,
all right.
it's
Yeah, I don't
fairly
think
straightforward.
It's very straightforward. So let's just pass
fine
it.
with moving it without the staff.
It is the intention to levy, not the actual public hearing.
All right. So the items have been moved by Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Mr. Reid.
Public hearing.
Move the item. Are these public hearings? No. These are not public hearings. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes with 7 ayes.
And at that point, as you stipulated earlier, we will now move to item 9.1 and 9.2, returning us to the public hearings for this evening.
Item 16.
If you'll excuse me. Thank you. Item 9.1 is a request that we conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion adoption of 2 pieces of legislation. First, a resolution certifying the environmental impact report and making related CEQA findings and adopting the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan and related general plan amendments. And additionally, an ordinance supporting the Oakland Planning Code's recommendation to create the D-LM Lake Merritt Station Area District Zone regulations and make conforming changes to other sections within the Planning Code. Madam Chair and members, item 9.1 appears to have about 44 speakers on the item.
All right, so first we'll have the staff report, then we'll call the speakers. Ms.
Good
Farrakani.
Yes, thank you. So good evening, council members and members of the public. My name is Christina Farrakani with the Bureau of Planning. I'm going to provide you a brief overview of the plan and the planning process. The planning area is focused, and there is a slideshow coming up briefly. The planning area is focused on the half-mile area around the Lake Merritt BART station, and it includes commercial residential areas of Chinatown, Laney College, the Oakland Museum of California, Alameda County courthouses and offices, and the Kaiser Auditorium, among other landmarks. Based on an analysis of potential opportunity sites for redevelopment, such as the numerous surface parking lots, the plan estimates that the area could grow by 4,900 residential units, 1.3 million square feet of new office space, and 404,000 square feet of retail space over the next 25 years. The policies and recommendations in the plan are the result of an intense community planning process that began in 2008, so about 6 years ago. And it has included over 50 well-attended, multilingual public meetings involving merchants, developers, advocacy groups, service providers, public agencies, and others. There is community consensus and support for the majority of the plan, including recommendations for example, increased pedestrian lighting on sidewalks, traffic calming on the wide one-way streets, expansion of the busy Lincoln Recreation Center, bathrooms and other amenities for Madison Square Park, and adaptive reuse of historic buildings. However, there are differences in opinion regarding mechanisms for achieving affordable housing and the proposed height standards for new development. The plan proposes compromise and interim solutions for these. So on the slide now is the current height proposal, which provides a 25-year vision for development of the planning area, with a large portion of the area mapped for the type of development that is most feasible in the short term, so 85-foot or 5 to 7-story buildings. While there still includes opportunity for taller buildings with a conditional use permit, those opportunities still exist for property owners who are willing to move forward with higher intensity development, since these exceptions are limited in number and would be granted on a first-come, first-served basis. The current proposal addresses concerns regarding overzoning, that is, prescribing height limits higher than the real estate market is likely to produce, which has encouraged land banking and possibly contributed to the lack of new market rate residential construction in the plan area in the past 10 years. Instead, with allowances for only a limited number of higher height buildings, the current proposal will create an environment in which property owners and developers who plan for more intense development will have an incentive to pursue projects sooner rather than later. Staff has received comments requesting that new development in the station area be required to provide affordable housing. However, the provision of affordable housing choices is a concern and goal for the entire city and must be addressed comprehensively on a citywide basis. The city is currently under contract with a consultant for the preparation of a complex nexus study needed to implement an impact fee that could ensure new development contribute its fair share to help pay for new affordable housing, transportation, and other capital improvements. City staff is aiming to have those studies completed and brought to Council for action by end of 2015. The station area plan, in the meantime, facilitates development of all types of housing, ranges of density, and ranges of incomes. Proposed zoning changes in the plan include additional incentives for production of senior and affordable housing, specifically reducing parking requirements for affordable housing and senior housing, and providing more flexibility for meeting open space requirements. If you have, council members have any questions about these or other proposals in the plan, staff is available to answer the questions.
Ms. Farrakani, you are done?
That concludes my presentation, yes.
All right, good. So we're going to turn to the public speakers, and I want to alert people that I have written a motion to make a few amendments. They're kind of a general nature, and there are copies available up there. It's just one sheet, and it's on two sides. So I just wanted to make some comments. As I think all the speakers know, but perhaps not all my colleagues know, this process was a very intense community process that went on for a number of years, and this was to really envision what the whole area around the Lake Merritt BART station, and particularly the Chinatown area of downtown, what we would like to see it look like over the next 25 years. And there was a lot of agreement over things like streetscape improvements and traffic calming and park improvements and quite a variety of envisioning positive things happening in the neighborhood. There was, however, a continuing disagreement over how to provide community benefits, or whether community benefits should be required to be contributed to by new development, and we never quite resolved that. But so what I have recommended in the Community and Economic Development Committee, and which passed as the recommendation from the committee, is that we look to the impact fee that the city has been talking about now for some time, and we are just about ready to embark on the nexus studies that will be done by consultants, and that the impact fee, which would be applied citywide to all neighborhoods for future development, would be the mechanism by which we would address community benefits and having new developments contribute toward community benefits. My motion speaks to that in talking about the urgency and priority of getting that done. And it says, further resolved, it is the intent of the Council to expedite with all urgency the nexus studies that are a prerequisite for adopting citywide impact fees for affordable housing, transportation, and infrastructure, which includes improvements to existing parks, and to direct staff to strive to complete these studies by October 2015 and bring related actions forward to a vote of the Council by December 2015. And further resolved that it is the intent of the City Council that future adopted citywide impact fees would apply to the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan area. That's just to make it crystal clear that it would apply. And further resolved that should environmental and traffic analyses warrant, the city may require the installation of traffic calming measures as a condition of project approval. I think we're missing a word there. Should environmental and traffic analyses of individual projects warrant, the city may require installation of traffic calming measures as a condition of project approval. And then it goes on. That edits the resolution. Then the next part are basically a restatement of those things, but editing the plan itself. And then on the back are some changes pertaining to parking, which had been suggested by the organization Transform, which staff agrees with, and so I have included those as well. And then finally, with regard to issues of height, there are a number of property owners and business people in the area who thought the height limits should be even higher, but the solution that was in the plan, put in by the planners, was to allow individual projects to exceed the height limit if they used a conditional use permit, and there were a limited number of those. I am proposing that we add a few more, so that on Exhibit A, the number of exceptions allowed with the conditional use permit in height areas LM 85 west of the Lake Merritt Channel, which is basically Chinatown, shall be increased to 3 buildings of 175 feet and 2 buildings of 275 feet. Then Exhibit B, for the proposed height areas map, the legend shall be amended so the number of exceptions allowed with a conditional use permit in height area LM 85, it should be east of the Lake Merritt Channel, that's on the East Lake side, shall be increased to 3 buildings of 175 feet and 2 buildings of 275 feet. So that second one needs to say east instead of west, or vice versa. Okay, so with all that, we will go to the comments of the...
Madam President,
yes.
can I just ask a clarifying question about that last point?
Yes.
Is this intended to suggest that would be an automatic allowance in those cases, or would those be case-by-case negotiations in which there would then still be room to say, if a particular building is going to be allowed more height, that other, say, additional requested community benefits could be requested for it, or is that something that would then be determined case-by-case at the time?
Well, each conditional use permit would be determined case-by-case, but it is not my intention to say that community benefits would be in exchange, because remember, the impact fee will be applying to those buildings, and this is something that you all need to sort out, or maybe the city administration can be clear about their expectations. But impact fees are going to be based on what
they'll be scaled.
They'll be scaled to.
So the greater benefit for the greater size will be inherent to the structure of the impact fee.
Yes, it would be a bigger
at least
impact
that's
fee
the
if
intent.
it's a bigger building.
Okay.
Right.
Thank
okay.
you.
This is supposed to be west. Let me just clarify on that. On Exhibit A should say east, and Exhibit B should say west.
Both west. They're different.
They're both west? Okay, they're going to figure out the details, and we'll fix it for you later. Let's get on to the speakers. And it'll be 1 minute each. And for those of you who haven't been here before, another speaker can cede time to you, and we basically cede half of their time. So if you want to speak for 2 minutes, you need to get 2 people to cede time to you. Is that okay?
So you have a number of speakers, Madam Chair and members. I'll begin by calling names in batches. Please approach the podium in any order as I call the batches of names. Again, you'll be provided 1 minute to address the council. Upon seating, you'll be provided an additional 30 seconds per card seated to you. Alfred Lee, Carl Chan, Jenny Ong, Judy Chu, Yu Hei Lee, Hugh Zin Lee, Elvina Wong, Ming Fong Yu, Sandra Chu. It's a duplicate. This also appears to be a duplicate. He Long Zhang, Lisa Ching, Han Ching, Xiao Yu Li, and I will pause there.
I want to just make 2 or 3 points.
And your name before I get you going.
Alfred Lee.
Thank you.
Speaking for myself. The impact fee is something that's disproportionate with the rest of the city. If we're going to apply impact fees for Chinatown, it should not be a special.
No. What I'm trying to say is we are not applying a special impact fee to Chinatown it is next year, the council will consider an impact fee that will apply uniformly to the entire city. But within this plan, there is no impact fee. But we're saying when one is passed, it will apply here as well as everywhere else.
Let me address impact fee also, how it's used. I know that we lost a lot of revenue on the other issue. The catch-all is want to build more units. Is taking care of the existing low-income unit is important to me. More bicycle, more restoration should be going into the impact fee. And I don't want us to be the only one single out, and I guess that's not the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, and if people could line up and be a little closer to the microphone so that we could not waste time in between speakers. Thank you.
Jenny Ong with the Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce. Our organization represents many diverse businesses and property owner. My own family is a business stakeholder and property owner in Chinatown for over 40 years. Thank you for making some adjustments on some of the properties, but all of us in Chinatown strongly support a transit-oriented development with higher and newer structures for business and housing in this prime location for the following reason. Our city is in real need for investment as well as a healthy tax base for economic growth and jobs. Chinatown has consistently been a vibrant destination and is considered one of the oldest, largest, and well-known Chinatown in the USA. This tax-producing area already is and can even be more so for the city with more people, local spending, and increased tax revenue. We believe higher density in the number of residential units for the Lake Merritt plan would best serve the community. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the council members. First, I want to say thank you to Pat, also Mayor Jean Quan, for helping us to look into this height and density issue. And I know last time I spoke passionately about the history of Chinatown and how we got to the way we are today. And now it's more than ever. It's about survival. And I hope that you know why we are here to support height and density. Because I know those folks will understand about the best utilization of limited land. Why? It is green and it's also environmentally sound. And you know, the height and the density is also dictated by the supply and demand. Besides creating affordable housing, we also want to create the affordable market housing. So let's take these necessary steps to ensure the benefit of our community, our city, creating more jobs and customer base for the next 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Sandy Chu consider her time to me.
And that's, he's Yuhei Lee.
Yeah.
But
My name is Yuhei while the clock's running. My name is Yuhei Lee. I'm had honor to speak in front of you today. I'm speaking in terms of a Chinatown stakeholder, also as a professional architect. As a professional who has been designing affordable housing, quite a few of them, market-level housing and also high-rise building. We did 6 of them over 20-story high. I believe I have some insight into the proposed restriction on high-density development in the Lake Merritt area. Because of my experience, I believe the staff recommendation is highly restrictive and highly impractical. What if the restriction is to discourage development? I think it would achieve its objective. I'm speaking specifically about the proposal on maximum floor plates, maximum building length, maximum diagonal length, and also the distance between buildings. I don't have the time to address all these issues, but I can tell you that if these are all implemented, not very many developers in the right mind would want to come to this area. Perhaps Councilman Reid will remember, it's not too long ago, maybe 15 years ago, we actually paid developers with heavy subsidy to come to the city to do market rate housing. Mayor Brown has changed that momentum, but we cannot revert back to the old time that when we have no market rate housing in town and we have to pay them to come here to do so. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Mr. Lee, I want to ask you a question. You talked about restrictions on floor plates and what have you, and I wanted to clarify for everybody, but also to ask you, the requirements that are in the plan, the printed book, are one thing. Then it went to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommended much more restrictions on space between buildings and stuff. But what the CETA committee recommended is not the Planning Commission recommendations. It is just what's in the plan that's printed that the planners wrote. And so you are objecting?
I'm talking about a staff recommendation. I think that the Planning Commission's proposal is, no disrespect. I used to belong to that body as well.
I know, but you're.
So I don't know where it come from.
Okay, I just wanted to know. You are actually objecting to the major recommendations by the staff.
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I don't have time to do specifically,
I know you
but
don't.
I'd be willing to.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Judy Chiu. I'm a real estate broker and a property owner in the Lake Merritt Plan area. Oakland is the center for the Bay Area, and the Lake Merritt Plan area is the heart of Oakland. Where else can you find a neighborhood that has 2 BART stations, freeways to 880, 580, and 24, easy access to the city of Alameda, only blocks away from the train station and ferry, all the amenity that you need to build a 21st century city. So please lift the high limit for this area to attract, encourage, and welcome elegant density so that everyone can win. The city needs more tax dollars. More jobs will be created, and more people can eat, shop, and live here.
Thank you. An extra mic. K-Top, can we get the handheld mic for the interpreter? Okay, please go ahead.
我係叫做詹差，今日咧，我想咧就聽你哋嗰啲議員嘅咁嗰個心聲講話，咁表態係嘅，因為房屋個問題，我哋嚟咗30年啦，都未有一間房屋分配咗俾我哋嘅。我哋拿咗咁多稅係為乜嘢咧？就係為因咧想呢個年老累咁然咧就喺個唐人埠嗰度唔行得嗰時候可以行。
My name is Jin Tsai. I've been waiting for affordable housing for the past 10 plus years, and I've lived in Oakland for the past 30 years. And today here, I just want to hear what all the council members have to say about this Lake Merritt plan, because she wants you guys to speak from your heart, because she's
今日咧，咁樣我想聽你哋嗰啲議員今晚個心聲講説話，今晚表達嘅講出來。
Yes, she really wants to hear what you have to say about the plan, because she's been voicing her demand for a long, long time.
咁因為咧，我嚟咗，OK， 咁係講咁多算啦。我仲有好多嘅講嘅訴苦出嚟嘅 ，OK， 係咁話先，拜拜。
She has a lot more to say, but since there's a time limit, she will say for next time.
Thank you very much.
我叫张志龙。
My name is Zhang Zhilong.
是 APEN 的社区领袖。我在这里还是再强调一下可负担房屋问题在这个计划中的重要性。
I'm here today to stress about the important
issues in Chinatown regarding affordable housing.
以我为例，我在乌伦住了20年，我现在全家8口人，房租将近2000元。
We've been living in Oakland for the past 20 years, and we have a household of 8 members, and we have to pay close to $2,000 for one unit in Oakland.
负担非常重，极其要求可负担房屋。
Because the heavy burden on my family, I'm here to voice the need for more affordable housing in Oakland right now.
类似我的情况，在奥克兰很多，75%或者80%以上的人都需要可负担房屋的。
There are a lot of others like me who are in the same boat, and I hope you guys can include more affordable housing in this plan.
我想，如果这个问题不解决，我们以后高楼盖起来了，但是没有人来住，那不是变成空城？我想这个呢是大家不希望见到的。
We hope to include more family in Oakland Chinatown, so we need more affordable housing.
所以我极其需要注意这个问题。
So I hope you all can pay attention to that problem.
谢谢大家。
Thanks.
就这样。
Thank you.
We'd like to seek time on Betty Ma and Han Chang.
So that will give him a total of 2 minutes, and then you can have some more
Good
to
evening.
And
translate.
My name Pan Haibo. My live 211 A Street, Oakland. 我今天发言的中心是关于可负担房屋的问题。
I'm here to talk about affordable housing issues in Chinatown.
美丽湖计划已经进行了5年多了，各种会议也开了很多次。我本人就参加了10多次的听证会。
The Lake Merritt Redevelopment Plan has been going on for the past 5 years. I've been to many meetings myself.
每一次会议，我都提出来请求重视可负担房屋的问题。
Every time I demand all the council members to pay more attention to the affordable housing issues.
但是到了今天，仍然使我非常失望。
And up till today, I'm very disappointed that none of the community benefits were included in the Lake Merritt Plan.
很多的中低收入家庭最大的经济负担就是房租。
For a lot of low-income families, the heaviest burden is rent.
他们拿出收入的50%到80%来交租。
They have to pay about 50 to 80% of their income on rent,
以致造成生活十分困难。
which makes their life very difficult.
希望我们各级政府官员和议员先生们多多注意他们的这个困难。
I hope all of you can focus on the needs of the community member.
我刚才提到，失望的原因就是我们没有提出一个正确的指标给这个可负担房屋。
The reason for my disappointment are there's no clear plan right now for affordable housing.
例如，我们是有7500个单位注册的计划，
For example, for all the units being built on the Lake Merritt Plan right now,
但是只给了12%的可负担房屋。
So give him another minute.
there.
12%。
你是说 Lake Merritt Plan 吗？
12%。是有，
没有给。
有1比7.5。
I guess for the new units being built in Oakland, there's only 12% affordable housing for affordable housing.
美丽湖计划有4900个单位，
And Lake Merritt has 4,900 units,
但是完全没有提出可负担房屋的比例。
and there's no affordable housing to be built.
反观三藩市，他们在2020年前要建设3万个注册单位。
And look at our neighbor in San Francisco. They have a plan to build 3 million units by 2020.
明确提出来1/3是可负担房屋。
And a clear plan to build 1/3 of the new units to be affordable housing units.
今天的报纸登了， 他们在巨人球场的旧址做一个大型的混合社区。
On the newspaper today, they talk about on the old AT&T Park, there's going to be a mixed income neighborhood being built.
其中有6000个住宅单位。
There will be 6,000 units.
其中就有32个%。
Excuse me, I think your time has been used up.
我就说这么多，谢谢大家。
Thanks for listening. Sick time?
我叫黎慧珍。
Lisa, 李慧珍 and 李麗龍 sick time.
我叫黎慧珍。
My name's 李慧珍。
我喺屋崙住咗呢20幾年啦。我對屋崙呢係好有感情。我覺得呢個城市呢非常呢個優越。
I've been living in Oakland for the past 20 years. I love this city.
所以喺美麗湖計劃入邊呢，我一聽到呢我就一直參加咗5年。
So when I heard there's going to be a redevelopment on the Lake Merritt BART station, I've enjoyed this plan since the start.
喺呢5年入邊開咗好多會，咁我呢亦都提咗好多意見。咁好似呢個希望喺呢個計劃入邊，第一個就要有一定嘅數量嘅可負擔房屋。
I've been to many meetings in the past and always demanded affordable housing as a community benefit.
同時呢，有一定數量嘅呢個開放空間。
There should be a clear plan for a number of units to be affordable housing units, and there needs to be open space for our community.
亦應該有一定數量嘅中老少年人嘅呢個活動場所。
And there also should be youth center and elderly senior center for our community members to hang out at.
亦都提到呢，要維持呢個屋崙嘅治安，要減少屋崙嘅治安，就要呢個公園路燈要光一啲。
We also hope to decrease the crime rate in Chinatown with more street lights.
咁樣呢，使我哋呢個計劃就完善。到今天呢個計劃能唔能夠做到呢？特別係對可負擔房屋呢個問題呢，未有落實。我希望要落實。
Up till today, there's no clear plans for any of our demands, and I hope to see that soon.
今日呢，我喺呢度呢，希望我哋嘅議員同埋我哋屋崙市嘅官員，應該呢拎出決心。
I hope to see all our council members show some determination.
真真正正為屋崙低下收入嘅呢啲階層嘅人呢，做一點好事。
Show some determination to help improve the lives of low-income and middle-income community in Oakland.
Thank you.
謝謝。
Thanks. Lisa Cheng and Guok Xiufang seek time.
Sorry, can you give me the names again?
Lisa Cheng and Guok Xiufang.
Thank you.
Lisa speaking. Guok Xiufang and Han Cheng. Han Cheng.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cheng. 我住喺屋崙已經29年啦，嚟到呢度咧，我一直都工作到退休為止。
I've been living in Oakland for the past 29 years. I've been living and working in Oakland all my life, basically up till retirement.
喺呢段時間裏，我就參加了 APAN 這個組織。因為 APAN 這個組織呢係一個非牟利機構，佢個宗旨呢係公義，係為中下層人民爭取權益嘅。
During this time, I joined APAN because it's an organization that could help our community fight for community benefits for the low-income and the middle-income community.
關於美麗湖發展計劃呢，我哋已經爭取咗6年啦，即係爭取呢個可負擔房屋。
For the Lake Merritt redevelopment plans, we've been fighting for affordable housing for the past 6 years.
而今呢個屋輪呢，市員都未能支持我哋嘅要求。
Up till today, none of the council members has expressed support for us.
難道我哋爭取可負擔房屋係一個錯誤嗎？
Is it wrong? Is it wrong to fight for affordable housing?
好似咁，因為我哋都係為大多數人嚟到爭取嘅，唔係為咗我自己，係嘛？
I'm not here to fight for myself, but for my community.
所以因為上次呢，有個別人呢向我哋 APAN 指出，講啲唔好聽嘅話，使到我哋太失望了。
And last time we felt like we were being attacked by some members who were speaking in front of the council members.
要求我哋嘅市長同埋議員，即係聽聽我哋嘅心聲，向呢個計劃你起碼都要俾一定個呢個可負擔房屋，寫上係咁，我哋就達到呢個就好啦，使到我哋好多人向屋輪住，使到呢個城市越辦越好。
Hopefully we can improve Oakland with more affordable housing units for our community members in large.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Enter Chu with Ibaltsi. We've been on this road for a very long time, and we're disappointed in how it's ending, but we recognize that the process has to end at this point. So we want to support the amendments that Councilmember Kernighan has brought to this resolution, specifically the amendments to the staff resolution around the nexus study and impact fees, the edits on the plan, the edits on the plan on the first page. On the second page, the amendments to the policies on Section C. But we have some major questions about the amendments to the ordinance and the exhibits, Exhibit A and Exhibit B, which we hadn't seen the numbers before just about 15 minutes ago. So we believe that if you're going to pass a plan, it should be the plan that it was approved at the CED committee and not with these additional amendments until those amendments have time to be discussed. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alvina Wong. I am with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, and you heard a lot of our members speak and a lot of our members ceding time, so I hope you get a chance to read their stories there. This development project isn't just about physically taking people out of their homes and displacing them. It's about the pressures you're putting on them and the incentives you're making for their landlords to kick them out. We have members who just told me many stories about how their landlords are threatening them to push them out of their units as Section 8 tenants because they know they can raise the rents to thousands of dollars if this Section 8 tenant would move out. So really, who are we building Oakland for? We want equitable development. I'm glad that you all have a commitment to it, but let's see some real proof. Let's put some requirements on it. Earlier, we were giving awards and really honoring the young folks who are doing great things, and that's so important. We encourage them by saying, keep doing these things that other people said can't be done. And I want you all to listen to that and follow your own advice. Even though it might not seem like the most sense, following business as usual hasn't been working. And we need to build Oakland for our community members who have been fighting so long and working so hard to make Oakland what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Wen, and I am a patient of Asia Health Services. It's a resident here. Here?
Speak directly into the mic.
Oh, I see. How about now? Okay. Good evening. My name is Joyce Wen, and I am a patient of Asia Health Services. As a resident in this Lake Mary planning area since 1992, my family and I are so happy that the city has been working on a plan to make my neighborhood better. But I am coming here asking again to help protect my neighborhood by making sure that large developments projects that will go on the Oakland Chinatown blocks consider the traffic impacts and other potential negative impacts that this plan may have on my neighborhood. I want my neighborhood to be safe, where our community feels comfortable walking, shopping, and exercising. Please be sure to require that big development projects, including safety and street craft improvements. This project is taking too long, and you need to speed this plan forward. And we would like to see the progress by 2015. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Wendy Kai, and I'm a patient of Asian Health Services. My family been resident in the Oakland Chinatown since 1998. We have participated since 2009, and we have spoken up many times that our priorities are we need for greater public safety, improving open space and parks, and to address traffic safety and air pollution impacts. We were so many accidents in the past, including some participants who were struck and killed by the vehicle while crossing the street because there are not enough stop signs and no speed limit sign in some area. Please require that all development projects include contribution to community benefits, including public safety and walkable space, so that our community can thrive and grow. And we positive impact our health, and please do not make us wait that another 5 years before we see any benefits. We need you to speed up this process. It is take too long. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tu Quach. I'm with Asian Health Services. AHS, our patients, and many of our allies have been involved in this planning process for about 6 years now. As a community health center serving the Chinatown community for more than 4 decades, we are greatly concerned about the health and safety of our patients. Our patients desire a community that is walkable and safe for pedestrians, has reduced car and truck traffic, has safe streets and public spaces, including appropriate speed limits and street lighting, and has ample open space and recreation space for seniors in the community. Now, we're happy to hear about some of the recent edits. We just really want to stress that the City Council commit to expediting the nexus studies and to ensure that any impact fees are appropriately allocated to community benefits, which benefit the public health. Thank you.
I will continue calling names. Jen Fing, Daning Zhu, Susan Shacker, Alex Hahn, Jeffrey Johnson, Claire Cunningham, David Cunningham, Steve Johnson, Richard Cochran, and David Stein. I'll pause there. If I called your name, please approach the podium. I will call a few more names. Gerald Irwin, Linda Irwin, Isaac Koss-Reed, Joseph Chance, Naomi Schiff, Robert Rayburn, Jeff Hutchins. I'll pause there.
Good evening, council members. Jeffrey Johnson, community planner from Transform. We understand that there has been a very robust discussion and focus on density bonuses, community benefits, and an interim program to get community benefits out of future projects until a citywide plan is adopted, all of which Transform supports and has worked to achieve with our community-based allies. However, we wanted to give the council a friendly reminder of the importance of the transportation policy languages improvements that we have recommended for the plan, and I have some hard copies here that I emailed you guys, and thank you, Council President Kernighan, for your amendments. We believe that requiring the unbundling of parking in new developments This will give developers savings so that they can build more housing, particularly moderate and very low income units. Also, these savings can be used for a suite of most effective traffic reduction strategies such as car share, transit passes for tenants, lower housing and rental costs, and adding bicycle storage and parking, and providing housing for residents who want to live near transit. Thank you.
Isaac Reed with the Oakland Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. We've been involved with this plan since Karen Engel and Scott Peterson were working on the chamber many years ago, from the beginning. The city staff has done phenomenal work to bring this to this point. We fully support it moving forward as recommended by the committee. Fine with the amendments as they are, and not only do we need to approve it tonight, but we need to move forward with all the development opportunities in this area, whether we're talking the OUSD redevelopment, the Kaiser Auditorium, the vacant places on Broadway, and the Lake Merritt BART station, of course. These are phenomenal opportunities, and this plan will help realize their full potential. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Winches. I'm with Kidder Matthews, which is a commercial real estate firm. I've been doing business in Oakland for 30 years, and I strongly support the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan as approved by the committee before the changes were made by the Planning Commission, which restricted the high-rise development. The original plan is well-balanced, allowing some high-rise development, and you will need these high-rise mixed-use sites to achieve the plan's goals of, which we stated, 4,900 new housing units, 1.3 million square feet of office, increasing jobs and retail services, all of which will provide for a safe and prosperous neighborhood and city. And Oakland desperately needs more transit-oriented housing. Remember, there are only a few large, unencumbered, transit-oriented sites in downtown Oakland that can be developed for high-rise mixed use. They should not be restricted, and this plan should be approved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Kwan, Madam President, and members of the council, my name is Joseph Chance. I'm an architect with Kwan Henry Architecture and Planning. Throughout my career, I've been primarily focused on urban high-density housing and mixed-use development throughout the Bay Area, including Oakland. I've reviewed the Lake Merritt Station Area Plan, and I find it to be very well thought out, comprehensive, and progressive. It establishes very sensible guidelines for uses, density, height, etc., and incorporates the flexibility to judge individual proposals on their individual merit through the conditional use process. I would really hate to see this plan compromised by the arbitrary and expedient reductions proposed by the Planning Commission. I would really urge the Council to adopt the plan as originally proposed and ignore these reductions, as they will surely cause unintended consequences. Thank you.
Before the next speaker comes up, I want to address the audience. Many people are coming in, I think, for the next item and are now standing along the back, and we're going to have actually a fire hazard problem. So there are quite I would like to ask the people who are standing, particularly if you're waiting for another item, to go up to one of the galleries on either side. There are many seats up on this side, or find a seat here, but we cannot have people standing more than one deep at the back of the room. So if people could please find a seat, and also try to be quiet while in the audience so that we can hear the speakers. Thank you so much for that, and please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Hutchins from Kidder Matthews Commercial Real Estate Company, and I've worked in the Oakland real estate market for a number of years, and I've followed the long process, the 6-year process that's gone through in the Lake Merritt plan. I believe it's a very thoughtful plan, and it's considered all of the issues. I would hope that tonight you would vote to adopt this plan as prepared by staff and the amendments you brought forth this evening. Thank you.
Next.
Madam Clerk, I have time yielded to me from Richard Cochran and Steve Johnson. President President Kernighan, members of the council, I'm David Stein. I'm a lifelong resident of Oakland. I live in Adams Point, work in downtown Oakland. I am also here appearing as counsel for one of the owners in the plan area. I want to emphasize that the purpose of the plan is to create 49 housing units, 4,100 jobs, 404,000 square feet of retail space, and 1.23 million square feet of office space. These are important goals for Oakland, and the staff approach provides a plan that could achieve those goals and do so in a thoughtful and balanced way. The staff approach will encourage economic development in the area, bringing much-needed jobs both during construction and going forward. The height, floor plate, and distance limits that were recommended by the Planning Commission, on the other hand, as you've heard from the architects and the real estate brokers, will greatly discourage development. This has the impact of both potentially stopping development and also reducing the ability to get the type of economic benefits that you want and the community benefits that you want. The final point is that the plan, as proposed by staff, does create incentives for affordable housing, senior housing, and also traffic and pedestrian improvement incentives, all valuable community benefits. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Han. Mostly Chinatown is, the very old building. Most of we don't have any infill land in Chinatown. So if you want to develop the Chinatown, we need a height limit is not acceptable. I think an adopted plan is much better because you have to tear down the old building and you have to build it costly. Land value is already higher than, some other areas, Chinatown. So only you can develop the Chinatown is height limit is, not, favorable. So I support adopt plan because future 25 years look at the Chinatown. We have to develop that because buildings are so old. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Chu. I work for a development firm for the past 20 years here in Oakland. I just want to say that over tonight, I'm hearing over and over that demanding for housing is in need. And I just want to bring to your attention that the law of supply and demand tells us that when they're more demanding, the price goes up. So I want to say is, please reconsider about all these restrictions, be more inviting, and have more developers come in, and we can all work together and make Oakland go forward. Thank you.
Well, I was going to support this, but I want to first say I'm Naomi Schiff from Oakland Heritage Alliance. I like old buildings, and I thank the staff for their work. And I appreciate the council adding language to express urgency about the Nexus study and related action. But we have been completely blindsided by this sudden major change to increase the number of high-rises, not even enough time to refer to the exhibit that you reference. I hope the reference is correct. The community groups, as you can tell, including the developers, are still talking about the Planning Commission stuff that isn't in the resolution as far as I could tell anymore, and nobody's had time to digest what you just proposed. I've been blindsided. I actually told people not to bother coming because I was just going to support the thing. So look, I support the Nexus Amendment. I support the basic plan. I absolutely oppose the last-minute change of the number of high-rises, and I strongly support that you amend it at a later date when we've had a chance to look at the pictures and discuss the impacts. It seems to me it might even change the effect of the EIR, and that it really cannot be permissible to change something in the last hour before the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I just wanted to say we're going to have the planner address the amendment I made, but I want to point out, actually, I was increasing it by 2 buildings. It's already in the zoning documents that go with this. So we'll have him say what I'm changing and what I'm not.
You know, it's very difficult, Pat, to discuss these things on the fly with no warning. I can't have an opinion. I might support it, but when I'm not finding out about it until during the meeting, it's pretty darn hard to refer to the many-page document, and I really resent being put in this position. Thank you.
But apparently, there were also things in there that you liked that you didn't complain about that were introduced that are different. But anyway, we'll sort it out. We'll have more conversation when all the speakers are done. Mr. Rayburn, go ahead.
Well, good evening, council members, President Kernighan. My name's Robert Rayburn, BART Director, representing the area around the Lake Merritt Station. Oakland needs more housing. The planet needs more density around transit. This has been a very prolonged process. 6 years, this is the 52nd meeting that's included lots of public input in forming a plan. It's not been all pretty, but I think that we've reached a good point where we can adopt a plan that reflects everybody's input, and I wish to support the amendment that President Kernighan has offered. Thank you very much.
I do have a few more names: Chris Buckley, Pat Williams, Joel Ramos, and Mr. McConnell.
Christopher Buckley with Oakland Heritage Alliance. Susan Chacker ceded her time to me. I'd like to follow up on Naomi Schiff's comments, but change the focus a little bit, referring to staff's comments on the pitfalls of overzoning. And the staff noted if you zone too high in too many areas, you can encourage land banking. You know, property owners who are waiting for the big payoff from a high-rise project, while that may take years, if not decades, to come about, while they could build a more reasonable 5- or 6-story project today. So if you zone too much too high, you're actually discouraging development. There needs to be a balance. And in 2009, there was the downtown Oakland rezoning that resulted in a very significant upzoning for much of downtown, resulting in by right, and I emphasize by right, no use permit, floor area ratios of 14:20, which is way high. The highest San Francisco allows by right, as one example, is 10. The plan before you today helps mitigate that to some degree in the plan area. Within the plan area, the pre-2009 FAR was mostly 3 and 3.5. Those are by right FARs. You could go higher with a use permit. So in considering particularly these latest amendments, would really like to emphasize the danger of zoning too much too high, and you may ironically be discouraging the development that you're really seeking to obtain. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Council President Kernighan. Thank you all very much for this opportunity. We certainly have transformed. Joel Ramos with Transform, I apologize. We've been a part of this process for the past, well, since before it began, and we've been pushing for good transit-oriented development, parking aspects of the plan that were have been overshadowed by the very legitimate concerns that have been raised with respect to a mechanism to get community benefits. And I think that all of that stuff, I hope, will get addressed. While it is being addressed, I certainly hope the plan gets to a place where we can include the amendments proposed by Council President Kernighan. We really need a parking benefits district to happen in the Chinatown area. If we're going to get more people in the same amount of street width, we're going to have to find a better way to manage our parking. And so the creation of a parking benefits district would do just that. It would also create a source of revenues to pay for a lot of the benefits that the community would like to see happen here in the planning area. So we would greatly appreciate these transportation amendments being adopted. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All names have been called.
So the clerk says she has called all names. If anybody's name was called and you haven't come up, this is the time. Okay, seeing no one. Also, I would like to announce the city administrator said that there is an overflow room downstairs on the first floor in hearing room 2, which is one of the rooms right near the plaza side of the building, which have a screen, and if people can sit in that room and watch the meeting, and then if they get to the point when they're signed up to speak, they can come on up here. So that is an option. All right, so now it is time for questions and comments from the council members on the Lake Merritt Plan. Councilmember Kaplan, are you in the queue? Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who's worked on this for these many, many years. And I actually want to give a particular shout out also to Ada Chan on my staff, who's been at a great many, many, many of these meetings and has been helping to usher this forward. I think we have also some valuable changes potentially in front of us. A couple things I want to say. One, if we are going to save the planet, we have to revitalize our cities. That if we don't want development to take place on the last available open space or the last available farmland, then we do need to house people in cities where people can walk and bike and take transit. In terms of how we make sure that that development benefits everybody, it does need to have an affordable housing component. And so my understanding is that what's before us proposes that that will be dealt with through applying the results of the Nexus study after the fact. So I just want to make sure we get clarification of that on the record in terms of how affordable housing will be handled in this proposal. In addition, I think there's a particular importance to make sure that we are incorporating senior housing. I don't know if everybody has seen the projections for the senior population in Alameda County, but it is projected to grow astronomically over the next 20 years. And it's particularly important that we make sure that we have senior housing that is in accessible, available locations. So I think strategies to incorporate senior housing, including from what I understand is proposed, potentially reduced parking requirements as an incentive for senior housing, I think is very important. I also think the question of protections from displacement for existing tenants is going to need to be dealt with, and that isn't just a question of height or size of the new buildings, but a question of what will be the strategy to enforce displacement protections so that as a neighborhood as a whole has new investment, that the long-term residents are not displaced. So I think making sure we have a strategy for that is going to be important. And then I had a couple of very specific wording questions. In Exhibit A, we're talking about reduced parking requirements for a dormitory. And then it says that it will be if the occupants are not of driving age. So I just wanted to make sure, for example, if our community college were to develop dormitories, which I understand that they're interested in doing, even if those residents might be of driving age technically, but are not going to have vehicles, that we wouldn't overly burden potential affordable student housing with an excessive parking ratio.
Would the Council President like the staff to address that, or
yes, please.
Yes. I would have to study that particular provision to understand it. But if there's any lack of clarification, we often do zoning code bulletins to clarify the application of regulations that may be interpreted to be overly restrictive than they were originally intended. And that sounds like a perfect case where we would not want to preclude its utilization in a related population where it might be excluded. So I think we could extend that interpretation to include it.
Excellent. And this may seem like a small thing, but we have an awful lot of residents with pets Animal boarding is listed as not permitted, even though animal boarding is, takes place on Broadway and other major commercial corridors and is of major benefit to our many residents with pets. And I was just curious about if that's really intended to not allow, pet care facilities.
Pet care facilities
that are often paired with boarding.
Pet veterinaries and pet care facilities are permitted. Animal boarding is the care and overnight of animals beyond their immediate needs for veterinary or daycare. Those particular uses are limited more towards certain areas, usually outside downtown, along major corridors and near industrial areas. But we can also reconsider that at the Council's direction if you'd like to include that as part of your direction tonight.
Okay, and then in terms of unbundling parking, which I think is very important. I mean, there's no reason to make residents include a parking space if they don't need one, and people who need parking spaces should include them. I'm curious if there's been any consideration of unbundling in commercial as well, so that if you're renting an office space, I guess those aren't always bundled. Those are sometimes bundled or unbundled.
There's currently no parking requirement for commercial in downtown as well as Lake Merritt. So the applicant can choose not to have any parking at all. So there isn't the particular need because the city itself isn't requiring the parking.
Okay, and then this may be more an implementation than a planning question, but I would just suggest that as it moves forward that we look at this issue that, when we talk about parking, we have garages that are empty all day across the street from garages that are empty all night, because we have garages that serve exclusively work sites and they're empty, locked, closed, unusable all night, and then we'll have an apartment complex with a garage that is empty all day. And so if we could look in new projects to be having combined parking where people are paying for the use and where we don't have to have those two separated, we could actually have a lot more space freed up for other uses. But again, it sounds like the plan allows for that, and that could be more something dealt with in implementation. And so then I guess just if there could be some clarification on the displacement affordability question.
So Ms. Kaplan, on your concerns about displacement or affordability, are you suggesting to impose requirements on this plan area and not on the rest of the city?
No. I mean, I understand we're underway with developing citywide efforts, so that's fine. And we are making it with your amendment. It sounds like absolutely clear that those will apply, and no one will come back and say, "Oh, it's too late. We can't apply them." So
yeah. So the idea is that those issues, which are important issues, will be addressed on a citywide basis next year. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kolb.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks to all the many people who have been working on this for how many years? 4 or 5 years, or more. I mean, and to the staff, of course, for their tremendous efforts. I'm certainly happy to support this. I do have some questions, though, of staff who are somewhere sitting back there.
Mr. Manassi, could you come back to the microphone, and Christina, we have questions.
Thank you. Obviously, we have an ongoing concern about and desire for more affordable housing at different income levels, of course, both in this plan area and in much of our city. In terms of, let me ask a couple of questions. One, the situation today versus what would be after this plan is adopted, in terms of the ability or incentive, if you will, for somebody to, I hope this never happens, but somebody to demolish an existing building where people are living and renting and build a new building that would be also rental but not subject to rent control and much higher rents, which we want to discourage completely. But the situation today and the situation after we do this, is it more likely, less likely, or pretty much the same that somebody might do what I just said they might do? Hopefully they never will. You see my question?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think there'd be any change. The plan itself focuses on what we call opportunity sites, and these opportunity sites do not have any existing residential. They're mostly empty parking lots, underutilized warehouse buildings. We identified those when we started this planning process 6 years ago, being very careful to avoid those particular kind of incentivizing new uses on the existing housing and neighborhood context.
Oh, okay, so I understand we're not making any explicit or identified, desire or suggestion that people would do what I suggested, but because we are appropriately going to be attracting some more activity and some more development in the area, might that indirectly lead to some residential building owner to think, I wasn't going to demolish the building, but now I might?
Well, I think I'll amend my first answer and say that the plan would actually make it less likely, because
Okay.
what we've done is lowered the height limits in these very sensitive areas that might be under additional development pressure, such as the 7th Street area. That area has gone from height limits as high as 200 feet down to 45 feet in height limit to recognize existing single-family character of that neighborhood. But its proximity to the Lake Merritt BART station obviously might catch the attention of developers over the next 20, 25 years. So we try to take the development pressure off that particular neighborhood by taking the incentive out of it by lowering the height limits.
Okay, so we would not be encouraging and might even be hopefully discouraging the suggestion, the horrible suggestion that I mentioned. Okay, good, thank you. And in terms of specifically affordable housing developments, which there are, as we all know, already a number of them, especially for seniors in this broad area, are there some sites that are identified that might also be, that would be a good place for another affordable housing development, and let's go find an affordable housing developer to do what they do and come up with some combination of monies and approvals and so on? Are we doing some of that as well?
We don't traditionally, as a city, identify sites unless we've already owned the property and then have funding already in the pipeline for a particular project. What we do instead is send out annual notices of funding availability to private and agency affordable housing developers, providing city subsidies and funding to allow for affordable housing to be built in the area. This area, along with other areas in the city, are constantly being marketed by the city for their availability of this funding. That would be in addition to the regulatory incentives we include in the plan to make affordable housing more feasible and more affordable, because we've lowered the regulatory thresholds as far as parking and open space.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anything else in here that doesn't exist today, in this plan that doesn't already exist today, that is some additional direct or indirect kind of nudge or assistance to get some more affordable housing built in this area?
As I just mentioned, the zoning regulations have been newly written just for this particular planning area that lower the required parking and open space requirements, that often add additional cost to development, and therefore, hopefully with that and other measures we've included to expedite the review, which included the plan preparation itself and the environmental impact report we accompanied it. That makes the overall development process for affordable as well as market rate much more feasible and much more expedited, which therefore lowers cost and makes it more likely to happen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Those are my questions. I'm going to be supporting this, of course, tonight. Obviously, no plan is perfect in terms of addressing and answering and having the perfect answers for all the challenges we have. We obviously have, both in this area and in most of our city, or all of our city, challenges in terms of discouraging displacement and protecting our renters and who live here, and building more affordable housing at different income levels. But I'm happy to support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalb. And I will note that there is a large affordable housing building that is entitled and going to be in construction soon by Ibaltsi at the corner of 11th and Jackson. And the neighborhood has almost 30% affordable housing already, but it does need more housing of both types. So thank you. Next in the queue is Mayor Kwan.
So thank you. This is an area plan, but it's also a historic area, and it has cultural significance probably beyond the building. And it is one of those projects similar to what I believe International Boulevard will be, is it will define whether or not, as we redefine cities in this century where people are moving back, and where particularly there's one hand a gray tsunami of better educated, more affluent seniors moving back into cities. On the other hand, we're having young professionals coming from San Francisco, many of them Asian Americans, by the way, in the tech industry. And you're having like a fight over a historic area, an area that the city fathers in 1906 tried to eliminate. If you look at one of the best interesting things about the earthquake exhibit at the Oakland Museum was there was big blow-ups of the Oakland newspaper at that time about how the Chamber of Commerce and the downtown merchants want to get rid of Chinatown, partly because of the overflow of the 4,000 immigrants, including my great-grandfather, who came from San Francisco to live in Oakland, and how they weren't allowed to live in the refugee camps in Lake Merritt, and then ended up over by Union Station in Bruce Kwan's grandfather's warehouse, and he had opened one of the first canneries. But both the Chinese associations in San Francisco and Oakland were pretty well organized and legally were able to save this Chinatown. Now, they were not able to save the part of Chinatown that ended up under the freeway, the 880. That went right through Chinatown. In fact, I think in every Chinatown, when I was doing my Asian American Studies survey, Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, every Chinatown got a freeway put through it, partly because we were always near the railroads and always near the produce markets, and as cities grew. So when I've been thinking about the fight over the next century for Chinatown, it is a balance between who gets to live there and which cultural institutions that we preserve. So I come at this with a slightly different angle. I've tried to help mediate over the years, and basically about a year and a half ago met with both sides and said, you know, we have this window of investment and opportunity, the city's growing. If we don't settle this, we're going to be left behind. And if there's no new housing, then there's no new affordable housing to fight over. So tonight it sounds like both sides are unhappy, so we're probably as close to a compromise that will work and that we can get for the council tonight. But there are a couple of things that I want to note. Some of you know that I chaired the Local Government Commission, which puts on the Smart Growth Conferences. And like Mr. Rayburn, I actually think we're probably underutilizing in this plan the need for transit-oriented housing development. And I will urge the council that when you do the downtown plan, look at the height limits on 14th. I think they're too low. Ms. Kernighan and I had a discussion about that, but we thought if we tried to change it today, it would be all hell. But I think you're going to get another chance to look at the 14th Street corridor. There are some empty lots or some parking lots or some places where we could put more density along the transit corridor, and with the priority development funds for ABAG and through the greenhouse gases from the state, there will be funding for affordable housing. So, and those are the kinds of streets where we would be very competitive, and we could get that, and we could build the affordable housing that the Chinese immigrants today were talking about. The second place that we probably could add more density is, quite frankly, I know Naomi's going to kill me, but maybe we could move them. There's a very cute little row of Victorians across the street, what's probably going to be an MTC headquarters or something that's much more dense. And so you're literally going to have something like this, and then one story Victorians. Maybe we could move them around or whatever. But the whole point of transit-oriented development is you put more density near BART stations, and we've managed here not to put much density around this BART station until you get a couple blocks away. So does that work long term? I don't know. I think you'll have to revisit that. I think particularly that the egg bag building will eventually be bought by somebody who's going to put more density there, and that is zoned for more density. And so you have to figure out what works for the neighborhood, works for the school, et cetera. I think, and this will really get me in trouble, I think you'll have to look at the two parks that are available. We have a pretty huge lot where we have the senior center, and there's a street that's closed off that could probably put housing on it. Because we're running out of redevelopment funds, et cetera, we may have to look at some of those places. You might even looking at put something very, very dense in whatever finally gets remodeled out of the Tai Chi, what I call the Tai Chi Park, next to the MTC, and put some senior or other housing there. But the last, and just last thing I say, because I know you want to go on. But this is Chinatown, and this is one of my last meetings and my last opportunity to talk about this, so I am actually going to take the time I need to talk about this. We have some very special institutions there that's become the center of the Asian American community on the East Bay. So that's the Asian Cultural Center. So I ask you to look at that funding long term. Seniors from all over the city come to the senior program, and because the Chinese school is there, young people from all over the city come there, and that's why we often have denser programs for bilingual youth, for our seniors. I can tell you that little old ladies in the Laurel take the bus to Chinatown to go to that senior center because we have no Chinese-speaking, even though the Asian community's moved out, all of our services are still in Chinatown. So that's the special, I think, part of Chinatown. And the last thing I would say why I support Pat's addition of a couple more sites, I understand the fear that the Chinese investors will hoard the land. But I also understand that a lot more, because I do a lot of discussion with Chinese investors, a lot more Chinese investors are looking at Oakland right now. They're looking at it as a travel destination. There's a lot of interest in hotels. It's not mentioned in the plan, but I'm guessing that one of these housing high-rises may end up being either a hotel or a residential hotel for Chinese travel or business investors in the long term. And that would help keep Chinatown more balanced, because I think you will get wealthier Asian Americans coming back to Oakland to retire, and whether it's around the lake or at Jack London Square, Chinatown would be another option. And so we need to think about all these mega trends of who's coming back to live in cities, what kind of places they're looking for. Frankly, when I get to be 85 and they won't let me drive anymore, I'd like to be able to walk to the lake and to Dim Sum, and this area will be very attractive to me as a well-educated, fairly affluent Chinese American. So we need to look long-term for the markets and the special place it has, because it's not just part of the downtown plan. It is a cultural center, the center of the Asian American diaspora on the East Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kwan. Next is Councilmember Gallo.
Just to the city administrator on the related actions that are being proposed to us this evening. One is your approval or recommendation. Secondly is it makes reference to the intent of the council to expedite the urgency of the nexus study. And there's a timeline. Just your feedback on that.
Madam President and members of the Council, in reverse order, we have made the nexus study a very high priority. I think I commented in the committee meeting, maybe it was the last council meeting, that the study is broad and deep and is more expansive than was originally contemplated. The responses as we received from the request for proposals were firm in saying that the timeline that we had originally projected was not realistic. We think that the current one that's being proposed is, and we're fully committed to making sure that that comes to fruition. With respect to the matters that are before you this evening, I strongly recommend that you adopt the staff's recommendations.
Thank you.
With the amendments that have been proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. So I don't see anyone else in the queue.
I'm sorry,
So,
I pushed Mike and not...
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. McElhaney.
I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight and to thank the staff for being so responsive. Madam President, we'll be supporting your amendments to the staff's recommendations. And I did want to just take a moment to comment about how I think it's so important for us to balance this need for increased density, particularly in the downtown. And thank you, Mr. Administrator, for the urgency of the Nexus study, which we have been clamoring for at least the last 2 years. But these impact fees are critical. One of the speakers came tonight to speak against these impact fees as a deterrent to development. I've had conversation with developers who are very much in favor of Oakland getting impact fees because they understand the importance of building our infrastructure and for us being rightly sized. The assessment of impact fees in other communities, whether that's Milpitas or San Francisco, it doesn't discourage development, though some people are afraid, and it is high time that Oakland understand that we are valuable, that we don't have to give it all away in order to encourage growth or constructive and positive development here. We are a jewel in many ways, and we are a city that's in need of the revenues that are rightly derived from the benefits that the private sector will enjoy. So it's called shared prosperity in many ways. So I am delighted that we're getting this next one. The staff has been deeply engaged in a number of these critical specific plans that have long sat fallow. So to see that they are now coming to fruition, the Broadway-Valdez plan, the West Oakland specific plan, and now the Lake Merritt plan is very exciting. And we hope that the development community is taking note of that, that Oakland is really looking for these constructive investments. And to my allies in the affordable housing advocacy sector, let us continue to be very constructive and proactive in demanding your advocacy is needed as we continue. And I hope that it extends beyond this council chambers to Sacramento to restore critical funding that's necessary to provide the subsidies that we need, not only in Oakland, but throughout our state. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilmember McElhaney. So I will wind it up here. I also want to thank again the hundreds of people who participated in the community planning process. We had many, many meetings over a period of about 4 years. And you know, it's hard to find consensus on everything. And I think finally our remaining disagreement is over height limits but I think the plan has found a good middle ground. Though people are unhappy on both sides, I think it's pretty balanced. It has a variety of height limits ranging. There's some areas are only 45 feet, some are 85 feet. 85 feet is about 7 or 8 stories. The mid-high range is 175 feet. And the very highest areas are 275 feet, which is about a 25-story building. So it is a plan that will encourage a variety of types of housing, and sort of the heights of housing are also related to how much it costs to live there, usually because of the different building types. So I think it is going to result in some diversity of housing type and hopefully diversity of income of residents. And I understand, I think we're all committed that the council will be passing an impact fee in the next year, which will apply citywide, and that will help address the issue of affordable housing as well as infrastructure, open space, and whatever the council decides to use that impact money for. And those will, of course, be many public hearings. People will have a chance to comment on that. So I appreciate very much the support from the council members for this plan, which has resulted from a long process. But I do want to ask one more question to address the issue that Ms. Naomi Schaaf brought up. And I do apologize for bringing something that looks so technical, but it is actually not as technical as it seems. So, Mr. Manassi, would you please just describe what was already in the plan with regard to the plan already allowed a few exceptions to the height limits only with the conditional use permit. And I believe previously it allowed, and this is on the west side of the channel, so the main part of the plan, it allowed 2 buildings to go to 175 feet that otherwise would have been at a lower level, and 1 building to 275 feet. And so my proposal is just to add 1 to each of those categories. And we're talking about 25 years here, people. This is not, I mean, this is all not going to happen, you know, the next 6 months. So.
That is correct. The 85-foot height area includes, Exhibit B refers to the height area map. This is an example of that map. That map includes a legend that states that that 2 buildings up to 175 and 1 building up to 275 would be allowed as exceptions to the, for additional height through a CUP process on both sides of the channel. And the way that the council motion reads is that that would amend both the zoning as it relates to that and the height map, but only on the west side of the channel. So it would actually increase it by 1 building in the category and only on the downtown side of the channel.
So with that clarification,
I'd like to move to close the public hearing.
Is this a public hearing? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So
I'd like to move to close the public hearing. I'd like to move the item with your amendments.
Second. All right. It has been moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Ms. McElhaney. Would you please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
As to item 9.1 with the amendments provided by Council President Kernighan, Councilmember Brooks, Gallo.
Yes.
Gibson McElhaney.
Aye.
Cobb.
Aye.
Kaplan.
Aye.
Reid. Aye.
Schaaf. Aye. President Kernighan.
Aye.
And the motion passes as amended.
Thank you, everybody.
That's really applause.
We should applaud the community and the staff who worked on this for a very long time. All right, would you call the next item, Madam Clerk?
Item 9.2 is to conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion adopt an ordinance granting a 53-acre conservation easement in Nolan Park to protect the Alameda whipsnake, which further implements the June 2011 California Trail Exhibit project approvals, condition of approval and mitigation measures, and authorizing the city administrator to take any and all actions necessary to implement the conservation easement without returning to council. Madam President, there are about 101 speakers on this item.
All right, we'll allow a moment for members of the audience on the to leave, the people who are here for the last item and people who are here for this current item to get in the room. And I think we have just, I think almost all the seats are filled here in the chambers. So, folks, if you don't see a seat, I'm going to ask that you go watch the rest of the meeting downstairs on the first floor in hearing room 2, which has a screen, and with audio and visual, you can see what's going on. And if your name is called to speak, you can come on up here to speak. So can we get started, folks? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about the zoo conservation easement on this item. We have over 100 speakers who have signed up, many on both sides, pro and con. In order to facilitate this discussion and to have us not all be here till 2 o'clock in the morning, have spoken with the organizations on both sides to try to organize speakers and to ideally limit the total speaking time on each side, and those organizations have tried to do that. However, I realize so on the opponent side, some of the organizations, the Friends of Nolan Park, the Native Plant Society, the Center for Biodiversity, and a couple of more, and Sierra Club, I think there's some organization of speakers, and the clerk will call those folks. If there are those of you who are just kind of here on your own, after you've heard an hour and a half of testimony, then you can decide if you also want to speak. Everyone has the right to, if they must, and everybody will be limited to 1 minute unless someone cedes you time. And when you are ceded time, if you get half of that person's time. So if you want to speak for 2 minutes, you need to get 2 people to cede you time. Oh, wait, I've sort of just kind of changed that. Is that? No, that's how it. Okay. So first we are going to have a presentation from the city staff. Then we are going to have a presentation from the zoo and a presentation from the opponents of the project. And after that, we will call the public speakers. So, city staff, are you ready to make your presentation? I think they're getting their computer ready to go.
Good evening. Good evening, President Kernighan and the Council and the public. My name is Darren Ranaletti, and I'm from the Department of Planning and Building. I'm just going to try and do a short presentation, and then I understand that the zoo and other organizations have their own presentations prepared. This item involves a proposed conservation easement in Nolan Park in conjunction with the approved Oakland Zoo expansion project. In 1998, the City Council approved a master plan for the expansion of the Oakland Zoo. In 2011, the City Council approved an amendment to the master plan. The master plan involves a new California exhibit that would be located on approximately 56 acres in Nolan Park. The expansion area is located in habitat for the Alameda whipsnake, which is a state and federal threatened species. The mitigation for the project requires the zoo to compensate for impacts to whipsnake habitat and obtain approval from state and federal regulatory agencies. To implement the required mitigation and obtain approval from state and federal agencies, the zoo is proposing a conservation easement in Nolan Park. The item before you tonight is the conservation easement, not the zoo expansion project. The Council has already made the policy decision that it's appropriate for the zoo to expand in Nolan Park. The conservation easement was discussed when the project was approved in 2011. At that time, it was estimated that the easement would be approximately 45 acres in size, or as otherwise determined by the state and federal agencies. During consultation with these agencies, the agencies required that the compensation ratio for the impacted area be increased, even though the area of impact has decreased since 2011. The compensation ratio is the amount of area to be set aside for conservation compared to the area of impact. The state and federal agencies are requiring 3 acres be conserved for every 1 acre of impact. Therefore, the total size of the proposed conservation easement is now 53 acres. Approximately 31 acres of the conservation easement would be located within the perimeter fence of the expanded zoo, and approximately 22 acres would be located outside of the perimeter fence. In 2011, it was estimated that approximately 14 acres would be located outside the perimeter fence. The amount has increased, therefore, from 14 acres to 22 acres, or approximately 8 acres. The portion of the conservation easement located within the zoo perimeter fence would already be restricted to public access, and the area outside the perimeter fence would be located in an area of steep and dense vegetation, and it's generally considered inaccessible to most members of the public today. On October 22nd, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission reviewed this proposal. A motion was made to recommend approval of the conservation easement. However, that motion failed because it did not receive enough affirmative votes. On November 12th, the Community and Economic Development Committee reviewed the proposal and voted 4-0 to recommend approval of the conservation easement. Tonight, the Council must decide whether the proposed conservation easement is an appropriate way for the zoo to comply with the mitigation requirements. Staff recommends approval of the conservation easement because we believe it strikes an appropriate balance between protecting sensitive natural resources and the public use of parkland. That concludes my remarks. I'll be happy to answer any questions now if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raniletti. Now, unless there are questions from the council members at this point, I assume you're going to wait and ask questions later. Okay. So now we are going to go to each of the sides in this issue and make a presentation. So, and they each have a maximum of 15 minutes, and if you can do it shorter, that would be great. So, okay, so the zoo is starting. So you want to get ready?
Good evening, Council. My name is Jim Martin. I'm the lead biologist on the team of professional biologists that is working with the zoo in securing the state and federal resource agency authorizations for the California Trail Exhibit Project. And I'll be making the presentation on behalf of the zoo tonight with Karen Swaim, who is the leading expert in Alameda, in the Alameda whipsnake biology. Given the concerns raised over biological issues and the benefit of the conservation easement that you're considering tonight. I've got over 30 years of experience as a professional biologist. Initially, I served as the city's CEQA review biologist starting back in 2007, and then was retained by the zoo in 2011 to lead the effort in securing the state and federal resource agency authorizations. There's been a lot of misinformation. Next slide. Oh, so we're having a problem with a PowerPoint.
Excuse me, K-Top, can we have the PowerPoint, please? Thank you.
So let's go to the second slide there, Nick. So there's been a lot of misinformation from opponents of the project over the past 3 years since the council approval in 2011, and we want to set the record straight tonight. Contrary to claims made by the opposition, the conservation easement provides important protections and benefits. It provides permanent protection for Alameda whipsnake, it addresses threats from current conditions, and it enhances existing habitat values. Habitat enhancement is feasible and will be accomplished using accepted restoration practices. The zoo has demonstrated success for habitat enhancement in Nolan Park, and the conservation easement won't change public access. No public access will be lost outside of the perimeter fence. Core habitat for Alameda whipsnake will be protected in areas with no roads or established trails. Next slide. And finally, with regard to the contention by the opposition that there is a win-win by relocating the project adjacent to the existing zoo, I want to make it clear that there are no alternative locations feasible. The feasibility of alternative locations was assessed thoroughly in 2010 and 2011. Potential impacts would be greater adjacent to the existing zoo. The mitigation ratio required by state and federal agencies would remain the same because the entire area is now considered occupied habitat by a listed species. The need for a conservation easement remains the same, and the state and federal agencies will continue to prefer that a conservation easement encompassing core habitat be secured as currently proposed. So next slide, to walk you through that alternatives analysis. This is a slope map from 2010 demonstrating the infeasibility of siting the project between the existing zoo, which is the blue area on the left, and the California Trail project, which is the blue area here. The blue area shows slopes of 0 to 10%. Anything greater than that, from 10 to over 45%, creates ADA access challenges. And you can see from this map the series of ridges and the steep slope between the California Trail footprint and the existing zoo. Next slide. Then with regard to native grasslands, back in 2011, WRA mapped all of the native grasslands in Nolan Park, over 73 acres of native grassland. Less than 5% would be affected by the California Trail project. If it were relocated closer to the existing zoo, one of the largest stands of native grassland would be adversely affected. Next slide. And then the stands of existing oak woodland. Here's the California exhibit footprint and the creek protection corridors. When you combine all these constraints together, next slide, you can see the magnitude of the environmental constraints. Combining the steep slopes, the creek protection zones, the oak woodlands, and the native grassland. The one area that has very little in the way of constraints is actually the footprint. Not surprisingly, is the footprint of the California Trail exhibit. This area between the existing zoo and the California Trail exhibit has a magnitude of complicated environmental constraints. Next slide. So we want to review the vetting that's been the process that's gone through with the resource agencies during the past 3 years. Project opponents' claims were also raised with the state and federal agencies. The opposition's claims were thoroughly reviewed by independent biological experts and the state and federal agency staff. And following this exhaustive 3-year process, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued a biological opinion, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife prepared an incidental take permit that will finally allow the project to move forward. Project opponents' biological claims are without merit and are clearly an attempt to stop the project. The opponents suggested a win-win to relocate the project adjacent to the existing zoo, which would intentionally derail 3 years of diligent work in securing the required state and federal permits, and is not feasible, as I've just pointed out. Next slide. The California exhibit project has been sensitively designed. Opponents have made repeated claims that the project will destroy 77 to 20 acres or more of habitat. Next slide. In context, you can see the conservation easement in yellow, the perimeter fence in blue, 580 to the left, skyline to the right, residential development to the north and south. When we zoom in on the California Trail project, you can see that it has been sensitively sited to minimize impacts. The core chaparral habitat has been avoided. Within the perimeter fence, the majority, the 33 acres, will be retained as conservation easement area. And even within the animal enclosures, the animal habitat will be retained and protected for both the native species of Nolan Park and the native species to be exhibited in the enclosures. And the entire project area has been designed for permeability for wildlife. The perimeter fence will include wildlife access points at approximately 350 to 400 foot intervals around the entire perimeter fence. Next slide. So the California Trail project benefits all of Nolan Park. Revenues generated by the project will provide critical funding necessary to protect and enhance habitat through all of Nolan Park, including the conservation easement area. And it would also fund the implementation of the Comprehensive Habitat Enhancement Plan, or HEP, for all of Nolan Park in perpetuity, which is required by council approval in 2011, and will include annual monitoring and reporting, which will allow the public to review and input on success. Next slide. So to summarize the conservation easement, let's go to the next slide and actually show the graphic. So the yellow area shows the 52.5 acres of conservation easement land. The blue shows the 2011 perimeter fence. The majority of the 52 acres of conservation easement was considered as part of the City Council in your 2011 deliberation. The green area, the hatched green area, about 7.63 acres, was a requirement of the state and federal resource agency authorizations in securing the permits for the project. They were sited in a location that encompasses the remainder of the core habitat for whipsnake and the adjacent areas and locations that have no existing fire roads or established trails. Next slide. So the conservation easement purpose and benefits: it permanently protects essential habitat, it addresses current threats to core habitat, it enhances habitat values for Alameda whipsnake, it provides for long-term management funded by the zoo, it requires third-party monitoring and state and federal agency oversight. Next slide. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in their biological opinion, made it very clear that the conservation easement is critical to protecting the occurrence of Alameda whipsnake in Nolan Park. And I just wanted to go through a few excerpts from that biological opinion. The first bullet: chaparral, grassland, and other habitat types impacted by the project will be protected and managed for the conservation of the species in perpetuity. The second bullet: areas in which chaparral and scrub habitat is undergoing succession to woodland will be managed to maintain the scrub and chaparral. This will result in the retention of a greater amount of Alameda whipsnake's preferred habitat than would occur in the absence of active management. And the third bullet: these lands will help maintain the geographic distribution of the species and will contribute to the recovery of the species by increasing the amount of habitat that is secure from development, threats, and other factors that threaten the species that can be addressed by habitat protection and management. Next slide. So those management activities include treating threats of invasive species, including French broom, in all habitat types, and providing long-term treatment to prevent reestablishment, addressing effects of fire suppression to prevent further loss of core chaparral habitat and succession to woodland, improving fire fuel management practices in grassland habitat to retain important wildlife cover, which is currently denuded by fire fuel reduction practices, and providing long-term monitoring and management to ensure success as funded by the zoo as part of the project. The conservation easement will protect and enhance essential habitat. It addresses current threats. It provides habitat enhancement. It requires no change in public access for additional acreage, meets with the city's requirements of the projects, and has been vetted by state and federal agency representatives. I've been the project biologist since 2007, 7 years. I've reviewed all of the claims by the opponents of this project. All of the professional experts involved in this project, including the state and federal resource agency representatives, are in agreement that this conservation easement is essential for sustaining the population of Alameda whipsnake in Nolan Park. Establishing a conservation easement in Nolan Park is a requirement of the city's approval in 1998 and 2011, and the evidence demonstrates that adopting this conservation easement tonight is critical for this species. The zoo has assembled a highly qualified team of professionals, including Karen, who will also be presenting tonight. We encourage the council to adopt this conservation easement. We're available if you have any questions, and we're here to set the record straight. And this is Karen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. It's like I need to speak up to the speaker. Again, my name is Karen Swaim. I have been a professional herpetologist for over 25 years. For those of you who find that to be a big word, that essentially means my focus is on the ecology of reptiles and amphibians. I have been working on the zoo project actually since 1996 when we started conducting trapping surveys, not only on the site but in surrounding areas to assess potential impacts and the distribution of the species. I conducted my master's research on this species and would say that there are a lot of misrepresentations that are made by the opposition regarding what is habitat, what isn't habitat, what level of analysis was done for the project, and the value of the conservation easement. And I can assure you that there's a solid project and that the conservation easement is a solid habitat area. I've been the principal investigator of research funded by the Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Game and many other nonprofit and land management agencies to come up with mitigation plans, conservation easement strategies for projects, and have been active in continuing study for this snake since finishing my master's almost 20 years ago. I'd like to clarify some of the specific things that are important to know here for what's been misrepresented. The project has avoided using hardscape within all of the significant core areas for this species. It does not impact the most sensitive habitat for the Alameda whipsnake. That is not true. When asked to remove features that were impacting it, those were removed. The conservation easement has large core areas and in fact has some of the best habitat, not only in the project area that we considered, but within the 400 acres of Nolan Park. The impacts of the fire and fuel management, contrary to what you hear, because of the way it's done, is actually somewhat of a benefit for this species and has been used as mitigation on other projects that have been conducted. If the zoo moved closer, Jim touched on this, we would still need a conservation easement. The ratio would be the same. All the habitat on the slopes below the ridge are also Alameda whipsnake habitat. Let's see some of the points here. I designed the conservation easement for the most part with in mind the core habitat, having a block of land that includes all the vegetation types the species uses, and it's a solid project and easement, and I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have the presentation from the coalition of groups opposing the conservation easement for the zoo.
You don't, just do it.
So are you set up also to do a audio-visual presentation as well?
We're going to begin with Misty Thomas speaking first. Misty?
Okay, we'll start your 15 minutes.
My name is Misty Thomas, and I'm a 6th grader student at King Middle School. I think that we're sometimes taking the earth for granted. Instead of thinking about money and our pleasure, we should be thinking about our future. There aren't many places like Nolan Park. We should keep it wild, not just for our sake, but for all the things that live there, and for our history. When I go to Nolan Park, I like to run down the hills. It feels magical to run and see things growing all around. Nolan Park has real things that are fun, instead of things built to be fun. I find interesting rocks, even some with crystals. I hear all these sounds around me, like birds singing. All the things that bother me go away. It clears my brain, and I feel open and free. Nolan Park is a place where you can go into your imagination and pretend to be anything and have it feel real. I like to imagine being a Native American. I can feel the excitement of hunting and looking for things to make baskets with. It is really a peaceful place, and I just want to keep that magic there. I don't want it to be destroyed. For me, it's sad that people want to build something for entertainment and don't see that they can make the zoo better without having to ruin this amazing and wonderful place. Thank you.
I'd like to have the supporters of Nolan Park and the protectors of Nolan Park stand. The long and complicated history of Nolan Park and the fight to save it would make a great book someday, but only if you allow it to have a happy ending by voting against this conservation easement tonight. Before you decide, assuming you haven't already decided, we want each of you to fully understand what is at stake and why. So we want to bring the park into the discussion. Trouble with our, can we go back?
While we're waiting, would you also introduce yourself to the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we stop the clock and go back since we're having these technical problems? This wasn't our
Okay, we'll
doing.
go back a minute or two.
I'm Ruth Malone with the Save Nolan Park Coalition and Friends of Nolan Park. Before you decide, we want each of you to understand fully what's at stake here and why, and so we want to bring the park into the discussion. You aren't simply voting to help allow the park to expand, and in fact, most people here are not and have never been opposed to a responsible zoo expansion plan. But this is not a responsible plan, it is a wasteful plan. And this easement proposal is just the latest example of that. That waste is why community opposition has grown stronger and stronger over the 17 years since this project started on the drawing board. The issue is the location, and it is solely because of the location that the zoo is now trying to force you to give away more of our public parkland as an easement, and you did not already do this. Ever since this project was first proposed in the late 90s, zoo executives have simply expected us to buy what they were selling, whether it made any common sense or not. This latest version of this is getting its paid consultants to claim this easement is the best thing for the threatened Alameda whipsnake, which would be laughable if it weren't so potentially tragic. Now, you may not care too much about this little reclusive snake, but you ought to care about common sense and integrity. If you're going to claim that this is all about teaching our kids the importance of conservation, it makes no sense to bulldoze and build on wildlife habitat, and it doesn't make sense for you to approve taking even more parkland to help them do that. Saying this easement is the best thing to protect a threatened species is like saying the best thing for poor homeless people is to put them in jail because of the shelter. Actually, the best thing for wildlife is to leave their habitat alone and not build on it. Approving this easement is creating a new problem and an injustice when there are better alternatives available that have never been seriously explored as a full EIR would have done. The sole reason this ordinance is on your plate is because the zoo insists it has to build on this location. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife long ago told them they should move the project, but they refused. In response, the department then said it would have to require a lot more acreage to mitigate for the permanent habitat destruction. But it doesn't have to be this way. The council never signed a blank check saying it would give the zoo whatever it wanted to meet its permit requirements. The zoo has had no incentive to consider expanding in other locations. The time has come for the city to stop giving them everything they want and vote down this phony conservation easement. Second, the existing zoo sits on almost 100 acres, but they're only using about half of it. This is simply wasteful. And it's not consistent with Oakland values either. The whole San Diego Zoo, by comparison, is about 100 acres. Common sense tells you that there are better options here. They've just never been seriously explored. Third, approving this measure would set a terrible precedent, giving more parkland up so a private entity can build a project that displaces both the public and the wildlife that use it now. This is the kind of soft privatization that is causing us to lose more and more of our dwindling public land, definitely not consistent with Oakland values. And the only reason this cockamamie idea has gotten this far in the past is that for years, the park was kept hidden from the public, not listed on the park's website, not showcased as the wonderful treasure that you can see. Some council members who voted to approve this in 2011 had never even seen the park for themselves, and the zoo hasn't wanted anyone to actually know about it. So many people had never even heard of the park, but now they have, and they don't want you giving away even more of it. Just before I came to speak, somebody gave me a copy of a petition.com or site with 17,000 signatures on it. I'm sure that you've heard from your constituents. We know that Oakland voters don't support this because of our poll done by EMC Research, a professional polling firm. And as you know, because we sent the results to each of you, Oaklanders do love their zoo, but they love their parks even more. When they learned that the expansion project was planned for the ridgeline of Nolan Park and that it would remove existing wildlife habitat, 75% said the zoo should either not be allowed to expand beyond its existing footprint or that any new facilities should be built within or near existing zoo buildings, impacting the smallest amount of parkland possible. Only 17% said the project should be built as planned without any changes. Those are Oakland values. That's where integrity comes in. Ever since this project was proposed back in the 90s, the community has been objecting, and we have never once been given a chance to vote on whether to give our park away. All this time, the zoo spin has been that the opponents were just a few neighbors who didn't even want people in the park. I'm sure you've all heard this. But ask yourself, if that was true, why would community members have spent thousands of hours building a website with all the park information, making trail maps and nature guides and printing them at our own expense, hosting public talks about the natural resources, leading nature walks, posting signs at the park entrances, taking photographs of the park, doing everything humanly possible to get people to know the park existed? The public objected when it was still touted as being only a 56-acre project, which zoo executives said in 2011 was better because it was smaller than they said the 1998 project was, which they said would have only been 62 acres, although the master plan from 1996, which is what they were still mailing out in response to queries, because I got a copy of it in the early 2000s, said that the project would be only 23 acres of already disturbed ground, preserving the important natural resources. Now we're up to 77 acres, more than ever. Need a scorecard? It's an endless shell game that the zoo has been running, and who could blame you for not being able to keep up? But you know what? The public actually has managed to keep up with all this, despite all of us being volunteers. And here's the bottom line. The public isn't willing to give the zoo any more of our park. We're making a stand here tonight, and we aren't going away. Now, we've heard that the zoo is now threatening to sue if you vote this down. And if that's true, the City Council should absolutely refuse to give in to such bullying. The zoo has no vested right. The zoo has no vested right to build on this exact location because it doesn't get vested until it gets all its permits. It can't get its permits without this easement, but you never promised to give them 77 acres, and the public never signed off to give up 77 acres of parkland. Zoo executives made the bad choices that brought us all here to this point. You didn't make them go here. You didn't hold a gun to their heads and tell them they had to build on the ridge. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife didn't make them go here. In fact, they tried to talk some sense into them. The public didn't create this problem. We've been trying for years to get zoo executives to see that they can have all their great educational programs and have this irreplaceable natural park in which to conduct them. All the conservation groups here tonight are ready to work with them. The zoo can provide Oakland's kids with wonderful conservation education without destroying the park, simply by taking the advice of the wildlife regulators and moving the project. But they have no incentive to do that unless you stand up for protecting our park by voting no. You really have the choice to do something truly historic tonight. something that will mean the difference between voting to rescue a failed project that will ultimately damage the zoo's reputation and waste Oakland's most biologically rich and scenic park, or voting to honor Oakland values by refusing to give away more parkland. We urge you to vote no or to abstain from supporting this measure, because a true friend will tell you when you've gone off the rails, even when you may not really want to hear it. That's what we want you to do for the zoo. The public will support you getting this right. They will never forgive you for getting this wrong.
All right, now we are going to go to the public speaking time. The clerk will be calling names, and at the request of the opponents, we're going to go back and forth to the extent that we know who's for and who's against. We're going to just alternate, so it's not like 30 minutes of one side and 30 minutes of the other side. So both sides presented us with some names to start with, and then I think we'll run out of the ones we're aware of, and we'll continue on with the speaker cards. So, Madam Clerk, will...
As I call your name, please approach the podium. Julian Gomes, Matt Casterman, Robert Zelna, Laura Baker, Janet Tam, Jen Hansen, Bo Long, Richard Bangart. I'll pause there.
Okay, now those are all people who oppose it, right? No, they're not. Okay, you got them. All right. So, come on up. And so this probably won't turn out perfectly, every other one, but there'll be a mix as the night goes on. Okay, sorry.
Hello, councilors and mayor. My name is Mac Casterman. I'm the conservation analyst for the California Native Plant Society, and my organization is one of the organizations involved in the Nolan Park Coalition in opposition to this conservation easement. The zoo is claiming for this conservation easement that it will include active habitat management and that will therefore benefit the park. Unfortunately for them, the management agreement with the city already requires that the zoo be the steward of the Nolan Park habitat. The zoo is paid to do this. They have just neglected their duty in the past. In reality, the conservation easement amounts to a promise to protect already protected parkland, a promise to control weeds, which they are already required to control. In return, you're being asked to give away public wildland that we know is biologically valuable. This is not mitigation, and it is not conservation. The Oakland public deserves better. So we ask you to not approve this easement. It is wrong to approve this misguided plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please approach the podium in any order.
You can pull the mic down. There you go.
Hello, my name is Julian Kyle Gomes Johnson, and what I am supporting today is the Oakland Zoo's Zoo Camp. Basically, what Zoo Camp is, it's a chance for children to meet animals in a way they may never have the chance to. For starters, they have these things called song sessions, where we get together and sing our songs that we made ourselves. And another thing we have is called behind the scenes, where we get to go behind the scenes of the zoo and see how everything works and see what everyone can do. And another thing we also do is called animal close-ups. This is my personal favorite. We get to pet and or hold an animal that no one could. It's really fun.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all of you, I will need your names, please, that are ceding your time.
Lauren Shiner.
So those are half a minute each. So the total speaking time is how much?
Will they get a maximum of 6?
Okay.
I just need 5.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Laura Baker. I'm here representing the 1,100 members of the East Bay chapter of the California Native Plant Society. Over the years that we've been involved with trying to protect Nolan Park, we've listened very carefully to what each of you has had to say. Tonight, we want to reflect back respectfully on what we have seen and heard from you as individuals. Council President Kernighan, this will be one of your last council meetings before you retire from public office. Recently, at the Rules Committee, you spoke about the absence of construction cranes in Oakland and how badly we need to have development for the financial health of the city. But putting construction cranes in a public wildland park will not solve the city's financial problems, especially if the project has not been financially vetted, as is the case here. We believe you have an opportunity to leave a legacy of wisdom in holding out the hope for compromise. Mayor-elect Schaaf, as a native Oaklander, former zoo volunteer, and now representative of all the city's residents, you're entering a phase of your career where you cannot afford to let past loyalties overshadow the people's will. And the people have spoken loudly about their desire to protect Nolan Park. You have a chance to work mayoral magic and become the mayor who brought peace and compromise. Councilmember McElhaney, we hope that you received a truthful answer from zoo management to the critically important issue that you raised with us in the park last week when you spoke about free public access to the California Trails exhibit. We know that you care and have compassion about your constituents' rights, and we hope by now that you understand that there won't be free public access through the perimeter fence to the public. Councilmember Kolb, you have an established record of caring deeply about the environment, and as an avid hiker in public parks, you know firsthand how important protecting them is to the health and well-being of our society. You were the first to understand that the proposed conservation easement is double-dipping and will result in a net loss for the whipsnake and the public. We ask that you affirm your long-standing support for public parks. Councilmember Brooks, you are known for your dedication to the youth of our community. Nolan Park is a free resource for East Oakland, where you have worked hard to secure a better life for the young people there. We ask that you continue to dedicate yourself to that important task as you begin your next term of office by recognizing that the park in its natural state offers much value, especially to our underserved youth who have few places to escape the pressures of crowded urban life. Councilmember Kaplan, you too represent constituents across all of Oakland and have been listening closely to the discussions about Nolan Park. We didn't get a chance to tour the park with you, but we know that you visited the park on your own because you recognize its intrinsic value. You also understand that public access should never be defined as seeing parkland from 60 feet up in a closed gondola car, the same parkland that you were once able to access for free to roam and explore. Councilmember Reid, we understand that you have labored long and hard to bring the California Trails to fruition, and we respect that hard work. We understand that when the project was first conceived many years ago, a great deal was not known about the park's resources that the exhibit would displace and destroy. But we know that now, and that makes the project a different project and the task of the council a different task. An honest appraisal requires looking courageously at what this project would cost both environmentally and financially. We recognize that you are unlikely to be moved, but honesty dictates that we must ask you nonetheless to make that courage your legacy. Councilmember Gallo, what an honest pleasure it was to show you Nolan Park. We have taken hundreds of people into the park for the first time and seen the joy and awe on their faces as they take in the sweeping views and the huge sky above them. We know how passionately you care about our city's young people. Today, you can take children into the park, point to it, and say, "This belongs to you. This is your wealth. And because it's yours, you must take care of it. Kids are smart. They know that if they have to pay to get in, they don't own the place. We ask that you protect the sense of empowerment for our kids. We ask all of you to listen to the public as carefully as we have listened to you. We ask that you protect the park, say yes to the noble parts of yourselves, and say no to the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening, council members.
Lift up the mic so we can hear you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Robert Selma. I'm a member of the City of Oakland Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I supported the project a couple of weeks ago. The vote was 5-2 at Parks and Rec. I thought I could offer some insight here because I'm also a real estate and land use lawyer and consultant, and I've worked a lot with the federal and state agencies that have signed off on this conservation easement. They take their work seriously. They are very specific and very detailed about their work. They're the agencies that have said this species, the whip snake, deserves endangered species status. They're also the agencies that have signed off on this specific conservation easement. So if you boil this down to its bare essentials, you have a conservation easement in front of you. The reason you do is because of these federal and state agencies, and they've signed off on this specific easement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. My name is Richard Bangert. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. This agenda item has the word conservation in it, but adopting it will not further the cause of conservation. In fact, if you approve this, it will be more akin to a conservation waiver for a construction project on a part of Oakland that is currently undisturbed and biologically diverse. And I would submit to you that if Nolan Park were in the Sierra foothills, during the previous agenda item on Lake Merritt, you would have added as many stories to those buildings as possible to prevent development on a piece of property like Nolan Park. So I ask you to be consistent when you talk about environmentalism and respect for the environment. Vote down this approval and figure out a different solution. Thank you.
I am Janet Tam, and Chantel Burnett has ceded his time to me. Thank you. I'm Janet Tam, principal of Nolan Tam Architects, and we are also the architect of record for the Oakland Zoo's California Trail project. Our firm has specialized in the design of public and community projects for over 20 years, and some of our local projects include the Marine Mammal Center in Marin Headlands and also the zoo's new LEED Gold Veterinary Hospital. Our firm is solidly committed to environmentally responsible projects, and the California Trail project is no exception. It's taken more than 15 years, as you know, of multiple planning and public review to finally get to where we are today, and in this time, the project has considered all possible sites. In fact, we first considered expanding below the ridgeline and considered it very early on to have way too many obstacles. In 2010, when project opponents insisted on it, we studied it again. That study again confirmed that there would be significant environmental damage to stream corridors and oak groves. There would be severe cutting of the hill slopes, potential disturbance to protected habitats, and almost impossible public ADA and emergency access. With even more certainty, it was concluded that there is no practical place to expand on this very steep slope that's immediately uphill from the main zoo. Conversely, the current siting of the California Trail project, which is currently designed to also be LEED certified, minimizes all of these impacts. It keeps out of protected chaparral and protected habitats. It minimizes visual impact to the surrounding neighborhoods. The gondola, which was specifically incorporated into the design because it had little impact to the ground and eliminates traffic and parking, was designed. And most importantly, the site allows for feasible ADA access for everyone. So on behalf of the professional design team, who are also LEED professionals,
I firmly believe that we have cited it in the most appropriate site-sensitive place in Nolan Park, and I urge you to approve the conservation easement tonight. Thank you.
I have time ceded to me by Lisa O'Dwyer.
And your name?
My name is Bo DeLong, and I'm the Director of Education at Oakland Zoo, where we provide conservation and environmental science programs and free vouchers to over 35,000 Oakland students and families every year. Approximately 25% of these programs are free of charge and include providing buses from schools to the zoo. In addition, we bring hundreds of students and adults into Upper Nolan Park every year as part of our regular education and citizen science programs to discover the wonders of the park. The California Trail Native Wildlife Exhibit will be one of the best things to happen to our education programming in many years. It will give us a chance to focus students' and visitors' attention in an especially meaningful way on environmental and conservation science learning that has direct, real-life, everyday applications for them because it relates to what they can see right in their own neighborhoods and schoolyards. Because of the conservation easement, visitors to the California Trail, as well as to Nolan Park, will be able to observe conservation in action and learn firsthand about the choices and trade-offs all of us face when deciding what is the most responsible way to preserve and protect the local wildlife we steward. We look forward to immersing thousands of Oakland families in the wonders of native California, in the rewards of good, solid conservation choices and practices, and in the joys of Nolan Park. Your vote to approve the conservation easement will help make this a reality. Thank you very much.
My name is John Ryman. I have time ceded to me by Darren Fisher, Sonia Engelhardt, and Cheryl Zuer. And really, I would like to speak to my brothers and sisters out here, because we just heard in the previous issue how this city council is really just the representatives of the real estate speculators. The same real estate speculators and the same 1%ers who control the Oakland Zoo. And we shouldn't have any question about what this plan is really all about. When we think about what Nick DeHasia, one of the big muckamucks in the zoo, had to say about it, he said this plan will change the face of Oakland. And we who live in the flatlands, and I've been living in the flatlands for 45 years, we know what he means. We know whose faces he wants to change. What he means is it'll further gentrify and yuppify and whiteify Oakland. That's what this plan is really all about. And it shouldn't come as any surprise to us when we think about who sits on the board of directors of the Oakland Zoo. You have a representative who is the CEO of the Bay Area Council, which is the Bay Area big business personified, all the major corporations. You have somebody from the Boston Consulting Group, which is a management consulting firm. You have somebody from California Capital and Investment Group, a real estate brokerage and development firm. And you have a representative of that corporation that always has the environment and the people at heart, Chevron Corporation, which just recently tried to buy the elections up in Richmond, and which have been buying elections all around the country, along with these other real estate speculators and banksters. And it should be no surprise, what this is really all about is privatization of precious public land that I take my grandchildren to, and they can explore it for free. And that's what really horrifies these people, that it's free, and it doesn't bring in the money. It's the same kind of privatization as you see in the public schools and every other public service. That's what they're really all after. And so, in conclusion, I would say this. I do have one thing in common with these people, with these banksters, real estate speculators, and so on, when I look at the precious Nolan Park. What I see when I look at it and what they see when they look at it, we both see green. But there's one difference. I see the green grass and the green trees and what my children and my grandchildren can enjoy. What they see, when they look at it, they see this green here.
My name is Jeff Smick, and I've been seated time by Betty Vialta and Paula Booth.
I'm sorry, your name again?
Jeff Smick, S-M-I-C-K.
And the names?
Betty Vialta and Paula Booth.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm a principal and ecologist at WRA, an environmental consulting firm where I've been working for nearly 10 years. Before starting at WRA, I was a botanist at the California Academy of Sciences and worked at Point Reyes National Seashore and also at the San Francisco Botanical Gardens and San Francisco Conservatory of Flowers. This evening, I'd like to discuss the native grasslands in Nolan Park and why the conservation easement is essential for the long-term protection of the native grasslands and the threatened Alameda whipsnake. I've personally walked the entire park uphill of the zoo in 2011 and mapped all the native grasslands. I determined that over 73 acres of native grasslands exist throughout the park, extending from the zoo up to Chabot Regional Park. You can see from the slide that Jim presented earlier that at most 5% of the native grasslands in Nolan Park are within the expanded zoo footprint and may be affected by the zoo expansion. These pockets of native grassland are of lower quality as they've been degraded by infestations of weeds, fire fuels, management practices, and other disturbance. However, the zoo will implement avoidance and minimization measures during construction to reduce these impacts even further. The Habitat Enhancement Plan that's already been approved requires any impacted grassland to be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio within Nolan Park, which will actually increase the acreage of native grassland within the park. The zoo has already successfully implemented a half-acre native grassland restoration above the vet hospital, proving that this is feasible. The conservation easement is an appropriate tool to ensure that this habitat restoration is successful. And conservation easements within parklands are not a novel idea, and in fact, they're commonly used throughout parklands in California to protect sensitive natural resources. As an example, there are 19 conservation easements within California state parks, 17 easements within East Bay Regional Park District lands, and 49 easements within the U.S. National Park System within California alone. And contrary to what you may have heard tonight, the conservation easement proposed does not constitute double dipping because these areas are not currently protected to benefit the species. For these reasons, I urge you to approve the conservation easement. Thank you.
I will continue to call names. Colleen Kinsley, Nathan Van Schmidt, David Lee, Karen Smith, Patrick Sherwood, Larry Shoup, Ken Benson, Norma LaForce, Andrew Selby, and Beth Wurzburg.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Jim Hansen. I'm the Conservation Chair of the California Native Grasslands Association. And I'd like to address one point here, because I have some other things to talk about. The grasslands, when we're talking about restoration, I think this is very important. We're not just talking about a few purple needlegrass. We're talking about a very complex system that includes, in Nolan Park, 44 species of rare and threatened plants. We don't know how to do that yet. So we can put in grasses, but we cannot put back what would be taken out of this park. In some cases, and particularly in the proposed building area, we've got different geologies up there, in some cases different adaptations of plants. Now, we haven't done the science, but this is a rare place. There's not a lot like it left, and it needs to be conserved for a lot of different reasons. But what I'm here to talk about tonight, and I'm sorry, I have some time from Lydia Day, Sylvia Sugg, and Barbara Sutherland. And Jean Robertson, thank you. And Liz Pilato. Okay.
Folks, the way
okay.
He gets 2.5, but the way we're doing it, it's when you cede the time, you only get half of it. So four people seating gives him 2 minutes. He's already got 2.5. Would you like more? Yeah.
Yes. Laura Reyes, please.
Okay. Make it 3. And Caroline Kim.
Okay, I think 3 minutes would be great.
Okay. You got them all. Head, please.
Thank you. Today, another 22 acres are on your dais. Clearly serious environmental impacts. A new vote, a new council, a new day, and a new Oakland. A chance to find a win for the zoo and the public, too. The regulatory agencies are not asked to be responsible for looking at the big picture of what is best for Oakland, but you are. This vote for a conservation easement, a new conservation easement, also takes new money, and I think that we really do need to look at that. We know that what has happened to Stockton, Hercules, and Vallejo, we know that Stockton built new facilities and couldn't afford to keep them open, operating costs. Yet, even today, we have no financial feasibility report available for the public to look at the numbers, even today. And we have some very talented and respected people on the East Boy Zoological Society Board of Directors. They know what that is, they can deliver it, and they can make that available. This should not go forward without that information. There's another tool that they're familiar with and that we should have too, a risk mitigation plan. For short, it outlines what measures, including contingencies and endowment, an organization like the zoo has made if a natural disaster should hit. Now, we know that this plan includes a plan to suspend visitors on a gondola, and that's over an active earthquake fault. We know that downturns happen, and that for employees to continue to be paid and animals to be fed and cared for, that there is a way to make contingencies and to make those insurances to you and to the public here. That information is not available to us. And I do not know, because I don't think they would spend $60 million without making those assurances widely known to their investors, and we are the public investors here in this audience. So I'm going to show you real quickly what we have, because I asked the Wells Fargo representative delivered a package on the CED meeting, and I thought, finally, a financial package, so I contacted the city clerk. And I want to show you what is available in the city of Oakland as far as a plan for the public that describes the financial condition and ability to pay on this project over the long term. Seriously, I'm holding up. I don't mean to make light of this, but it is serious. So, in a nutshell, please do not support this 20 acres. Please return the $1 million that was taken out of operating funds to a capital fund. Return that for an inventory of issues in the existing, to repair in the existing zoo, and to keep up with the cost of living for zoo employees. Thank you very much.
I should have a minute and a half. Ms. Baker has ceded me her time. Thank you. My name is David Lee. I'm on the board of directors of the zoo. I'm also a docent at the zoo for the past 10 years, almost 10 years. I'm a native-born Californian, a resident of Oakland for the past 45 years, 34 in Montclair and 11 in Rockridge. I passed the bar exam in 1970. My first job was a law clerk at the Alameda County Superior Court. My task was to review cases, review the evidence, review the law, and make recommendations to the court. I guess I did a good enough job because they kept me on for 3 years instead of the usual 2, and then they appointed me as a commissioner of the court. That's a judge junior grade, and I did that for 10 years until I was elected to the court in 1983. You have an extraordinarily talented group of staff members who are doing what I was called upon to do, and then when I became a judge, that I did with my law clerks. They are totally neutral. All of us who are speaking to you are not neutral. Your staff is neutral. They have reviewed, they have vetted, they have examined this, and I strongly recommend that you pay attention to the neutral parties, the staff of the City of Oakland. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Van Schmidt, and I have time ceded to me from Brianna Abrams, Sarah El Shafi, and Megan Van Schmidt. I'm speaking tonight as the president of the Berkeley chapter of the Society for Conservation Biology. We are a professional society of roughly 30 PhD students and conservation professionals that specialize in the science of ecology. And over the past week, we've reviewed the scientific papers and documents related to this easement to prepare an independent analysis of the science and the conservation value of the proposed mitigation. After doing so at our most recent meeting, we voted unanimously to ask the City Council to reject the proposed easement plan. The proposed development offers a clear negative impact on the Alameda whipsnake, an endangered species, but the easement mitigation plan is based on so little scientific evidence and so much speculation that at best it presents an extremely uncertain potential benefit and at worst could damage the snake. The primary reasons for the whipsnake's decline are loss and fragmentation of habitat due to development, and the proposed expansion would directly destroy whipsnake habitat in a location they're known to exist in. Furthermore, the proposed mitigation shows little promise to alleviate this harm because it would protect only areas that are thus going to be fragmented off by the new development from the existing whipsnake range. Habitat fragmentation is a key factor driving the whipsnake's decline. Thus, these conservation easement lands will likely have very little value. In addition to this, the meat of the habitat restoration plan involves removing French broom, an invasive shrub. Proponents of the plan claim that this will improve habitat for the whipsnake, but there has never been a scientific study conducted on whether French broom negatively impacts the whipsnake. The only study that has been done that is forming the basis of this was done with a sample size of only 6 whipsnakes in 1994, which is a very small sample size, and more recent studies carried out in the 2000s have confirmed that whipsnakes do frequently use closed canopy chaparral, and thus French broom is likely to be providing habitat for the snake. Indeed, whipsnakes were only detected in this area after it was colonized by French broom. This isn't the only instance where the easement plan is driven more by speculation instead of science. They claim that the thinning it to 25% ground cover, the chaparral, will not impact the whipsnake without citing any scientific research. They claim mowing grass down to 6 inches will not impact the whipsnake without citing any scientific peer-reviewed research. They claim that the animal enclosures will provide habitat for the whipsnake without citing any research. Indeed, this last one goes directly against Fish and Wildlife Service's own findings that grazing animals are a key driver of decline. So we ask that this is rejected until a single study verifying any of these speculative conclusions has been conducted. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Lawrence H. Shoup, representing the Alameda County Green Party. Stephanie Yellis and Gwen Foster have ceded me their time. The Green Party's 10 key values include commitments to full democracy and social justice in all spheres of life. So at the outset, I want to point out that the Zoological Society is a private corporation, controlled in a top-down fashion by officers and a corporate board. No board members are democratically elected to the zoo by the public, and none represents the public interest. This undemocratic corporate organization and its leaders operate on public land and have received tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. Some of the taxpayer money has gone into high salaries for top zoo executives, at least one of whom makes over $200,000 a year, substantially more than the Oakland mayor makes, while at the same time they have full-time employees that are paid $12 an hour. Try living in Oakland on $12 an hour. That's one of the zoo, at least some of the zoo get salary, that kind of salary. This is not socially just. It is natural for a private corporation to want to expand and develop. This is their MO. The problem is that their developer ethos results in endless expansion and is exactly why our entire planet is increasingly under threat from the current ecological crisis. The overwhelming scientific consensus, as expressed by UN bodies, is that we must limit this uncontrolled economic expansion or face dire consequences. The vote tonight represents in microcosm this problem. The zoo's leaders want to expand into the heart of Oakland Park, thereby destroying the best sections of natural wildlife habitat and possibly furthering the extinction of some plants and species, in order to develop what is essentially a theme park. If you look at this development, you'll see that it's a theme park, three-story building. This goes against another of the Green Party's 10 key values, ecological wisdom. It is not wise to destroy an ecologically pristine area to create a theme park. The taking of public park land by a private corporation is always a problematic endeavor. This is even more true in the case of this expansion plan, and I request that you vote no to this proposal to take additional acres for an easement. Say yes to Nolan Park and its magnificent wildlife habitat by saying no to a privately controlled theme park. Thank you.
My name is Karen Smith, and I have two seated sheets, Ann McMillan and Ann Russ. Thank you. That's all I need, I hope. Thank you for letting me speak. Statements have been circulating in the last week that the zoo might sue the city if the City Council doesn't approve easements required for the zoo's ridge expansion. The Planning Department and City Council and a City Council member have each suggested a zoo lawsuit is possible, one based on an alleged vested right to build on the ridge, and another on the zoo's alleged detrimental reliance on prior city approval. Both arguments are without merit. The zoo has no vested right in this land, and it has known from the start that review and approval of its expansion plans, including an easement in the park, requires public input and a full public hearing. There's been no such public hearing on either of these 77 acres and the conservation easement. Accepting either the vested or detrimental reliance arguments would be illegal because both rely on eliminating the public's right to be involved in this process. Neither the Planning Department nor the City Council has the right to make any secret promises to the zoo and bypass the public's right to be involved in the review and approval process. Both entities and the city attorney know this, and they will all know that there's never been a full public review of this 77-acre project that includes a 53-acre no trespassing easement in public parkland. The City Council cannot be sued for fulfilling its public duty to abide by the legally mandated process of review and approval for this project. Should I stop? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. The City Council cannot be sued for fulfilling its public duty to abide by the legally mandated process of review and approval of this project, which includes public participation. Any threat by the zoo to sue the city in this matter is a transparent attempt to bully the City Council members into voting to approve the easement the zoo wants. If any City Council member believes this easement should be approved in order to avoid being sued by the zoo, as an elected representative, he or she has a legal and moral obligation to reveal this to the public now. The public has a right to know if the mandated review process for this controversy is being undermined in this way. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Patrick Sherwood, and I've been seated time by Dan Flynn. I am the treasurer of the East Bay Zoological Society, the chair of the Finance Committee, and an executive vice president for Wells Fargo Bank. I'm here to speak to the commitments that we've procured to ensure that the project will be completed, as well as our ability to continue to operate the zoo, both currently and with the expansion. We did submit forms, not the form that the gentleman held up earlier, that attested purely to the commitments that we have aligned in terms of funding the project It was completed by an independent source, an auditing firm, and it speaks to our commitment that we have all the funding lined up for the $60.4 million in funding required. In terms of our successful running of the zoo, we have successfully grown our operating budget from $12 million to $14 million over the last 3 years and operated at a surplus. We have run various scenarios with the help of outside consultants as well as internal expertise, both on our Finance Committee as well as Planning Committee, to ensure that we can operate the expansion of the zoo, to ensure we can both provide the maintenance of the easement as well as ongoing operations of the zoo, despite the many challenges the zoo has in terms of external factors like rising healthcare costs, the cost of our employment, and whatnot. So we thank you, and we hope for your support.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Selby, and this is a little bit about my unique relationship with the Oakland Zoo. I work with the Marriott Foundation for People with Disabilities Bridges from School to Work program. We're a nonprofit in Oakland focused on helping youth with disabilities obtain competitive employment. It's a challenge faced by many Oakland youth, but it's especially important for youth with disabilities who, without vocational intervention, face some of the highest rates of chronic unemployment and incarceration into their adulthood. Our success in Oakland is due largely to our partnership with the Oakland Zoo as one of the few options for 16 and 17-year-old youth to go to work. Over the years, they've committed to attending our job fairs, providing job skills training for our youth, and they've hired our youth, giving them the invaluable and often life-changing experience of a first job, earning their own paycheck, and learning skills, confidence, and integrity they'll take with them for their future successes in life. I believe this speaks to their commitment not only to Oakland youth, but to the entire Oakland community, and the expansion will provide more opportunities, and approving the easement will facilitate this process without further delay. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and Mayor-elect. Congratulations. I could say I have time ceded for my wife, Dinah, but I'll let her speak later. I think I only need about 15 to 20 seconds. 1998, 2011, and 2014. We moved there in 1997. We've watched this issue as a neighbor of the park. You have the 4-0 from the Economic and Community Development. Please act upon the item in front of you tonight and pass it as worded from the staff. Thank you.
I'm Meredith Walsh. I have time ceded from Liz Lowe. I am the co-chair of the East Bay Zoological Society Board of Trustees. As you all know, that's a nonprofit organization that runs the zoo. We want to say thank you to City Council for supporting the California Trail Project and for your ongoing support of the conservation easement. With your approval of our master plan in 1998 and again in 2011, our volunteer board and zoo staff have worked tirelessly to raise or finance over $60 million from donors who, like us, that's right, they believe in building this project for Oakland and for our surrounding communities. The zoo's already begun to execute on this approved plan by building our $11 million state-of-the-art veterinary hospital and spending more than $2 million in environmental studies and state and federal permitting. Managing the zoo's growth in a smart and sensitive way is important to all of us on the board. We recognize our responsibility to reflect the needs of our neighbors, the greater community, and the animals and the habitat that we manage, protect, and preserve. In addition to helping raise funds, many of our board members have personally made sizable contributions to this project, and many more have funds committed. These donors have been very patient with this lengthy approval process and have not wavered their support. There's been misinformation tonight that taxpayers will foot the bill for the California Trail exhibit, and this is simply false. It is in large part due to private donors that were able to build this project, and we do not want to risk losing their commitments at this late stage in the process. So I encourage you to support the conservation easement. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Norman LaForce, and Need Brandt, Kitty Whiteside, Peter Mickelson, and Ms. Dolpert, and Lauren Schneider have ceded time to me, so I believe I have 4 minutes. As I said, my name is Norman LaForce. I speak to you tonight. I thought I had 4 minutes. As chair of the Sierra Club's legal committee for the chapter, and as East Bay Public Lands Committee chair. I've also been a city council member in El Cerrito, so I know exactly what it's like tonight to be in your shoes. First, and I also have just come from teaching my land use class at Golden Gate University Law School. So the first thing is, it's very unfortunate the zoo wants to allege that it's going to sue the city if it doesn't get its approvals here, because it has no right to anything. It has no vested right. And it's a very sad fact that that's the approach they're taking at this time to do this to you. That just shows the desperate nature of this issue with them. Nolan Park is a tremendous park. I think you would all agree, as council members in Oakland, that as great a resource as Yosemite and as Point Reyes. What's being proposed here tonight is a development project on a park, public parkland, that's going to then, to mitigate that project, you have to take more public parkland. I know that everybody in this room, everybody, including all of you, would be opposed if someone said, you know, in Yosemite Valley, we're going to build a development project and we're going to take public parkland away in Yosemite Valley, keep the public off of it, 77 acres, and came to you and said, we want your support. That's a sad fact that that's what the zoo is asking you to do, to take a public park resource that's valuable away from you. There is a way out of this, and that's the win-win solution. Go back and say to the zoo, sorry, this is not the right project. Look at all the opposition. You've divided the community. Reject this easement tonight, the ordinance, and go back and say to them, go back and work with the community. Go back to what you could do, take it off the ridge, off of Nolan Park, the heart of Nolan Park, and put it back into a location that works. And you know what? You would have, if the zoo did that, had the zoo done that from the beginning, if the zoo were willing to do that now, you would have one of the greatest, truly kumbaya moments in Oakland. The Sierra Club, California Native Plant Society, all the environmental groups would be supporting this kind of project if it were put in the appropriate spot, not on a public park, not in the heart of Nolan Park, and not taking away free public parkland that is now open to all public for a development project, and then asking you to take away more public parkland that's also free public parkland now, open to everybody, so they can still build this project as mitigation. I urge you on behalf of the Sierra Club to vote no to this ordinance and resolution tonight and say to the zoo, go back and make a project that's a win-win for everyone.
Colleen Kinsley, and I have time ceded from Melinda Shuttler. I'm a 24-year resident of Oakland and the Director of Animal Care, Conservation, and Research at the Oakland Zoo. We want you to know that the proposed conservation easement for the Alameda whipsnake is part of the zoo's long-standing conservation activities, including the successful restoration of Arroyo Viejo Creek in Nolan Park. Oakland Zoo is committed to conservation of our local species. We are currently the only zoo in Northern California with the ability to treat California condors suffering from lead poisoning. To date, we have successfully treated and released 7 condors, and 1 more has just completed treatment and will be released tomorrow. Oakland Zoo has released more than 24 western pond turtles, our state's only native aquatic turtle, into the wild, and we are talking with local organizations interested in partnering here in Oakland to conserve the western pond turtles. Our most recent project involves the mountain yellow-legged frog, recently listed on the Federal Endangered Species Act. We made a 12-hour round-trip drive to rescue the last 20 tadpoles from a site in Yosemite that had been decimated by the chytrid fungus, which has already wiped out over 1/3 of the frog species in the world. There are no adult frogs left in this lake, but by treating the tadpoles for the disease and working with researchers at San Francisco State University, to inoculate them against this fungus, we can bring frogs back to this site in Yosemite. We look forward to preserving, enhancing, and managing the Alameda whipsnake habitat, and we urge you to support this conservation easement. Thank you.
My name is Beth Worsberg. I don't need it. I don't need it. Thank you, though. The City Council approved this expansion project with the understanding that there would be no significant impacts to Nolan Park. Now we find out that the opposite is true. The impacts of this project are so significant and serious that the wildlife agencies themselves asked the zoo to move the project just 200 yards south, and the zoo refused. So now the agencies are stuck with requiring a huge amount of mitigation, 53 acres, to be taken from the public. This plan does not strike the right balance between conservation and development. It permanently destroys some of the most sensitive habitats in the park, while the conservation easement excludes the public from even more land in a sad attempt to protect the park from further development by the zoo. 75% of Oakland voters don't want an expansion that harms our wildlife. This project does not align with our values. But the zoo won't listen to us. They didn't listen to the wildlife agencies, and they're not listening to the local and state and national conservation organizations who oppose this plan. Give the zoo the incentive to come up with a plan that protects the wildlife and preserves public access. Speak for the public. Reject the conservation easement. Thank you.
I'll wait for all the City Council members to give me my due. Ms. Schaaf. Thank you very much. My name is Ellen Gearson. I'm in Dan's district. I want to remind each and every one of you City Council members that you represent me, my family, my kids. In a sense, you represent all of Green Oakland and all of Oakland's future. Your decision on the zoo expansion must be made with great care and understanding of all the environmental impacts that it's going to cause. Oakland Zoo's encroachment on undeveloped parkland in Nolan Park will be a forever tragedy, and we will not ever be able to get it back. The effects on wildlife and rare plants and animals will be irreversible. How incredibly ironic that the Oakland Zoo claims to be a pro-conservation organization. Shame, shame on the Oakland Zoo. Council members, it is time to compromise because the zoo expansion can be done by not by destroying the heart of Nolan Park. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Davis, Assistant Manager of the Public Safety Department. Before July 2010, I was unemployed, aspiring to be a law enforcement officer. But with budget cuts and layoff, government jobs were very far and few between. It wasn't until the Oakland Zoo connected with one of their many employment outreach programs, Bridges, that I had the opportunity to join and progress in this organization. I, just like many others, was raised in Oakland and know the influences on how it can have a negative impact on one's life if not employed. I would like to thank the Oakland Zoo for the opportunity they gave me, and I not only stand here as a testament today, but as a voice of the future. So I ask you, councilmen and councilwomen, to give our kids, our future, a chance. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Dwyer, the Executive Director for Harbor House Ministries in the San Antonio District in Oakland. We serve a low-income, heavily immigrant and refugee population in a number of ways, and today I would like to share how the Oakland Zoo has helped the children in this neighborhood have experiences they would not normally have experienced. We hold a summer camp for 75 children, and every year the Oakland Zoo has provided free entrance for these children and another 20 staff members. As I said, many of these children are new to the United States and their parents do not speak English. Because of this, they often do not leave the neighborhood due to safety and transportation concerns. Going to the zoo with Harbor House not only introduces our children to the animals, teaches them about habitats, the ecosystem, and conservation, but also provides them an opportunity to freely run and play. For the Harbor House children, those with limited resources, this annual field trip is a highlight of the summer and one that can only be improved with the addition of the new exhibits. I ask for your support of the requested conservation easement. Thank you.
I will continue calling names. Tom Cisniski, Phil Cotty, John Taylor, George Zimmer, Elise Bernstein, Sonia Redmond, Mimi Pullick, Jim Wonderman, Mara Schechter, I do believe she spoke, Reed Settlemeyer, Ashley Rocket, Joel Parrott, Drew Lambert, and I'll pause there.
Good evening. My name's Phil Cotty. I'm the Secondary Science Coordinator for Oakland Unified School District. Over the last 8 years, more than 100,000 Oakland youth have benefited hugely from our very, very close partnership with the zoo. And so we're extremely excited about the new California Trail exhibit, the opportunities that it presents for our students, really putting a focus on biodiversity in California, change over time, ecological interdependence, and being able to contextualize the next generation science standards, which are changing really the face of science in Oakland. So for these reasons, really encourage you to vote yes on this easement, and thank you very much for your time.
I don't think I will need additional time, but if I do, I have Ned Bennett's time. My name is Elise Bernstein, members of the Council. I'm going to talk about one of the many myths that the zoo has been using to urge approval of the easement for the ridge expansion. Their myth, the zoo says that the project will have net benefits on the park's native habitat. That's false. The fact is, the best protection for the park's native habitat, including whipsnake, is not to destroy this habitat in the first place. Building on the ridge would permanently destroy rare plant communities that have survived with public access for many years. There is no basis for accepting the zoo's statements that it can and will provide legitimate native habitat restoration and maintenance after the expansion is complete. It does not have the necessary expertise to do this work. Experts and scientists in native grasslands have not found a way to adequately restore California native grassland diversity, such as is found in places like Nolan Park. 3, the promise to restore habitat in the new animal enclosures is not supported by any facts. A look at existing enclosures for giraffes and elephants strongly suggests that native habitats will be destroyed by the captive animals. 4, the zoo's 30-year history of its contractually required stewardship of Nolan Park's open space reveals not only a lack of expertise in native habitat maintenance, it also, extra time? Thank you. It also reveals a serious lack of commitment to protect these habitats. Please vote no on the so-called conservation easement and say yes to protecting Nolan Park for all to enjoy as it is, wild and free. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Sandra Redmond. The great African-American actor and civil rights activist Bea Richards once said, "Make your life count for something, and it's more than things. It's about freedom. It's about opportunity." Having taught in higher education for 30 years, I have tried to make my life count for something by creating educational opportunities for our youth. I have witnessed the Oakland Zoo do the same. one of the most acclaimed zoo education programs in the country, Zoo to Community, which I, as a board member, helped to design, takes animal education to 2,000 Title I school children per year, donates nearly 5,000 vouchers yearly, yielding up 15,000 visits. Bea Richards would say, "Thank you, Oakland Zoo, for the opportunities that you provide our children." Thank you.
Good evening. My name is George Zimmer, and I am not the most interesting man in the world. However, he has given me his time, so I have extra time. Only kidding. I met Joel Parrott and the Oakland Zoo almost 30 years ago when that famous picture of Smokey appeared on the back page of People magazine. Since that time, I have gotten to know Joel and the zoo extremely well. Mayor, thank you for your service. Congratulations, Libby and Rebecca. Keep everybody focused and progressive. What we have to realize is, as a famous essay by John Stuart Mill said, that when faced with these difficult moral choices where everybody is to some degree right, he suggested in his essay on liberty that we should follow the greatest good for the greatest number. There are 700,000 people who come to the Oakland Zoo annually. With all due respect to the turnout here tonight in opposition, I think it's clear that the majority of the people of Oakland would like this project to go forward. Thank you.
I have time ceded to me from Bob Stockstad and Barbara Leitner.
Your name, please?
My name is John Taylor. President Kernighan, members of the Oakland City Council, I'm John Taylor. I'm a professor of biology at UC Berkeley. I'm not paid by either side, and I won't benefit financially from either outcome. It's become clear that only you can save the zoo from itself by making it put its proposed native plant and animal center on already degraded land in Nolan Park, rather than on the best pristine land in the park. You can save the zoo tonight by denying the zoo's request to take more of Nolan Park for the conservation easement. Putting the center on already degraded land will let Oakland citizens learn about native plants and animals in the center and then walk among real living native plants and animals. This course of action would also make moot the zoo's request for a conservation easement. Make no mistake, Nolan Park's marine chaparral, maritime chaparral, and native grasslands are unique resources. I take visiting scientists there. I take graduate students there. I've even taken courses there. If you don't save the zoo from itself, it will never live down burying Nolan Park's best remaining habitat for native plants and animals under a center celebrating those same creatures. Don't let the zoo become known as the zoo that felt it necessary to, and I paraphrase Peter Arnett, reporting from Vietnam in 1968, the zoo that felt it necessary to destroy native plants and animals to celebrate them. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Wunderman. I'm the President and CEO of the Bay Area Council, which is a regional business organization, but I'd like to speak to you in the limited time I have as a member of the Board of Directors of the East Bay Zoological Society. I joined the board a couple of years ago. I did it because I have young children who are really interested in animals, and I thought this was an opportunity I could give some of my experience to an organization that was focused on something my kids really care about. I'm on a lot of different boards, but over the course of the last 2 years, I find this is the one that I really give my time and my passion to. The reason for that is the issues that you're hearing about tonight, the California Trail and this easement, they're front and center issues. And I just have to say overall, these things get discussed at the board. I'm quite satisfied as a board member that they've been very well addressed by the staff, and I can't say enough about my colleagues on the board and the staff of this organization. It is a tremendous group, and you should be really proud to have them as part of the Oakland family. Thank you.
My name is Mimi Pulich. I have time ceded to me from Erica Steffen. I grew up 2 blocks from Nolan Park. Playing in authentic wild places drew me and thousands of people like me into the environmental movement. The zoo says there are precedents for this conservation easement, and they supported this claim by providing wildlife agencies with one example on city-owned land in an agreement for Whispering Hills San Juan High School. But this land was not a parkland. It was purchased the same year permits were issued to be a building site for the high school and part of a larger housing development. It did not have pristine native habitats. It was used for cattle grazing. Power lines ran over it. A gas pipeline ran beneath it, and solid waste facilities bordered it. This is an entirely different land use scenario than Nolan Park. The zoo says you approve this easement because there's a vague reference to an easement option in a 200-page addendum provided 2 weeks before you voted in 2011. Approving this easement will set a dangerous precedent that puts all public land at risk for backroom deals without any public notification, involvement, or scrutiny. Don't be party to an environmental travesty because you love the zoo. Vote no tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas Chazinski, and I have time ceded from Karen Putz, and I got an extra just in case I need to. Sorry, last one person a little shorter than I. Thank you, Rebecca. So my name is Thomas Chazinski, and I have another 30 seconds ceded to me by Karen Putz, another 30 seconds if I need it. First, I want to thank Councilmember McElhaney and Brooks. You de-escalated a very serious situation tonight. I'm a social worker by training. You guys did awesome. Sure. So, and I want to thank Libby for coming out on a tour to the zoo yesterday with us. I want to thank Mayor Kwan for your service. And Rebecca, if we could please copy and paste your comments from the last issue about the dangers of development and paste them into the minutes for tonight, we'd appreciate it. And so I just wanted to say, I am a proud Oaklander. I choose to live here, I choose to raise my boys here, and I choose to work here. I take out my boys every day into the park. But that is not why I'm here. I'm here for their children and their children and their children. That's what conservation is about. It's not about for right now. It's about looking in the future and knowing that you did the right thing. No decisions were easy. Point Reyes was not easy. Marin Headlands was not easy. Politicians could have easily put up a development there, but they chose not to. Ansel Adams said, once destroyed, nature's beauty cannot be repurchased at any price. Let's talk about this mitigation easement for a second. You're doing bad, so you're making up for it. I got in a little trouble in high school. I had to do community service. Community service is good, but not because I did something bad. My mom was not proud of me. So this precedent that this sets is extremely dangerous. DeMond Park, Leona Ridge, Joaquin Miller, you're on notice. Public parks will and can be taken after this by private organizations. Can and will. You need a little mitigation? I got Nolan Park for you. This is dangerous. People say, well, you still have 300 acres. Ask the grizzly bears, the condors, and the other animals that are going to be in the California Trail. Destruction of our environment is done one tree at a time, one ridge line at a time, and one carcass at a time. It is not done in broad swaths of land. It is not the Louisiana Purchase. I'll take 30 more seconds from Angela up there. Thank you. What's your last name, Angela? Pye. Thank you. So just in closing, the finances, I'm glad that you saw them. We have not. No one has except for up here. Oh, you haven't seen them, Rebecca? I'm sorry. So It doesn't sit well with me that this group says they have $60 million ready to go, but they just ask taxpayers for tax money. That does not sit well with me. And finally, what is the price of admission? The same people that this park is for, I know this is dear to your heart, you are going to close out. So you can visit once a year, but not on the weekend with your family. Thank you.
Hey, is this okay? You can hear me all right? I'm shorter. My name is Mara Schechter. I'm an Oakland resident. I don't live that close to the park, but I've been a number of times. I actually brought some friends there this weekend who had never been, because this might be one of our last chances, unfortunately, and they fell in love. They were shocked that this unique, priceless, and gorgeous land may soon be destroyed. It's a really sad and emotional prospect for us. This park belongs to all of us. We shouldn't have to pay for admission for a bulldozed fake version of it claiming to educate people about conservation. This is the opposite of conservation. It's an unbelievable land grab from a private entity of a significant part of the park, the parts that are best for people and other species. It would destroy this precious natural landscape and special ecosystem to make an exhibit of it. This is an ironic and terrible precedent. The plan requires mitigation because it's destructive, and it's ridiculous that the zoo would take away more of the park from the public to mitigate for its plan to destroy it. I won't stand for it, and you shouldn't either. This is on you to be on the right side of history. City Council, future generations are counting on you to make the right choice. The plan's not a done deal. Vote no on the easement. Thank you.
My name is Drew Lambert. I'm not an employee of the zoo. I have time seated by Omid Thinh.
Hold on.
A yes vote tonight would be the death of the vision Joseph Nolan had for this park. Last Wednesday, Libby mentioned that in politics, when both parties aren't happy, that means you have met a middle ground. Well, the zoo's been unwilling to bend on this subject. Yet Friends of Nolan Park have offered many suggestions to help reach the middle ground. After going to plenty of meetings, I've learned that sometimes it doesn't matter what's right when you have time and money invested in a project. That's true. I thought about that too, because the zoo spent, what, millions trying to fight this war? But some of that money is our money, the people of Oakland. And that park is our park, the people of Oakland. There will always be new people joining this fight because they know what they're potentially losing here. I've also learned that City Council does not represent the people of Oakland. You say that people don't believe the polls taken on this expansion. You say that you guys don't believe it. Well, why not take a poll? I think the results would be similar to Measure A1. If you don't vote no, then you're supporting the Zoological Society that refuses to play by the rules, and you should not approve anything until the society is in compliance with their current agreements. If you vote no tonight, we can look back and say, at least we got it right. Larry Reid said that this is new faces, and oh, now they're talking about grass. Well, I guess it's not the grass that makes Oakland money.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Reid Settlemeyer. I'm a longtime resident of Oakland, and I do also want to thank you guys for service. I know there's probably other places we'd all rather be here at 11 o'clock than talking about this. I just wanted to touch base real briefly and tell you that I've spent 7 years working on this project. I'm a member of the board, and I chair the planning committee, and I've sort of overseen this project. I just want to say this is a good project. This is a really good project. We've listened to the neighbors. We've met with the neighbors for the last 14, 15 years. We've incorporated a number of their changes. As a first phase of the project, we built a LEED certified vet hospital. We're about the environment. We went to an electric gondola is incorporated to keep the diesel particulate emissions down. We've incorporated a number of ecological changes that help the project. You guys, City Council members, you're called on making tough decisions all the time. This is not one of them. This is an easy decision. This is good for Oakland. Vote yes for this. Thank you.
I have seated to me Katie Garchar, Shannon Foucault, Sarah Becker, Dinah Benson, Laura Becker. And so, Mayor Kwan, President Kernighan, members of the City Council, first let me say one thing. We are not going to sue the city. We have never talked about suing the city. We have no intent to sue the city. But it does represent the misrepresentation to confuse the general public that they've been doing all along. And with that, this is what this is that it is not about a snake. You have now heard from the professional biologists in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service itself. The snake population will not be impacted. The maritime chaparral will be improved. Nolan Park, biologically, because of replanting and care, will be improved. The grasslands, which are currently degraded by goats of the fire management, will be improved. This is not about the biology of Nolan Park. So what is this really about? This is really about people. The good of the few versus the good of the many. What is the good for the whole of Oakland? When I talk about people, it starts off with the people at the Oakland Zoo. I'm proud of the zoo because the zoo provides jobs for people. If we brought the entire staff down tonight, there would be 200 people in this room, and if it was August, there would be 250 people in this room, half of which are Oakland residents, including the CEO. The zoo expansion and California Trail will provide more jobs and more employment for the people of Oakland. This is really about weighing the good of a few, 100 or so people who walk their dogs, hike to the ridge, jog, generally fit hikers, versus the 700,000 guests that come to the zoo. People who would appreciate the same opportunity to the access to those same viewpoints, because in 1998, after a year and a half of meeting with neighbors, the agreement with the neighbors was to share the ridge, and that was the compromise. That was what made the agreement go forward to a memorandum of understanding, which resulted in a unanimous vote of the City Council. What sealed the agreement was that the park users would have access to two key viewpoints, Heart Attack Hill and the knoll just below it, and some 320 acres of open space. The ridge would be shared, leaving roughly 400 acres for the park and 100 acres for the zoo. And this allowed the zoo to expand, so that 700,000 people per year could also enjoy that same view. This is not talking about taking away access to the ridge. It is about opening it up, access to many, and sharing the ridge line with the park users. And no one has really spoken about the access to those with disabilities. After 30 years at the zoo, I have come to fully appreciate the importance of providing assistance to those with limitations. I can assure you Upper Nolan Park is not even close to being ADA accessible. And when I say disabled, everyone thinks about wheelchairs. But if I personalize it and say disabled veterans, economically poor who are poor because they are on permanent disability, grandparents with limited mobility, they would all enjoy the same opportunity of being at the top of the ridge. And when you talk barriers to Nolan Park, you need to also think about the kids. Because the kids of East Oakland and the kids of West Oakland and the Title I schools throughout Oakland that struggle to get to the zoo most assuredly don't even know about Nolan Park or get to experience the ridge. This is why we provide $15,000 per year for free school buses to OUSD and 5,000 free family passes to the mayor's toy drive this year with a value of $300,000 because the kids do not have access. The inability to get to the ridge line is every bit a barrier as any fence. So this is what is about the good of the whole. All of Oakland, economic development, accessibility for everyone. It is about everyone's pride in Oakland. This is about people. This is not about a snake. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Rocket. I was raised in Oakland, and I've been teaching the students of Oakland, actually Grass Valley Elementary School in the heart of Nolan Park, for about 10 years now. Many families and Oaklanders don't realize about Nolan Park, and that's part of the problem. It's an amazing public open space. In today's society, students are saturated in technology and spend much of their time indoors. This park offers them the freedom to explore on their own. I have taken my students to both the zoo and Nolan Park. When I take my students to Nolan Park, it is incredible to see them use their imagination to wonder what animal has walked these trails before them. They learn about what nature really is. They explore the trees, the bugs. They become creative and feel that they are far away from the city, yet in the heart of Oakland. They are not used to nature and need to be exposed to the wild, free nature. Our trips to Nolan Park are always special, so please say no to the 53-acre easement. We need to come up with an expansion plan that leaves children with parkland to explore. Thank you.
I will go ahead and call the remainder of names that I have on the list before I call from the pile. David Rust, Nancy Taylor, Tom Chu, John Ryman, Marion Shanza, Julie Kinder.
Please come on up. You may begin. And folks, everybody, as you come up, would you please state your name for starters?
My name is Tom Chu. I'm an Oakland voter and resident. I'm here to talk about the conservation, supposed conservation that this easement is. First thing I really want to say is you've heard from a lot of people tonight, and those people are divided roughly in half. Those who are working for the zoo, getting paid by the zoo, and those of us who came here on our own time without any such benefit. If you listen to those, I heard 95% of the people not working for the zoo not in favor of this proceeding with this. So I think you have to listen to the people of Oakland, not just the people who work for the zoo. What you do tonight is forever. A vote to proceed is forever ruining Nolan Park. A vote to hold off until we have a win-win proposal is a possibility for a future, for your children, Larry, for your children's children, not just for you today, not just for these folks today, but forever. When this thing's a rusted hunk of junk up on that hill 50 years from now, it's going to be your legacy that you've left that behind. Seriously. So this is forever, and whose land is this to be given away? I say this, and some of you may know the tune, you can sing along. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California, from Malcolm Hill to Gulf Links Road, this land was built for you and me. This land was made for you and me. Thank you.
My name is David Rust. In our culture, progress means developing empty space. Nolan Park is not empty space. I spent an entire day there last week and saw for myself what is going to be lost.
I'm sorry, hold on for 1 second. Council President Kernighan, I believe you need a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, so moved.
Oh, that clock has not been changed. It feels like midnight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it still needs an don't we do it after 10:30 at night, and it's 11:05.
It's at 11.
No, it is now about 11:05.
Regardless of what time it is, I move to extend the meeting
Second.
past the legally mandated time.
Yes, okay. Second by consensus.
Forgive me.
That's a
This is
formality.
just a
We're sorry to
formality.
interrupt you. You can
It allows
start
us to
again.
continue.
Okay. I asked people in the park where the chain link fence would be built. It's not a small area. It's not a minor portion of the park. I walked Heart Attack Hill. I didn't have one, luckily. And I saw the beauty of the area that is going to be built upon and put behind a fence. This conservation easement is the wrong thing to do. It's the wrong use of public land, it's denial of public access, and a giveaway to a private entity. Councilmember Reid wonders why people like me are entering this debate so late in the process. Frankly, I thought the City Council would have done the right thing by now. I value what is rare in Oakland. Noland Park is one of those places. Councilmember Reid helped preserve open space in the hill above where I live in Sheffield Village. We actually had a meeting with a developer in the snow building in the zoo park. I want consideration for other citizens the same. Stop this travesty now, vote no.
Hello, my name is Joanne Drabeck. My name was not called, but I did turn in a comment card, so I stood up. I'm an Oakland resident. I've been a park user of our city parks for 40 years, and I do hike Noland Park. I am against the easement. I hope you vote no. This is land that the zoo is responsible for taking care of. Just changing the name of it does not make it mitigable. Mitigation is bringing in new land into the fold and protecting it and improving it. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hello, I have extra time from Molly Kennefic and Yanis Kuster.
And what is your name, please?
My name is Dr. Mariam Shansab, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at UCSF. I'm also an Oakland resident and a taxpayer, and I oppose the zoo's expansion. What we have here tonight is one side, there are zoo executives, zoo scientists, zoo consultants, and mostly zoo employees and private donors telling you that by destroying the best part of Noland Park will protect the native species because they will set aside some land as penalty. On the other side, you have Oakland citizens who have come here on their own time, called you, written to you, stating that they do not want this project. The opposition for this project has been going on for 17 years. While protecting the Alameda whip snake is important, the snake was not the issue for 17 years. The issue was and still is that unique and valuable public land will be given away to an unaccountable institution that not only takes our tax dollars, but also wants to take this public land and charge us to use it. This is not acceptable, and it's not acceptable for zoo executives and their paid consultants to meet with 8 city councilors to decide on an issue that is so controversial for the people of Oakland. I say that the people most affected by this should have a voice in this decision. You want to make the right decision tonight, please let us put this issue on a ballot and let the citizens of Oakland vote whether their land should be given away. This way, everybody will be happy. Please let democracy decide the issue tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name was not called either, but...
Ma'am, we actually have at least 40 people whose names were not called either.
Okay.
Yeah,
That wasn't clear.
so yes, I'm sorry. So she will continue to call names. So I want to point out that it is now after 10 minutes after 11. I think we have 40 names which have not been called. If people want to continue speaking, the council won't even get to the voting part until well after midnight. So if you feel that your side has adequately expressed its message, which I think both sides have done very well, actually, and decide not to speak, that might be appreciated by some other members of the public who unfortunately are waiting here for other items after this one. So the clerk will go ahead and read the rest of the names.
Jean Robertson, Gail Bender, Sarah Kluger, Adrian Cotter, Elizabeth Summers, Dara Gray, Terry Sire, Bonnie McManus, Adriana Restrepo, to apologize, Stephanie Yellis, Barbara Leitner, Karen Aspel, Carol Weigel, Sarah El Shafi, Brianna Abrams, Barbara Sutherland, Amanda Gilmore. I do apologize if your name was called before because there are duplicates in here.
Okay. And also, I want to know, as we go on, the speaking there might be a little more lopsided, as I had asked both sides to try to limit the entire speaking time for their side to 30 minutes, and the zoo actually adhered to that and did not bring out more people than that. And the opposition told me that they would do their best, but that they couldn't control everybody. So I think we're going to be hearing mostly opponents. So in any case, we will call those names remaining. But I just wanted to acknowledge that the zoo actually limited the number of people.
I will continue calling names. Leslie Hunt, Evelyn Jackson, Nancy Sidebotham, Dee Rosario, Ellen Geffen, Ariel Sherjowski, Lisa Goldberg, Malia, I do apologize, I can't make out the last name, Annie McMillan, Bruce Cousins, Michael Boom, Philip Pincosi, Ellen Gearson, Kenya Wheeler. If I've called your name, please approach the podium so I'll know.
Yeah, people line up and somebody can come up toward the podium so we can get started.
Carter Levin, Celia Bovin, and I'll pause there.
Go ahead, please, and but state your name before you start, please.
My name is Sarah Kluger. Good evening, Oakland City Council members. My name is Sarah Kluger, and I am 19 years old. I have loved Nolan Park from the moment I set foot on it with my high school AP Environmental Science class. I want to continue to hike it, bring my dog so he can hike it, and bring my family and friends so they can hike it with me. The basic truth is that the land the zoo wants to cover with concrete pathways and surround with fences is special to me. Even my dog knows it's special. Usually I hear that my future is mine to decide. Unfortunately, in this specific case, it is not. I know that if the zoo expands to the ridgetop, I won't be able to enjoy that view again, partly because it will cost too much. My future relationship with that land is in your hands. I am standing here asking you to save this beautiful, rich treasure for me and my future children to enjoy it, free of charge and free of fences. Say no to this easement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Congress people. My name is Amanda Gilmore. I'll keep this brief. Thank you for bearing with us. I just wanted to point out that nobody's disputing that the zoo does wonderful work. However, I'm sorry, but taking over areas of Nolan Park aren't going to prevent you from releasing more condors into the wild. You're doing great work, but I need to see concrete evidence that actually expanding into the park is going to inhibit that. And I have seen no evidence to that tonight. All I've seen is that it's impossible to stay within the confines of the current footprint, which, again, we need to see a plan for that. I'm an engineer. I need quantified things in order to make a statement. Usually whenever we're speaking to our clients, we get multiple bids, we look at multiple plans. So whenever you tell me it's impossible to do your work without expanding into Nolan Park, I need you to prove it. Thank you.
My name is Bonnie McManus, and I've had time ceded to me by Ron Feltzer and by Adriana Repo. And I speak to you as a longtime Oakland resident who moved here from San Francisco because of the beauty and because of the space in this wonderful city. I live near Nolan Park. I've hiked it daily for 23 years. I raised my daughter there. And it evokes in me the beauty, the opportunity to interact directly with nature that very few places on the planet now allow. We live in a time of diminishing open space, and as more and more people migrate from San Francisco and other areas to Oakland, we have an opportunity to offer them something spectacular. This is truly a one-of-a-kind Oakland treasure. You know, I have watched iterations of the zoo plans and closed doors discussions for years. I am a person who respects integrity, who respects honesty and transparency, and that has not been my experience as a neighbor. I applaud what they do. I love it that children have the opportunity to see exotic animals and to learn about them. But wouldn't it be wonderful if the children in Oakland, many of whom in the poorer sections have interactions only with guard dogs or pit bulls or rats, would have the opportunity on a regular basis to participate in true conservation, nature education classes, to see hawks soar and hunt, to encounter the coyotes that live there, or to see videos of those animals, to learn about gopher holes and frogs that sing for mates in the springtime, to see wildflowers blooming. You don't get this in a paved, fenced area.
Ma'am, your
and
time
we
is
owe
expired.
this to our children and to future generations. This is a sea change vote on your parts. Please dignify it with love of this planet and care for future generations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get that person who volunteered her time to cover that time? Was it Nancy Hart? Never mind.
I'm good.
You're done. Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, you're half a minute over, but
good evening, Mayor and President. My name is Dee Rosario, born in Oakland, East Bay resident, or East Bay, raised in East Bay, and longtime Oakland resident. I'm also recently retired from the East Bay Regional Park District as a park supervisor. And I would like to quote a letter from Scott Wilson, who is from the Department of Fish and Wildlife Service. Scott Wilson wrote to Joel Parrott in 2012 expressing concerns about the location of the Interpretive Center building and recommended that the Zoological Society move it to a different spot 200 yards south. In his letter, he quotes, and I quote, "This effort would leave the rare and high-quality maritime chaparral intact and better conserve the Alameda whipsnake population." Wilson also wrote that the project footprint could be further reduced by locating other facilities within the current zoo footprint. Make the zoo follow those recommendations. In the general plan adopted by Oakland City Council in 2010, a standard was set for 4 acres of recreational parkland for 1,000 residents.
sir, your time has expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, you get another
Thank you.
30 seconds. What is your name in the back? Oh, did you get those two? Okay, you have another minute.
The general Oakland plan that was passed in 2010 set a standard for 4 acres of recreational parkland for every 1,000 residents, with an overall goal of 10 acres per 1,000 residents. The access to parklands has been inadequate for the population, and enclosing more acres to sate the zoo's appetite will further reduce that opportunity. I say, please deny this conservation easement. Oakland citizens need more open space, not less. The Oakland Zoo can build more on less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Carter Lavin. I'm a resident of Councilmember Kernighan's district. I'm here to support the park, to say no to the zoo's conservation plan. My big note, the thing I've been thinking about a lot today is we're in theory all in agreement that Nolan Park is special. It's unique. Oakland has it. No one else has it. Nolan Park's very special. So we're all talking about the importance of protecting the park. But from whom? Who are we protecting this park from? Who does this conservation easement protect the park from? It doesn't protect it from the Port of Oakland. The Port of Oakland's not developing. It doesn't protect it from the Coliseum plan or anything else like that. It protects it from the zoo itself. The biggest enemy of the park right now, the biggest developer looking at the park saying, I want to put an office tower there, is the zoo itself. So that's kind of a whole ridiculous thing. So, you know, it was given to us by the state for us to steward, so we shouldn't let the zoo say, hey, give me this land and I won't develop on the rest of it. Thank you.
If folks would line up, come on up to the mic, and the other people kind of line up so that you don't have to take a little hike to get there. Okay. Go ahead. Name.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ariel Cherboski. I am a recent graduate of UC Berkeley, where I learned to love urban nature by working on creek restoration in a city. Now I work at the Golden Gate National Park. It's one of the few urban national parks in the United States. And I realized the value of having really pristine, high-quality habitat so close to the city. I was born in Mexico City before moving to San Diego and then to the Bay Area. Nowhere have I ever seen in the Bay Area such good, high-quality, rare plant species, threatened animals very close to a city. When you realize that Nolan Park is like Oakland's urban national park, not like it was said, Oakland's theme park, you respect it, you humbly honor every bit of land that is there, every plant, everything that lives there, and you do not find ways to make excuses to build upon it. So I really hope you will agree to reject the zoo's proposal and that you will keep the space open for the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Boom. I have time ceded to me by, well, nobody. I am, however, a constituent of Larry Reid, so you can blame him for me standing out here in front of you. 2 years ago, I had a heart attack, and the first thing I did when I got out of the hospital was to take a hike out to the ridge at Nolan Park. Let me describe it to you. I parked the car on the side of the road. 10 feet into the park, I had a 10-minute, very easy hike with my handicapped body all the way to the ridge where I had drop-dead views of the Bay Area. I do this regularly. It's literally a healing experience every time I do it. I'd like to describe what I think it'll be like when the zoo gets their development in. I will drive my car to a kiosk, wait in line, pay $16 for me to get in, pay $8 for parking, drive up, look for a parking place, walk through the zoo, get to the base of the gondola, maybe have a thrilling gondola ride, get up to buildings and animal enclosures. I don't see that as opening up Nolan Park to the public. I'm sorry. So I really do urge you to vote no, because I think what will really save king snakes is not developing at all. Thank you.
Nancy Sidebotham for the record. You know, I think of the history, and I think, Henry, you'll remember this. Fireworks on the lake, speedboats on the lake, and the fighting that it took from the community to stop all that, to preserve the lake and the sanctuary for the birds there, the oldest refuge in the country. And now we have the zoo that is going on to pristine land and expanding, and yet we're the ones that have been paying the zoo to stay open. When they were the worst zoo in the country, it was our tax dollars that saved their butt. Then Measure K came, and we put money into there. Then Measure G came, and we put money in there. The zoo hasn't given us anything back themselves. They're a private entity. We've all enjoyed the zoo. I've been there. I've taken friends there. But when you start looking at who is behind this and what's driving it, why don't we start looking at the 460s? Every single one of you, if not most of you, have been wined and dined at the zoo. So when you're looking at this and where this is coming from and where your allegiance is to, and that just doesn't mean you guys, it means the city, the supervisors, as well as some assembly people. So start looking at this as this is a jewel. You are the stewards of the land that is public property in Oakland, and it is up to you to preserve it for the future generations of Oaklanders. Once it's built or any fence goes up, you've changed the dynamics of that public land, which you are the stewards for. And you know something? You're elected, and you may think you're safe, but you're not. Understand that now. Thank you.
I have time ceded by Jill Flanagan Miller. And my name is Karen Asbell. I'm reading comments from Jeff Miller, Center for Biological Diversity. Dear Oakland City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to comment. The Alameda whip snake is the rarest reptile in the East Bay. The zoo's proposed plan would result in habitat destruction and degradation. The proposal to take more parkland to mitigate for the zoo's taking the best quality whip snake habitat in Nolan Park makes absolutely no sense. The species will be at a net loss taking already saved parkland. It does not add any land to what the snake already uses. It's negative mitigation. Locate the zoo project on already degraded land. This suggestion was made early in the permitting process by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, but the zoo refused. We urge the City Council to heed the front of environmental organizations. The single greatest threat of biodiversity is loss of habitat. We urge the zoo to locate the exhibit to less sensitive land and bring the story of extinction to the public in a manner befitting an organization that is interested in conservation. I might add personally that there are good people on both sides, but we need to remember that the zoo and the board members are in service to Oakland and not the other way around.
Hi, council members, Mayor Kwan. My name is Sarah Gray. I'm a young professional. I live and work in Oakland, and I enjoy Nolan Park very much for the sense of peace and solace it brings in a crowded city with many people. The zoo does great work. I'm confident that the zoo will continue to do the great work that it already does within its existing footprint, and I'm confident that many people can continue to enjoy Nolan Park if it's left as it is. One thing I do know is that development is forever, and that when you build on something, you can't unbuild it. Please don't approve this conservation easement. It won't be needed if you leave the park alone as it is. Thank you.
I will continue calling names. Lori Umi, Marshall Farmer, Lisa Goldberg, Carolyn Carpenter, Brian Cook, Janet Gomes, Marilyn Catterton, Alicia Allen, Nancy Taylor, Wajumbi Allen, Theo Fidinides, Emmett Mirkmer, Chuck Fake, Omid Sanji, Greg Jam, Carolyn Kim, Jess Ackerman, Alexander Allen, Gabrielle Allen, Amy Dawson.
Good evening, Mayor Kwan, Mayor-elect Schaaf, Council President Pat, and council members. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jess Durbin Ackerman. I'm the Conservation Manager for the San Francisco Bay chapter of the Sierra Club, which represents 60,000 members and supporters in Alameda, Contra Costa, Marin, and San Francisco counties. I noticed, and I wanted to thank you all earlier in your agenda on the consent calendar for honoring us on our 90th anniversary this year for our incredible victories over the last 90 years. And part of that is about protecting open space and access to that. We've heard a lot tonight, and what I'm up here asking you for is to work with both sides. This has been a long time, and obviously people are very unhappy still with what's on the table. So I hope that you can send this back to the drawing board, get both sides at the table, and come up with some kind of compromise that folks are happy with, because obviously this is not working. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Dawson. I'm an Oakland resident, but I'm also have worked I've been a museum director for 15 years. I worked for Rec and Park in San Francisco for 23 years. I worked at the Exploratorium, and I work in the Alameda watershed. I'm a biologist by training. So I've also worked at the redevelopment agency in San Francisco, so I've been on a lot of these sides. I've worked with architects who want to build something a lot bigger than what we really needed. I've worked with landscape architects, so on, exhibit developers, and everything gets bigger and bigger and bigger. This isn't about the wonderful programs that the zoo does now. It does great programs. I've been responsible for any programs. You can continue to do the good programs that you currently are doing in the current footprint. We don't need this expansion. Once it's gone, as people have said, it's gone. Bigger isn't necessarily better, and I think it's important to, and I neglect to say Beth Summers ceded her time to me. I think it's time to go back to the drawing board. Can I have that name, please? Beth Summers. It's time to go back to the drawing board. I know a lot of work has gone into this and must be really difficult, and like I said, I've worked with docents and volunteers in my different positions, so I really understand the other side. But it took a wrong step and needs to be pulled back and start over, or at least compromise. Thank you. I'm tired.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Catterton, and I'm a member of the California Native Plant Society, a horticulturalist, and an arborist. I asked the City Council to vote to preserve Nolan Park. As an arborist, there is proven data that in areas of more trees and nature, there is less crime and less stress. I'm mindful that in many countries of Europe, their greenbelt and native lands are preserved and undeveloped. They build up, they build within their confines. And yet in this culture, it is so difficult to do that. Concerning the term conserve that's been used tonight, building gondolas and chairlifts, restaurants and gift shops and parking lots do not conserve. They imperil, they threaten. Oakland derived its name from a land of oaks. It is an oak savanna that we have here. Concerning the benefits to the public, should I stop? I'm ceding my time. Thank you.
Your name again?
Preserving rare and historic trees, rare Arctostaphylos, flora, wildlife, a fragile ecosystem could all be taught to visiting children, teachers, parents at the Oakland Zoo. The biologists and botanists and educators and naturalists would be drawn to this beautiful, rare, pristine area. Please do not deprive the Bay Area of a jewel. Thank you.
If your name, remaining speakers, if your name is anyone's name been called who still wishes to speak? Have you called them all?
I will call the last names. Ron Feltzer, Lauren Bean, Elizabeth Katz, Lonnie Bauer, Sandra Marburg, Nancy Growland, Bonnie McManus, Mark Aveda, Jack Cheevers, David Tam, Laura Reyes, Sharkeen, I think it's Ignacio, Molly Kennefic, Kathleen Matz, and Kathy Sue Kramer. That's it.
All right. Any of those folks who are still here and wish to speak, please come on up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Katz, and I'm an Oakland parent. I've enjoyed and loved the zoo for 30 years. But I don't understand why a zoo needs a view, why they have to build on the ridge. It's great that the zoo has provided jobs to Oakland residents. I support that they've provided access to youth to school children, to immigrants, to all kinds of people, young and old, in our community. But why does a zoo need a view when that view means trampling on pristine, priceless, unique, and beautiful habitat? Not, the zoo supporters say, we love the zoo. Yes, I love the zoo too. But why does the zoo need a view? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Kramer. I have worked in habitat restoration for the last 2 decades. 19 years ago, I started the Friends of Sausal Creek. 10 years ago, I started the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. Having worked so hard to restore and create wildlife habitat for so long, it's astonishing to me that this project, as planned, has continued to stay alive. It is not 200 years ago when development could take place regardless of the consequences. This habitat is the last of the last good habitat in Oakland. It would be a terrible irony for the zoo to educate about California's wildlife by destroying more than 50 acres of pristine wildlife habitat, which, once developed, is lost forever. The zoo should be required to build on already degraded lands. I would urge the council to vote no on the easement and to ask the zoo staff to create a better plan. Thank you.
You actually didn't call my name, but I filled out an online speaker card. Okay.
Tell me your name, please.
Darlene McRae. I'm a homeowner in District 6. Congratulations, Desley. There's a myth going around that the conservation easement is the best way to protect the Alameda whipsnake habitat and its population in the park. I think you've heard a few scientists tonight dispute that. The 53 acres proposed for a conservation easement for loss of whipsnake habitat are in fact not high quality habitat for this snake. 3 of the 4 separate tracts of land that comprise the proposed easement have been degraded by zoo use and are cut off from the 4th tract by the perimeter fence. The 21-acre tract outside the perimeter fence is dense canopy oak woodlands, which is not whipsnake habitat. The fact that these tracts are broken up by roadways, a perimeter fence, and the zoo exhibits further reduce its quality as habitat for anything, including whipsnakes. The highest quality whipsnake habitat is native grasslands and chaparral. Please vote no on the easement.
Hi, my name is Anna Budd. I signed up online, but I did not. My name was not called, but I did sign up. Great. It's been argued by the proponents of this project that it will do the most good for the most people. The problem, I strongly believe, with that argument is that it asks, what can wild, delicate open space do for people? That's the wrong question. The question is, what do we people need to do to preserve wild open space? We have to start thinking about wild open space not as a resource for us to exploit, either for profit or for pleasure, but rather a delicate and precious resource that in this time of serious climate change, very significant natural disasters all around the world, we know this is happening. We have to change our culture, the way we think about nature. And you can help us make that transformation right now. Your decision to save Nolan Park will send a message to the people of California that we are making the change that we need to make to preserve not only the natural world, but our very species. Thank you.
My time was seated by Lauren Veen. I think she's up there. You say the name again? Lauren Veen's time was ceded to me.
Well, she has to be here. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I am Nancy Grallman. I am Director of Defensive Place, which is a national organization which battles organizations and institutions and governments who try to contravene the protective covenants for public parks. The Defensive Place was founded by Huey Johnson, who founded Trust for Public Lands. He's also widely credited for leading the charge that protected the the Marin Headlands and that Marancello development, and also the Bolinas Lagoon. Sort of an interesting aspect that is now sort of looked on and derided is that one of the Bolinas Lagoon features was a gondola. So that's kind of in the history. But Mr. Johnson could not be here tonight, but he asked me to read this. During my decades in defense of natural resources and public parks, I have witnessed astonishing instances of misrepresentation and distortion by those who covet land held in the public trust. There have not been many cases, though, that have topped the calculating efforts of the Oakland Zoo to destroy some 56 acres of native plant and wildlife habitat, Nolan Park, in order to construct and fence off a project that includes fortress-like animal enclosures. They say this project is being developed in the name of conservation and education. However, I believe this is a perversion of those words, since the project will result in the ransacking of Nolan's rare, irreplaceable landscape in order to construct an artificial environment for confined animals and keep people out. Thank you.
Good evening. My name was, I submitted, but I wasn't called.
Okay.
Elizabeth Baker. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Regrettably, my one-year-old baby could not be here. Regrettably, her children in the future, her grandchildren, my great-great-great-grandchildren could not be here either, and neither can any of ours. If we imagine in 10 years, what would we rather have, a zoo or an open space park? What would we pick? It's a little difficult to think. What about 20 years? What about 50? What about 200? What about 500 years? Is it easy to say what we would prefer? I believe that there's only one argument that could be made, one gut check that feels right in this situation. Honestly, I would like to have been persuaded to see that the plan had more merit. They have not made the case that there's any value whatsoever in what they're proposing when you compare it to what we would lose. This is indeed a historic night. You are about to vote. And for the millions of people in the future, literally, please vote no.
All right, so I take it that everyone who signed up to speak and wishes to speak has spoken, right? Okay, so now we will move on to the council discussion. I actually don't see anybody in the queue. So who wants to get started?
If there's no one in the queue, I'd like to move to close the public hearing.
All right. And I'll second to close the public hearing. And now we'll, and by consensus, the public hearing part is closed, and now we will talk.
And then if no one's in the queue, I'd like to move the item.
All right. So the motion is on the floor, and I'm sure it'll get seconded.
I can second that.
Okay.
But I am in the queue.
Councilmember Schaaf, do you want to go ahead?
You know, this has just been one of those heart-wrenching issues because there have been so many passionate people on all sides of this. And it's not just about people, it's not just about a snake, it's about all of it. It's about all the people, it's about our obligation to preserve wildlife and sensitive habitat. It's about all of that. But I think that what we have seen over these many years is the best attempt to balance it all. And so we are seeing a small expansion of the zoo that will be an asset and bring visitors and create education and do all the good things that all the zoo advocates, and actually I think everybody has agreed on. Everyone has agreed tonight that the zoo does good things. And this expansion will allow more of that. It will create a conservation area. And that is another good thing, to protect all the things that everyone else said that they were passionate about, the habitat and the wildlife. A conservation area is going to help protect that. Yes, it will take it away from public access, but that is part of our obligation too, to think about our obligation to this planet. And then finally, it is still going to leave more than 300 acres of this magical park that I very much enjoyed my visit to, where I saw, people enjoying it, although interestingly, the only place I saw people enjoying the park was the part that is actually going to still be available for public use. More than 300 acres of open, beautiful, publicly accessible space. All that magic that everybody has been so passionate about will still be there. And so I just hope that everyone sees that there was more agreement than not, because I think we all value all the things that everyone spoke about. I am sorry that this has been a divisive issue, and I hope that folks can move forward and maximize all these assets and the enjoyment and honoring of all of them. But I do believe that it is our obligation to move forward with the approval, and again, all we're doing tonight is approving an easement. I do think it's our obligation to move forward with that, and I do think that this tries to balance all those interests and needs, and so I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Schaaf. Councilmember Kaplan.
For staff, I have a question. I heard some people say that there's no loss of public access under this proposal, but that doesn't seem to match the report. Can you clarify what this does in terms of public access?
The conservation easement that is located within the zoo perimeter fence would not have public access with or without the conservation easement. So the part that is outside of the perimeter fence under the conservation easement would have restricted public access. There would be no fence, but there would be signage identifying the restriction, and that is in an area, as I mentioned previously, that is steep and densely vegetated. So the effect on the limitation to public access, we believe, would be limited. However, there are members of the public who have stated that they do access that area currently and would no longer be able to.
And how many acres is that?
And that's 22 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Are you, Ms. Kaplan, are you continuing? Oh, that was it. Councilmember Kolb.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for all the, I don't know how many people we had speak today, but thank you all for being here, and those who stayed, and the staff for the work that you've done, and the zoo officials or consultants for the work that you've done over the past number of years. First, I just want to say, and I think someone else already implied this, and this should be obvious, but I'll have to say it because a few speakers may not be aware of this. But both the zoo officials and the proponents on one side, and the community members and environmental advocates on the other side who are opposing this particular plan are all good people. You're all good, well-meaning people. This is not some 1% corporate entity versus the mass people. That's not what's going on here. There are a lot of good people here. It doesn't mean one side or the other is equally right or correct or has the best policy, but I think the intentions are all good on all sides, and I just want to say that for the record. I think most people in this room already know that. Lots of questions were raised, both tonight and in previous conversations that I think most of us, all of us, had with people on both sides over the past number of weeks and months. One thing that has always bugged me, is that there was never for the 2011 approval process, there wasn't a full-blown EIR done, environmental impact report done, which would have necessitated an extensive analysis of more than one alternative. And I realize that there are sometimes legal ways to, or legal rationales to avoid doing that, but doesn't mean that's the right thing to do. And I know why, big private for-profit developers always try to get get away with doing as little as possible, and I understand their desire, and it's up to the cities and courts to push back. But it's not something that a good nonprofit should have done. You should have done a full-blown EIR, even if you could have gotten away, as you did, legally not doing one. And the city should have pushed you, and the city made a mistake in not pushing you to do it. That was a mistake. The 1998 plan versus the 2011 was so substantially different that it's shocking that no full-blown EIR was done, and that's very disappointing to me. And it should be disappointing to all of us because we now have less information to judge, and it sets kind of sends a bad message to others. But that happened 3 years ago. That's not our big question today. There was discussion about the area being set aside as a conservation easement, particularly the area outside the zoo line, and whether it's already effectively protected because it's public parkland. And as we just heard from staff, most of that area outside the park that would be or is the conservation easement is already, not all of it, but most of it is relatively inaccessible, therefore it's pretty protected. And it is generally accepted, I won't say policy, a generally accepted way of doing things that land that is greater at risk for development is more preferable as mitigation land to protect than public land that is already mostly protected. Now, we did hear somebody say, I'm sure, I have no question, someone accurately say that there were dozens of examples of park or park-type land up and down California that was used as conservation easements. And I have no doubt the numbers he rattled off are accurate. But I also know that if I add up all those numbers and even add a few more, or even double those numbers, it's still a very, very small percentage of all the projects in the state that could have done that theoretically. And so, I mean, there's thousands of projects all up and down the state. A lot of them are public projects, and it's rare, very rare, even though not unprecedented, that you use public parkland that is mostly protected already as your conservation easement. And I realize to do something else would cost more money. That's sometimes the way it is. I was also impressed when the young gentleman from, there was a time when I didn't say young because I was young, but I'm not young any longer. So, there was a time when the young gentleman from the, I think it was, he said it was the East Bay Association of Wildlife Biologists. I forgot who he was, but you remember, what's that? A graduate student, I don't forget what it was. But anyway, it was very impressive what he said, how that their whole group reviewed all the data and all the information for that was available in our packet and from the zoo and everybody else, and came up with their position, and that other UC professor was here sharing that same view. So I was impressed with that. But there are other impressive people who are aligned or have worked or done research on behalf of the zoo who also have credentials and are saying the other thing. So it's like, okay, you know, everybody has different views, and they all have credentials, and it's hard for us to know what's right. And what that, to me, that just says that I realize this has been going on for a long time already, but for me there are still, for me there are still too many unanswered questions for me to vote yes on this tonight or next week. So I'm not going to be voting yes on this. I don't know what the best solution is. I'm glad there's a veterinary hospital, a new veterinary hospital there. That's great. No, I don't think anybody's, no one here is opposing that. You already built that, so that's fabulous. And there are certainly some elements in the plan, without regard to where those are proposed to be, but just what they are, seem to be good ideas for possible zoo expansion or possible zoo exhibits. But what's in front of us, it makes me uncomfortable, and so it's not an easy decision, but I'm going to have to not vote to vote no on this tonight, and we'll see what happens. So thank you very much for all your work, everybody.
Mr. Gallo, did you want to, you were in the queue? Okay.
First of all, let me say that I'm really motivated by the discussion we've had here this evening. You know, I've been here for 2 years now, and I would say this is perhaps one of the most, not just lively, but, you know, in terms of the democracy at work, best meetings that I've attended. I had a chance to respectively be able to hear both sides of the issue, and I really applaud you for that. And too bad there isn't a solution that we all could agree upon and go on and celebrate what Oakland has to offer. But I will say that, and I do have friends on both sides of the issue, but I would also first like to recognize, you know, the great work and the great institution, educational institution that the Oakland Zoo has become. It is known as one of the best assets that Oakland has throughout the state of California. And certainly for those of us that have been in education for years, clearly understand that has become an outdoor classroom for our children. And many of our Oakland kids and beyond our Oakland kids, we utilize that educational tool as we do the Chabot Space and Science Observatory. So I really commend Dr. Joel for his leadership, for being able to take the zoo to this level. Now, I'm not quite sure, City Administrator, if with all this discussion and debate, if there is a possibility for a solution that we all can agree upon. I know we've been at this for a number of years, and so I don't know if there's still room, Sioux officials, to be able to work with your neighbors, to be able to craft an understanding or an agreement that we both can live with, because we're going to need each other down the line. And so I don't know if you can answer that. I mean, you've been through many debates, many discussions. Have all those been exhausted? Is there any opportunity to continue a discussion with the neighbors? I'd like to have Dr. Joel or someone from the zoo answer that. Because there's a lot of passion, energy that can be productive if we craft a solution.
You know, we've been at this for 16 years, and we've had 2 city council votes, 2 Park and Rec Commission votes, 3 Park and Rec Commission votes, 2 Planning Commission votes. The biggest problems are that we have made commitments to donors. You heard a lot from the people out there that we take a lot of public money. 80% of the vet hospital was private money. All the money for the education center was private money. That's what we bring back. So we've made commitments to donors, and I think between the commitments we've made to them and that they've made to us, and the fact that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife were both 3-year processes to get approval for this. The condition, we're always open to input and discussion, but at this point, because of the commitments of the 2 agencies of the U.S. government and the California, and the point we're at, we're committed at this point to move forward with what has been approved. Otherwise, it jeopardizes both the permits and the donors themselves. So we have to move forward with what we have, and what they have asked following the council approvals. What they have basically asked is, as part of the mitigation to move forward with that approval, is the conservation easement. And so we have to go forward with that, but we're always welcome for further input. But this is the basic project we have to move forward with at this point.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, if I could ask a follow-up to Dr. Parrott while he's at the mic.
Sure, Dr. Parrott.
Dr. Parrott, with respect to the approvals from U.S. Wildlife, the opponents tonight have said that there was a recommendation from one of the regulatory agencies that you move the project down on the ridgeline. Can you speak to that? And if you can clarify whether or not these are approvals, in fact, from those agencies? Because we've heard a lot that the agencies have pushed back against the project.
You know, the pushback they referred to was the first letter of inquiry back from as we submitted the application. So once we provided the biological information that they were basing that on, they, backed off from it. It was mainly that they had a lack of information on what the true situation was. So, and there was actually misinformation. So they recommended that, but it was their first letter of inquiry that incorporated it. By the end, they wouldn't be giving us the fish and wildlife permits from either the state or the federal if they hadn't thoroughly reviewed it and then basically given the go-ahead without the mitigation to move the project or find another site. So once they had completely reviewed the information, it was just from their first suggestion. They basically then understood why it couldn't be done.
Okay, I will go next. Mr. Reid, did you want to speak?
I just want to express my thanks to both sides. This has been a very long and arduous process. I remember the first days that we met with the residents that surround the Oakland Zoo and how long it took us to work out a compromise to get the project originally approved back in 1998, and then subsequently our efforts to try to bring about some compromises. Mr. Gallo, we've met in the Large Council conference room and try to work out a compromise. We did get the zoo to make some changes to their plan. I mean, originally this started out, it was about Heart Attack Hill and about having access to Heart Attack Hill. And so we got the zoo to move its fence back so people could still have access to that. I don't think there's any place else in the city of Oakland that has more open space than the district that I've been blessed to represent. Whether it's as Chief of Staff to L.E.U. Harris, working with city staff to purchase Dunsmuir Ridge. And then we purchased King Estate and Glen Daniels Park. And then to make sure that a friend that didn't care that much about the district in which I represent, who wanted to move forward on building 124 homes, we made sure that we did not allow that to happen, but we purchased this huge, gorgeous piece of open space. And then you have East Bay Regional Parks, which borders along Skyline Boulevard, that have some incredible trails that people can walk and to bike. When I lived for 10 years up on off of Malcolm Avenue, when my daughter's first dog, BJ, was here on this earth, we used to go and we used to walk over in that open space. And very few people would walk and hike that space. They just wasn't there. And so we fought, the community fought, and we got the zoo to give on Heart Attack Ridge. And so I certainly hope that all of us this evening, I know, Dan, that you're not supporting, I certainly hope there are 5 members of the council that would allow us to move forward. Because, we were sued in court on those issues that the residents raised, and we prevailed. Can I get you, Darren, to answer Mr. Cobb's question around the EIR? Whether or not there was an EIR that was required for this project?
So there was an exhaustive environmental review. In 1998, there was what's called a mitigated negative declaration that found that the project impacts could be mitigated to less than significant levels. That was adopted by the Planning Commission and confirmed by the City Council. In 2011, the Planning Commission and the City Council reviewed the updated environmental analysis that was in what we call a subsequent mitigated negative declaration and addendum to the 1998 EIR with updated information that found that there were no new significant impacts or increases in the severity of previously identified impacts, and that with mitigation measures, all the impacts could be reduced to less than significant levels. Therefore, when the council approved the revisions in 2011, they were following state law in adopting this addendum. Since there were no new significant environmental impacts or increases in the severity of environmental impacts under CEQA, the city is precluded from preparing an EIR. That was the subject of litigation, and as you said, the city prevailed in court.
Thank you, Darren. And so, Madam Chair, Ms. Guy, it wasn't because we didn't try to bring all the parties together. I mean, so, it's just been a very frustrating process, and I certainly hope that the council would approve the staff recommendation. Thank you, Darren. If there's no other speakers, Madam President, can we have the roll call?
I think Ms. McElhaney is going to speak, and I would like to speak also. Okay, I'll go first. So, as some of the other council members have said, this is a hard choice for us to make. Speakers on both sides have made very good points. I know that the passion to save this space is very, very strong. It is beautiful land up there, though I must say it seems like people just discovered it in the last year and a half, because not very many people ever go up there. And when you go up there, I mean, you might see nobody, you might see 3 people walking their dogs. It's, but anyway, but it is beautiful. However, even with the zoo proceeding with its project, there are over 300 remaining acres of Nolan Park that there is public access to. So it is not as though the entire park is disappearing, not at all. The tonight before us is not a referendum on the entire project. We are voting on the conservation easement. As you've heard several times, the city already approved this project twice, most recently in 2011. The zoo has relied upon that in great measure, raising money for the project, spending 3 years of exhaustive work with the state and federal wildlife groups and getting the conservation easement designed and approved. I am convinced that the conservation easement is going to protect the whip snake and also the native grasses. And in fact, with the third-party agency that does habitat protection and management, many of those areas will actually be in better shape environmentally in the conservation easement than they are now because of the goat grazing. Some of that top ridgeland is completely denuded. Now it's, I mean, the native grasses are chewed down to nothing. I also, heard people strongly saying that they thought that a win-win would be to move the new project down to the hill that's just right above where the zoo is now. But that has, as we've heard from several biologists, not only is it too steep to work, but there's actually even better native grass on that hill than there is on the ridge point where this thing is going to go. So it's the same. I mean, that's not a quote degraded area. That's actually a very good stand of native grass. So as you can tell from where I'm going here, I am going to vote in favor of the conservation easement and allowing this project to go forward. It is a balancing thing. It would be nice to be able to do both, but I think that the zoo project is going to turn out to be better than some people fear. I mean, I think it is going to be more sensitive to the environment in both aesthetics and its actual impact than many people fear. And there still will be public access, just outside the fence. People can still walk there. They can still see the view. There still will be 300 acres. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the easement. And now we'll go to Councilmember McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President, and my appreciation to everyone who has come out to speak, particularly those of you who are coming from the advocacy organizations who have invested a lot of volunteer time looking into this issue. To the Board of Trustees at the Zoological Society, also volunteers who have put in a great deal of time on this, and to our staff who's worked with our team to try to resolve some of the questions. I did want to take for a moment, Madam President, that we've had a lot of testimony, just to clarify a few things, if I might, from the testimony. From the Zoological Society, I wanted to clarify the question of the other plans that were vetted. There's been discussion tonight that the zoo had not considered other places in which to locate. So, Nick, who could speak to that from your side? Is there some 24 alternative sites or something to that effect that you gave testimony to at committee?
Right. There were, during the process, both in 1998 and more recently.
Sorry, please identify yourself for the public.
Sorry, Nick Behagian with the Oakland Zoo. So both in 1998 and more recently in 2011, the zoo looked at multiple sites, first for the veterinary hospital. We looked at upwards of 10 or 12 sites for the location of that, and then came to agreement as to where it is currently situated. Looking at a variety of factors, both environmental, accessibility, the general plan considerations, and so the vet hospital is where it is today. With regards to the alternative plan that was presented in Jim Martin's presentation, we were presented a plan by Save Nolan Park. We sat down with Darren Renoletti in the City Planning Office together with members of Save Nolan Park to discuss it. We also sat down with Councilmember Larry Reid to discuss this, as mentioned, and we had our biologists and experts look at this alternative location. For a lot of the reasons that were identified, biologically was significantly worse to do this than where the plan is currently situated today. ADA accessibility issues were going to be very difficult to maintain on those slopes. I think that most of you have seen to have animals in those conditions to cut across the hill slope. There's existing stream corridors there. There's rich oak woodland and native grasslands, as was mentioned. So as we looked at that plan, as our biologists looked at that plan, as this council and planning commission looked at it, it was determined that this site above the veterinary hospital was not feasible and was not the right decision from not only an environmental standpoint, first and foremost, but from the accessibility and other considerations.
So where you've located the California Trails exhibit now, it was thought that that would be the least disruptive, the least invasive, and it had to do with the plateau on the land and the degradation of the native species there?
That's right. Where the project is currently sited is relatively flat, as you know, so it does benefit and provide for those accessibility issues. But equally importantly, the way we've designed that project limits and has a very light touch on the land. The buildings, we've created boardwalks to be very sensitive to the community there. We are avoiding the chaparral habitat that we've talked about. The grasslands that were mentioned are limiting in those areas. They're the poorest quality of the grasslands. So not only from an accessibility, but from an environmental standpoint, and the way we build it as a LEED certification facility, this proves to be the best location for that.
Thank you, Mr. DeHagia. The other questions have to do with stewardship. Please remain at the mic. The opponents tonight have raised questions about the zoo's contention that moving forward actually improve the quality of Nolan Park. There is a component of the plan that you've presented that talks about the stewardship, restoration of trails or the creation of additional trails and the restoration of native grasslands. Can you speak about that, and you went over it, I'm sorry, I can't recall the name.
I mean,
but in the presentation, in the PowerPoint, there was a discussion, we went through that slide very quickly about what the Zoological Society will be doing to restore grasslands, something about no longer having the goats eat the grass or whatever we're doing for fire suppression. So if you could speak to how the Zoological Society's stewardship is going to enhance the quality of the native plants.
I'm going to have Jim Martin, the biologist, talk about the habitat enhancement plan that was developed, as well as other considerations.
Thank you.
So to clarify with regard to the native grasslands, where impacts can't be avoided, the habitat enhancement plan that the City Council approved in 2011 includes performance standards and success criteria that require a 3-to-1 replacement for any of the native grasslands that are affected by the project. That habitat enhancement plan will be implemented throughout Nolan Park, including the conservation easement area. And there was also a question around current fire fuel management practices and the city's fire department practices, which basically denote the grassland habitat, not just the native, but the non-native grassland as well. So one of the management practice that will be implemented as part of the conservation easement management will include proper management of grasslands that balance fire fuel load reduction with maintaining wildlife habitat. And there are standards as part of the long-term management plan that will be reviewed and approved by the resource agencies that will ensure that that is successfully implemented. Initially within the conservation easement area, then within the entire perimeter fence, and then throughout all of Nolan Park to improve the grassland habitat values.
So is that to suggest that there won't be the denuding of the grasslands?
That's correct. There are standards that will ensure that cover is retained to preserve and maintain important habitat, not just for the snake, but for other wildlife.
And that is a cost that's going to be borne by the Zoological Society without additional public subsidies?
There's actually, as part of implementing the conservation easement, there's an independent nonprofit third party that does that holds the easement, and then an independent third party that's responsible for land management. And they have to provide annual reports to the resource agencies to demonstrate that they've satisfied all of these management obligations.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions?
I was going to say, were you trying to?
Oh, Karen.
Karen was trying to weigh in.
Thank you. Jim has spoken to essentially the grassland issues. I wanted to speak to the enhancements that will directly benefit the prime habitat of the Alameda whipsnake, which we keep hearing about. And just to reiterate, I did not mention earlier, there are a lot of available peer-reviewed documents that deal with these things. I respectfully, the gentleman who spoke, that these Society for Conservation Biology PhDs had reviewed all the data. That data would be basically the information that is my research and the Wildlife Agency's conclusions from those research in this recovery plan that includes this species. So one of the particular instances that he mentioned that I need to address is one of our main things is removing French broom. And his comment was that that's not been shown as a threat. The recovery plan for the East Bay chaparral, which includes the Alameda whipsnake, French broom, and invasives such as French broom and eucalyptus are identified as a threat in every single recovery unit in the species range. I am a card-carrying whipsnake lover. I've spent 25 years studying and researching this, and if you Google it, I think my credentials are pretty much impeccable. My mentors, this gentleman was from the Berkeley Society, Conservation Biology. I've been asked to speak on the Alameda whipsnake many times by the Society for Conservation Biology. I was asked to weigh in on this issue by CNPS, specifically Laura Baker, early on. But when they didn't like my answer that the zoo was doing the right thing, they've gone and gotten some other experts. The gentleman from Berkeley, I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting off the subject, but the point is the chaparral, that's right. So the French broom is structurally different than Chamise chaparral and Chamise adenostoma fasciculatum that's up there. And maritime chaparral, Arctostaphylos, it's all up there. French broom does not mesh here.
Thank you.
It's a
so
logo.
my question around the additional
we need
stewardship
to move this along.
is satisfied. Thank you. And then the last question, Madam President, that I just had. There was a lot of concern now about the inclusion of people sharing that ridgeline within the perimeter fence. And if someone from the Zoological Society can talk about free days or the inclusion of additional days of access for...
Ms. McElhaney, could
It's my last
really...
question. Yes, it's my last one. Around that, just to address the concern, we listened to 2.5 hours of testimony, Madam President, with people who were concerned that inside the fence line at a fee that people wouldn't have access. So if we could address the concern.
I know, but let me just point out, we have got people waiting outside whose items have not even been called yet, and they will be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. So let us
if you will allow him to answer the question and not hear
expeditious.
that, we would be done. It's my last question. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I think what's important is that we try to, and we can work together on developing more expansive access to, but that is targeted towards the ones who need it the most, which are the ones who can't afford to come to the zoo. So if we can begin to expand the program so that they do have access, because the biggest, as I mentioned, the biggest obstacle we've seen is that there's not a physical access to it, but the financial part is the other one that we can expand our program, but it really needs to target the low income in our community so that it becomes more accessible to them.
It would be great to see the zoo adopt those free days as we've seen in Golden Gate Park or the Exploratorium, where residents would have access to that on a consistent and predictable basis.
Yeah, I think if we can work out a program, we'll definitely pursue that.
So, Madam President, I'm prepared to, thank you, Dr. Parrott, there are a lot of competing ideas and some concerns, but after reviewing the data and the information that have been provided, prepared to support the conservation easement tonight. And primarily, as I see it, it is a conservation easement that's meant to protect both the whipsnake and the natural grasses, and that the ridgeline will be shared, and the vast majority of Nolan Park will be continue to be enjoyed by the residents of the East Bay and of Oakland. So, thank you. So, was that Larry's motion? And I'll be...
Mr. Reid's motion to close the public hearing, and I think also to move the item, seconded by Ms. Schaaf, and so now the clerk can call the roll on the closing the public hearing and the item, the motion on the floor, which is to adopt the staff recommendation.
And as to the motion on the floor as it relates to item 9.2, and that would be the introduction of the ordinance as it is presented before you, I heard no amendments. Councilmember Brooks? Gallo?
Yes.
Gibson, McElhaney?
Aye.
Cobb?
No.
Kaplan?
No.
Reid?
Aye.
Schaaf?
Aye.
And Kernighan?
Aye.
And the motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 noes. Final passage will occur December 9th. I'm tired. So we now move to item 16.
Okay, could people try to remain quiet? quiet on their way out. We have more items and more public speakers trying to come in the chamber. Okay. LaTonda, you want to call 20 and 21, and we'll try to get
We now move to items 20, which is a fee to implement Alameda County Integrated Waste Management Plan. There are no speakers on the item.
I'd like to move item 20.
Wait.
There were no speakers.
There are some interested parties. They're not going to speak, but I would like them to have a chance to get in the room.
I believe they're here for 21.
Well, they're here for both. Okay, I think you can go ahead and call it. Actually, let me make a few announcements here just on the order of the remaining items. We are going to get to the BRT. We're going to do item 20 and 21, which will be very short. And then I'm going to go to the BRT after that. Sorry, folks, we've got items on all of these things. We've got the ethics, and then we've got the Emeryville, Berkeley Transit Corridor. Okay, so we're going to do item 20 and 21 now, or at least 20. Madam Clerk, if you would call that item.
And item 20 was the fee to implement the Alameda County Integrated Waste Management Plan. Again, there were no speakers. I show Kaplan is moving the item.
Moving item 20.
All right. All those in favor? Are there any questions, by the way, or comments, any council members? All right. All those in favor of staff recommendation on item 20, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? So it passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ayes.
Councilmember Reid is not in his seat.
I know I didn't count him.
I know.
Did I?
Did you need to state that?
Oh, sorry. And Councilmember Reid was not in his seat. So there are 7 ayes, 1 out of the room on item 20.
Item 21 is 2 pieces of legislation, both ordinances amending the Residential Recycling Franchise Award and max service rates. I show no speakers on this item.
I'd like to move item 21 with great appreciation both to our staff and the franchise awardee for working together to make this work successfully for the city and the public.
All right. Seconded by Ms. Brooks.
Oh, is it? Forgive me, Mr. Hazard, I didn't see your card.
Yeah, I was sleeping.
Actually, you are on 20 and 21. Would you like to take them together?
Actually, I wanted to speak on 16, but for the record, Gene Hagen, I would only hope on 21 that there are no hiccups, because remember when the council approved CWS on the last time, and everything was supposed to be ori-dori, and then Waste Management came back with what they came back with. Well, I hope there are no hiccups on this time around, and that it will be a seamless transition using the council's language and Waste Management's language about a seamless, smooth ride for CWS. I would only hope that with this, and you don't find something at the other end of this approval. Thank you.
We hope that too.
And was that your comments for both 20 and 21?
Yeah. Okay, so we've heard the public speaker. Are we ready to vote?
So,
all right.
Move item 21 now that we've heard the speaker.
Okay, you've moved it. seconded by Ms. McElhaney. Oh, excuse me, yeah. Actually, Ms. Brooks had seconded it previously. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. And now, for the purpose of avoiding procedural problems, I'd like to again move item 20, now that the public speaker has been called and spoken on item 20.
He said he wasn't speaking on 20, just on 21, when he left.
He declined.
Okay.
Okay, as long as that's
So
on the record.
anyway, were there any opposed on item 21 or any abstentions? No. Okay, so it was 7 ayes, Mr. Reid out of his seat. So 20 and 21 are over. Thank you, folks, for waiting until 12:30. All right, now I want to go to the bus rapid transit item, which is S24, because we have had people here for many, many hours waiting to speak. So we'll start with staff. Oh yeah, will he be back in a minute? You want to call that one, item 24?
Item S24 consists of actually several pieces of legislation. It would appear to be 5 resolutions regarding the East Bay Bus Rapid Transit Project, updates, approvals, and appropriations. You have, or rather, I'll say I hold 36 speaker cards on this item.
Madam President, before we start the next item, on the 2 items that I missed, I'd like to register an aye vote, if I may.
Yes, to item 20 and
Item
21.
20 and 21.
So,
Through the chair to the city attorney.
I believe that the practice has been as a courtesy to acknowledge it, but it cannot be part of the official vote because you have to be in your seat to vote.
okay, but we know how he would have voted had he been here.
I think you guys need to get someone to give you an outside legal opinion on whether or not you're right or not, Ms. Doriano.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the BRT. All right, so Ms. Calabresi, would you give a very brief statement of why we are here?
It's a very robust report that I will summarize in 30 words or less. So, good evening. My name is Christine Calabresi. I'm the BRT program manager in the Oakland Public Works Department. We are coming to you with what we're terming 65% design phase approvals. This is the third in a series of approvals since the Council adopted the final environmental impact statements for the BRT program. In 2013, you authorized the city administrator to enter into a master cooperative and operations and maintenance agreement for the project. The master co-op contains performance standards and budgets for the Oakland's conditions of approval that total over $23 million. Tonight, we're coming to you with a series of 5 resolutions meant to put together the approvals for the first phase of construction, which are the advanced utility and construction of the Fruitvale Bypass, which are mitigations in and of themselves. In addition, you have 3 resolutions that form a business sustainability program. This is part of the larger business impact mitigation fund that Council asked staff from AC Transit and the city to cobble together. Those 3 resolutions include accepting $2.5 million in additional funds from AC Transit to put together a technical assistance piece of that business sustainability program. In addition to that, you have a resolution asking to allocate $1 million in community development block grants to the business sustainability program in fiscal year 2015-17. And in addition to that, one resolution is to waive competitive bid requirements and award $500,000 of the AC Transit monies to start up the technical assistance program. So, in summary, what I'll say is what we're asking for tonight is approval to move forward with what's immediate and necessary to keep the project on track. and that once again is to start the advanced construction, both the utility work and the bypass work, and to start up the technical assistance piece of the business sustainability program. All other aspects of the business sustainability program are left to be determined, except for the $2.5 million in active transportation grant monies we received from the California Transportation Commission, which are already programmed to do sidewalk repair associated with city street tree damage and to do pedestrian lighting on the corridor. The rest of the monies in the business sustainability program are left to be programmed, and we propose to come back in April 2015 to program those funds. And that's the very brief summary.
All right, thank you, Ms. Calabrese. So I think we will call upon the public speakers. And did the folks from AC Transit, did you wish to add anything after staying here, coming here in the wee hours of the morning? Thank you so much for doing that, and sorry to do that to you.
That's okay. Good morning. I would like to say good evening, but now it's good morning. So, good morning. I'm David Armijo, General Manager, AC Transit. We'll be here through the discussion, and any other questions that are coming up, we'll certainly answer them. We had a very good discussion last week at the Public Works Committee, and we reiterated at that time our commitment to the project and our working with the staff. I think one of the issues that may be discussed tonight is the stop along Fifth Avenue or Fifth Street, and so as I laid out for you, we are looking at some alternatives for that. We think we'll be able to resolve those issues within the next 30 days, and so we're happy to get more specific in the details as those questions may come up. But thank you very much for having us here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Armijo. So we'll take the speakers. I'm just going to say I am going to make a motion to add some language pertaining to the Business Sustainability Fund, and I think copies have been passed out, but I'm going to wait to read that until we hear from the speakers. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the... Oh, okay. All right. So, the project for a long time has been dealing with the issues of, though the project will be positive in so many ways, the loss of parking, the reduction of lanes, a lot of the physical changes along International Boulevard will negatively impact some businesses depending on their particular circumstances. And AC Transit and their consultants have been talking to merchants for a while, and the conversations are fine, I think, getting better. Some mitigations have been found for some of those businesses, and some have not. The city staff, I think, has done a great job of working with AC Transit and identifying funds for various types of assistance to business and certain kinds of mitigations. And there's quite a bit of money that will hire consultants to provide technical assistance and advice to businesses along the corridor to help them remain viable in the new environment. However, the one kind of assistance that has not been available is any form of direct monetary assistance in the form of grant or loan to the businesses, and partly because the AC Transit money and the federal money could not be used for that purpose. They couldn't actually make a grant to a business. And so that has been a missing piece in the minds of many of the merchants along the corridor, and including in my district, but all the way out to through East Oakland. So I have added basically a sentence and changed one word in the new resolve that was added by the Public Safety Committee. So the Public Safety Committee, Public Works Committee added a resolve that said that the Oakland City Council directs staff to create a BRT, we called it mitigation fund, but staff has recommended we call it sustainability fund. So direct staff to create a BRT sustainability fund to provide direct monetary assistance in the form of loans and grants to businesses for the purpose of enhancing the viability of such businesses that have experienced adverse construction impact or adverse permanent impact from the BRT infrastructure changes. Merchants may access the fund for infrastructure improvements such as sidewalk improvement, business operations, capital and/or tenant improvements, among other things. Then the sentence that I added is actually to put some money in the fund so there is something to work with. So the sentence I've added is, the Oakland City Council commits at least $2 million to this BRT Sustainability Fund to come from the $1 million in general purpose fund dollars authorized by the Council in July 2014 and the $1 million in CDBG or other sources which may be swapped for the CDBG money. So we know we've identified CDBG money, but if that isn't appropriate for this use, the idea is to swap that out for some other funds that can be identified. And then I added a further resolve that, and this was at the request of staff, that the council, actually all of us in our conversation here, the council asks the city administration to seek regional grant sources to address further capital improvements to the public right-of-way along the BRT corridor and to continue to seek additional flexible funding sources to provide local matching funds for those regional grant opportunities. And so what that is about is that I think many of us know there are many more grant sources that provide capital improvement funds. I mean, that's something there's sort of a lot of out there, and our staff is quite good at applying for such grants, though they do need local matching funds. Whereas there really are no sources that we know of that could provide grants and loans to the businesses. So we recognize that enhancing there's new capital improvements, whether it's sidewalk repair or lighting. There are things that the city may want to do along the corridor beyond what AC Transit is already doing. And so we're asking the staff to be vigilant in continuing to look for capital improvement grants and also to be looking for money to provide local matches for those. But in the meantime, my request here is that we actually put some money in this BRT Sustainability Fund, and it can be used for a variety of things to help the business survive. If they need to put a new door in a different location or move a driveway or repair a sidewalk or, get a new website or, do marketing, do facade improvement. There's a lot of different kinds of things, and they would be working with these consultants who are doing the technical assistance. So that's the motion, and I'd like to have us hear from the speakers.
Well, on your motion?
Sure. And it was seconded by Ms. Kaplan.
I understand what you're trying to do and what the committee was trying to do. I guess I had issue with the use of the term sustainability because it's broad and not specific. There's been a lot of dialogue around business assistance and around business technical assistance. And so if we could be clear that it's BRT Business Assistance and Sustainability Fund, something that makes it very clear that we want to make sure that the money is being allocated to assist the businesses specifically, and then the explanation of all the other things.
And actually, thank you for bringing that up because I realized we actually left the important word out, which was business. Well, I think maybe it didn't appear in the first version, but it says the first sentence that was already there, that the Oakland City Council directs staff to create a BRT Business Sustainability Fund, and then it specifically says how it would be used to provide direct monetary assistance.
So if it could just say BRT Business Assistance and Sustainability.
Okay, that would be.
I support that.
Yeah, that would be fine.
In the sentence that you added, the same thing.
Okay. BRT Business Assistance and Sustainability Fund. Okay, that is good. All right. Can we listen to the speakers, and then we can return to further council discussion? And, you know, I think even though 40 people signed up, there's probably 5 of you here, so why don't you all 5 just come up and tell us your names so we don't read all the folks who went home. And also, as a reminder to my colleagues, there were quite a few merchants. I think there were 15 merchants here during the open forum who unfortunately could not stay that late, and this is what they were going to speak to, is their desire to have this.
Yeah, for the record, Andy Nelson, I have time, seated by Javier Cibaja. Good morning. We're here to support Councilmember Kernighan's motion to amend Resolution Number 5. First wanted to thank Councilmember Kernighan, Councilmember Reid, Councilmember Brooks, Councilmember McElhaney, and Councilmember Kaplan for their support and leadership on this issue. And I wanted to thank earlier the 27 businesses actually who came earlier in open forum to speak, and their supporters that included Allen Temple Baptist Church and the Alameda County Department of Public Health. Among them were 3 businesses that were able to explain in great detail specifically how this project would harm them and what plans they had to address that harm were they to get the proper assistance. So that's 3 businesses out of generously saying 100 businesses who've had any real sustained engagement on this plan. And so that, you can do the math, there's 900 businesses around the corridor. I'm going to ask you guys to just give me some dispensation around this tonight. I have time seated from Javier Cibaja for at least another minute. So at any rate, they had talked about with their help, with the right help, they could address these issues. That right help is some form of grant-based aid. Whatever terminology you want to use. We've said consistently, businesses, in order to access it, this is not some kind of a giveaway program or some compensation program. We've said consistently, businesses should show an impact, have a real plan to address it, stay in Oakland for 5 years, and use the TA program in order to access this money. So any sort of mischaracterization of this as a giveaway or a compensation program is not accurate. Now, why is this the right help? This is the right help because we want this program to work. It's very difficult to put somebody in a difficult financial position and then offer them debt as a way to get out of it. You're going to have very few takers for that program, and we're going to end up with businesses leaving. Oh, we're not taking you up on the offer and shutting down. This is sort of akin to slapping somebody in the face and then offering them a loan for a Band-Aid. What we actually are asking you guys to do, well, essentially, just so we can all go home, you guys, since you passed this general fund allocation, BB passed, you got a $2.5 million grant to deal with lighting and sidewalk repair. We have revenues going up. Every time this comes to before council, we're told it's not the right time, it's not the right time, we got to take care of other needs. Let's stop kicking the can down the road, okay? Let's get this done tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Kwan, City Council members. Thank you for listening to us at this late hour. My name is Thomas Wong, and I'm here representing the Eastside Cultural Center and Arts Alliance on 23rd Avenue and International Boulevard. I'm also representing the merchants and property owners of 23rd Avenue all the way down to Lau family. We're here to support what Andy has said and also to make sure that the parking assistance needs are met in timely fashion in April. I also want to speak just really briefly on displacement and what's been happening in the neighborhood that I've been in for the past 13 years. There's businesses like Alan Nguyen's on 19th Avenue, which is a nail supply company, and he earlier had talked about how he started his company inside of his bedroom, and now he makes over $1 million in sales. Eastlake has outperformed in sales tax revenue increases almost all of the bids by 4 times as many in the past 2 years. We have a vibrant community whose economic sector reflects the residents. It reflects working class communities of color. It reflects immigrant businesses that start from the ground up. And so far, the city and AC Transit has done a great job of welcoming incoming businesses, like bakeries that now sell cups of coffee for $3.50, not to local residents, not to the neighborhood. And so what we're asking for is to incentivize the businesses that have started here in the neighborhood and reflect a huge diversity that Oakland strives for. Please, support them in staying here. So thank you very much for your time.
Very much. Okay, so I guess it was just the two of you that stuck it out until the wee hours. All right. Council members, I have almost all of you in the queue. Ms. McElhaney? Or were you were left over from last time? Okay, Ms. Brooks.
I would just second the motion and call for the question.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I think, and also the mayor. Oh, okay, Mr. Gallo. Mayor, go ahead.
So this has been very hard, but I think that the recommendation is helpful. The city administrator here has been very concerned about the other disruptions from other construction projects. We ourselves will be doing a lot of sewer projects, so I want you to think about that in that broader range, that we're going to probably be disrupting some major streets as we continue with the EPA suit and working on sewers. So the idea that them being very specific and being grant-oriented would be helpful. I think there's different expectations out there. More than once somebody asked me when they were getting their check. And so if we could make it defined in terms of technical assistance on particular things and grants, that would be helpful. I would just also add that we've made several grants for International Boulevard, and some are for infrastructure. Some were like for the East Side Alliance to make sure that there's art and culture, so that at some point the committee needs to look at everything that we're applying for, because I do believe that the International Boulevard will predict and will lead the country maybe in making sure that we have development with diversity, and that means economic diversity. And so having grants that are just for small businesses are critical, but we've also pulled together a coalition of banks to make sure that big loans go in there too. So there's a lot of things that have to go along International Boulevard, and this is just one aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. I just do want to make one distinction. In things like sewer repair, curb cuts, various other things, there's a disruption during the construction, but the infrastructure goes back the same way it was. In this one, there is major redesign of everything along the corridor. So that's mainly what we're talking about. Mr. Gallo.
To the city administrator, are you supporting or approving the recommendation that's before us?
Madam President and members of the council, the city administrator does not approve these kinds of decisions. We make recommendations, of course, and then the council.
Then let me ask you your recommendation. I mean, we've been having a great deal of debate, including at Public Works, and so are you recommending approval of this item?
The recommendation that the staff made to the committee, and I would simply make the comment so that you're aware of it as you proceed with this item, we had proposed $2 million for the sustainability program. However, when the council visited this several months ago, and in fact again in the finance committee, the decision was that $1 million of this $2 million would be set aside for actual capital improvements, and $1 million, which was the community development block grant money, would be available for direct loans and/or grants. The comment that I made in the committee, and I believe we probably made when it came before the council, when the $1 million was set aside for the general fund, is that the staff fully recognizes and supports that there needs to be funds available to assist businesses that sustain long-term disruptions or permanent dislocation. and that we also will need to establish guidelines for participation in those loans or grants. But the major difference between what was recommended previously and what's before you to now is how the $2 million will be allocated. Again, staff's recommendation was $1 million for capital improvements in the corridor, right, and $1 million for direct loans or grants.
But has your staff or your office defined what the guidelines will be in terms of the business? Hold on a second. So your answer is no. So I guess for me, for the process to begin, because we do this quite a bit in the city. So for us to be able to work with business, and I'm in agreement in working with businesses, but I think we have to have a clear definition of what the need is and what the loan will be and how, what the arrangement will be. So I don't know if you have defined that, or you'll be bringing that to council?
We have not defined that. We absolutely will be bringing the proposed guidelines to council for council's express approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gallo, my supposition here is nobody gets any money until we've designed, got the details on the program and that's been approved. So that would be next. Well, we are setting aside money in the fund for this general purpose, but then as to the particulars of how a business would qualify and what have you, staff can come up with the details because they would be the ones administering it. Okay, Mr. Kolb?
Thank you. I have a question of staff, Christine. The $1 million, we talked about this at Public Works Committee, I recall, and we were putting stuff forward and had some additional language in which Councilmember Kernighan is adding to, or attempting to add to. But this particular $1 million that we had set aside a few months ago, my understanding was, if I heard you all correctly, that you guys had some ideas as to how you wanted to spend that, right? Or you might likely spend that. So now that if this passes the way this is being proposed, and that $1 million is moved over to this Business Assistance Sustainability Fund, what will we not be spending money on that you thought might be a good idea for us to spend money on?
So one thing the council asked us to do in 2013 was to engage with businesses in a one-to-one format. And in that one-to-one format, we learned that there is this desire for off-street improvements that is part and parcel of the motion on the floor. But what we also learned is that merchants on the corridor want to see more capital improvements in the right-of-way that are not part of the scheduled BRT program. This includes alleyway improvements. Merchants want to look to the alleyways for loading and unloading on the new corridor where there's a dedicated lane, and for additional off-street parking opportunities, even with one-to-one replacement. With the promise of additional commerce on the corridor, merchants are very concerned that there's not enough off-street parking. It might seem a contradiction in a transit project to be discussing parking, but it is a need. So we're not going to have the funds to go to our regional partners with and match to ask for grants to do the alleyway and parking improvements unless they're found elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Ms. Schaaf?
Thank you. I want to see if you might be open to some friendly amendments. I cannot accept this as it is written right now because I think it really opens a can of worms and sets a very dangerous precedent. The BRT project is a little bit more complicated than a repaving. It's a little bit more complicated than when we add bike lanes.
No, it's way more complicated.
That is not true. Staff will agree with me. Staff will agree with me. Often we take out significant amounts of street parking when we add bike lanes. So
ever before taking out an entire lane on an entire corridor, ever.
We do road diets. We've done road diets. We've done road diets. The point is, government does stuff all the time to the public right of way. And some of these things benefit businesses, some of them harm businesses. And often, particularly this is getting implemented at the same time we're raising the minimum wage across the city. And so how are we going to distinguish business impact? Now, again, I have a proposed, compromise that I hope you might be able to live with. It's a little bit more than I like. It's a little more than I'm comfortable with, but I could certainly live with it today. You just said that what is different about this is that it's adverse permanent impact. And so that language, again, I can live with. But your proposed motion also includes adverse construction impact. So it says that this would be for businesses that have experienced adverse construction impact or adverse permanent impact. So one suggested change I would make would be to strike adverse construction impact. Now, I like the idea about having some sort of liquidated damages, and if construction is somehow delayed, then the affected business gets compensated for that added delay. But the way that you've written this here, this sets a potential precedent for us to compensate anybody who has an adverse construction impact during a public works project.
Excuse me. Actually, I want to be real clear about something. This is not a compensation program. This is not about some person says, I experienced, $10,000 of loss and you need to pay me. That is not what this is. What this is a grant. When a business says, I have an idea about how I can make myself more viable in this new environment, and I need a grant to help me do the website, move the door, whatever. So I just want to be clear. We're not paying people to fail. We are helping them succeed.
If that's what you're trying to accomplish, then I don't see why you would object to striking that adverse construction impact.
Yeah, I am actually open to that. I'm not sure that everybody else is, and I will tell you why. The way the project is designed, and maybe we'll ask the AC Transit people, my understanding is they do not plan to be doing construction for more than about 6 weeks in any one spot. So this is not one of those projects where the construction is on one block, goes on for a year and a half. That's not it. Mr. Wilkins, do you want to address that?
Are you sure? I take your word for it. I think we should just move on to the next issue.
But no, I actually want to know, how long is the period that you're allowing the contractor to say to be on one block at a time?
Well, for the major roadway portion of the project, it's going to be in 2 to 3 block segments, which would be anywhere from a 10 to 12 week time frame, generally speaking. But again, all that's going to be is not going to be fully defined until we get to awarding the contract and getting the actual construction schedule from the contractor.
Okay, so you're talking more 3 months that it could be. And Christine, thank you, Mr. Wilkins. And Christine, what was already contemplated in your plan to help merchants survive the construction aspects of this?
Well, multiple things, and there are examples in your packet for late morning reading. But in any event, in addition to the regular provisions that the city would put on programs such as this, we've designed special provisions. The provisions are aimed at limiting the durations that any one business can be impacted and limiting the extent to which on-street parking can be impacted on a temporary basis. So in other words, we want to be really sensitive to individual businesses, and so we have a parcel-by-parcel enumeration of what will happen during construction for businesses. Nothing is going to be left to chance.
Okay. So I am actually agreeable to taking out construction impact, also because a construction impact is going to be of such short duration that by the time somebody applies for the money, they won't be able to get the money fast enough to actually deal with a construction impact.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have two other, though, on that issue, because you're talking about the BRT construction, but also in here is the sidewalk construction, and so I want to understand the length of time that will take as well.
Well, with the active transportation grant program, the $2.5 million for the city street tree damage, AC Transit has offered that we can piggyback that on the BRT major roadway construction. So we hope that will happen simultaneously.
Okay.
That doesn't answer the question.
Sorry.
Can somebody from Public Works who knows how long it takes to do sidewalk construction? I know on MacArthur, when they did the sidewalk construction, it took an extended period of time, and it impacted the businesses over there. And so I'm trying to get a handle on this.
Was the question specific to a sidewalk one location?
Not a particular location, but if we know a time frame in which sidewalk replacement.
If it's only sidewalk replacement, it can be done within a week. But I don't want to overpromise because each location is going to be different. I think in some cases we may be building bus bulbs and whatnot. So in some cases it's sidewalk replacement. In some cases it's more extensive and regrading. So it's hard to say without.
A week to what's the maximum period of time?
2 weeks.
I wish I'd seen that happen. It never happened on MacArthur.
I have two other requested changes, if we're good on that one.
Okay, all right, let's move this along. Okay, go ahead.
So we're saying that this would be available for businesses that have experienced adverse permanent impact from the BRT infrastructure changes. And I appreciate that we want to put money that will go directly to the businesses. So I appreciate that concept. But then it says merchants may access fund for infrastructure improvements, such as sidewalk improvement. But then it says business operations.
Yes.
And that is the one that I would request striking.
I'm not willing to strike that.
Okay. I'm not opposed to considering that at some point, but that is the piece that, again, this is happening at the same time the minimum wage is happening. To say that we're going to give a grant for business operations, I think, again, is going down a dangerous path. Sidewalk improvement, can I just finish? Yeah. Can I finish, actually? Sidewalk improvement, capital and/or tenant improvements. So again, physical improvements to the business, both inside and outside, those I think are appropriate, and those are real benefits for the business. The other strike that I would request is the among other things. That is very vague. And so that is the third piece of language I'm not comfortable with. And then I would add the phrase that I think Councilmember Gaio was referring to just at the very end, which would read, and shall not be dispersed until guidelines are adopted, which I think is what you kind of agreed to, but it should be added. So those are the four changes that I would request. Because, and I'm not saying that we couldn't consider these things later, but I do not think we have adequately considered the potential setting of precedent around this project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those suggestions. I am agreeable to adding the language and shall not be dispersed until guidelines are adopted. And I'm agreeable to strike adverse construction impact. However, I do want to leave some flexibility in this language and let the staff develop the specific criteria, which will come back to us, and because there could be a variety of things. I mean, someone wants to pay for a new website design. Maybe they don't even have a website. I mean, they might want to have other kind of high-tech things. But the point is, who are we to tell them? I mean, and the technical assistance people may be advising them to do new things that they are going to need some money for. They are not going to be able to do any of this without having a plan that is acceptable to the people in the city who are reviewing this. It's not just whatever the heck they want to spend it on. So, this is not for us to parse out in detail at this moment. It's for the business folks over here who are going to be assisting them and advising them on the way to run a modern business help them do this, and also to approve their applications.
If I may, just, I know we're all tired and grumpy, but I'm trying to get to where you are. So, what if it said sustainability improvements recommended by the consultant? Because what I'm trying to do is not set a precedent where every public works project that we do suddenly comes and asks for this. And one thing that is unique about this project is that it is coming with this technical assistance. And so I could feel comfortable with a fund that helps, that implements the recommendations of these consultants, which I think is what you're getting at. But that would help calm my fears about setting a precedent. Just meditate on it for a little bit.
Well,
is anyone else in the queue?
I don't want this thing so narrowed down that it doesn't even perform the functions that the merchants are going to need. From those of us who don't know how to run a business and are, up here on the dais trying to make it up, and
honestly, there's time. I know the staff is coming back to us in April with other things.
Okay, Ms. Kaplan, yeah.
Thank you. First of all, if we add the line, and I certainly wholeheartedly agree to add the line about shall not be dispersed until we've come up with criteria and a mechanism, then that solves all these other nitty-gritties, and we don't have to tonight add things like recommended by the consultant or whatever, because staff is going to return to us with a disbursement protocol. And frankly, if anybody who had been following this project for 12 years would understand that the consultants have been incredibly insulting and demeaning to the businesses and have not recommended the most simple, direct things, like the business that says their doorway is going to be blocked, they need capital money to rebuild the doorway in a different physical location. And that's the type of thing that should be funded, whether or not the consultant came up with it or not. And so, and if staff is going to be coming back with disbursement criteria, then that will solve the problem.
Through the chair. Your example, though, would still be fine with my amendment.
We have got other people waiting on other items.
Call the question.
But we don't need to add that the consultant recommended it.
I would like us to vote, and if the motion fails, we can amend it.
I make a substitute motion. I make a substitute motion to strike adverse construction impact, to for right now strike business operations, and that can come back to us. It's still, Ms. Kaplan, everything you just said is still included. Capital improvements, tenant improvements. Strike, among other things, and add the language, and shall not be dispersed until guidelines are adopted. That's my substitute motion.
I'll second that.
And you struck business operations?
Yes.
And did you add anything? What did you add about the technical assistance?
How about implementation?
While you're figuring that out, if I may just finish my point, this is not like any other public works project. This is not in any way like paving a street or repairing a sidewalk. This is a permanent capital change. It's removing a travel lane. It's relocating bus stops in some cases that block a doorway of a business, so they have to move their doorway. I mean, this is not like any other project we do every day. Now, it's still a project I support, but it is not like anything else that we do every day.
Can I ask staff?
Actually, no,
Staff?
we are going to vote.
Because it is like projects we do all the time. All right,
Yes,
so
You
substituting
haven't even
business
looked at the
operations
plans.
with implementation of technical assistance recommendations.
Could you say that again?
Substituting the term business operations with implementation of technical assistance recommendations.
I'm sorry, Christine, I'm sorry, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
How are you
Mr.
going to get the
Colvin.
money? We're losing $1 million for these things you just rattled off based on my previous question that seem very important, that businesses want. Where's that money going to come from now that's going to go to somewhere else? Where's the... Where is this $1 million going to come from? Do you have another source to go after?
No, I don't. I have about $4 in my pocket.
Okay. And you're coming back to us in April, right? Are you coming back to us in April?
We are coming back in April, but I do need to clarify. The $2.5 million that we got from the California Transportation Commission is earmarked for two things.
I understand.
Pedestrian lighting and city sidewalk damage. There's a swath of other improvements that
I
can be
understand.
made.
That's my concern. I think we should. I think what we passed in Public Works that we agreed on, that's what we should be doing. I'm opposing this. I'm opposed to this. Oppose this. We shouldn't be doing this. This is a bad decision. Let's come back in April when we have more information. Then we should be doing this. Not now. I'm against both these motions.
If somebody is wondering where the extra million will come from, we are now getting a new $10 million a year for street and sidewalk repair that we can allocate
I'm
$1
with
million
Mr.
of this to.
Kalb then.
Well, so Ms. Schaaf, are you withdrawing your substitute motion?
No. Well, we can. I don't know. Where's Mr. Reid? Is Mr. Reid gone home?
Mr. Reid, Larry, we need him now. We're going to vote.
I mean, I'm interested to hear from Mr. Reid where he's at, and then I can decide whether or not.
He is supportive of the motion, I believe.
Then I can decide whether or not I want to withdraw my substitute motion.
Yeah.
You have three choices, Mr. Reid. Councilmember Kernighan's motion, the substitute motion, or just voting against all of it and recognizing that we need more time to think about this and to come back in April.
Come back in April?
No.
Oh, no. I'm voting.
You're voting for it. Okay.
I'm ready to vote tonight.
All right, Ms. Schaaf, do you want to proceed with your substitute motion?
Then yes.
You do. All right. So.
One question. Are you is your comma an or an and? So when you say business operations recommended by the consultants.
I struck business operations and I substituted it with implementation of technical assistance recommendations.
And then the comma would imply or capital and or tenant improvements.
Correct.
Even if they were suggested by someone other than the consultant.
Correct.
Yes, okay. So I can live with that. All right, I'm going to call the question on that substitute motion. All those in favor, read the whole thing? All right, resolved that or go ahead, Ms. Schaaf, if you want to read it.
Resolved that the Oakland City Council directs staff to create a BRT Business Assistance and Sustainability Fund to provide direct monetary assistance in the form of loans and grants to businesses for the purpose of enhancing the viability of such businesses that have experienced adverse permanent impact from the BRT infrastructure changes. Merchants may access fund for infrastructure improvements such as sidewalk improvement, implementation of technical assistance recommendations, capital and or tenant improvements. Period.
And or tenant improvements, right?
Yeah. For infrastructure improvements such as sidewalk improvement, comma, implementation of technical improvement recommendations, comma,
technical assistance recommendations, you said before.
Implementation of technical assistance recommendations, comma, and or capital and or tenant improvements. Is that how you want to say it?
And or tenant improvements.
Yeah, I think capital is kind of redundant. So let's just strike the word capital, and then it's fine, actually.
And where is technical assistance?
From they got millions of dollars for that already.
I'm sorry, the technical assistance is already paid for in another fund that's already been allocated separately.
This is the new motion that's talking about these funds.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to understand as I read it, because it sounds like a consultant is going to make these recommendations.
Yes, that is.
And so
that consultant's already been allocated previously.
I understand there's going to be technical assistance. That's different than the operations that the businesses themselves had come up with. And just like through the chair to Ms. Kaplan, this is just like you said, in the past, the consultant hasn't been that interested in the concerns of the businesses. And so I'm trying to understand who is making these recommendations that would then dictate how this money is doled out.
Let's have Ms. Bird address that.
Michelle Bird, Director of Housing and Community Development. We have been working with Oakland Business Development Corporation in the same manners that they work with all of our other businesses. They will go in and do technical assistance, develop a comprehensive business plan, figuring out what the business may need to do, and it could include developing a new branding, developing a website, figuring out how the business can be sustainable through the BRT improvements.
And they do have.
And just to clarify the intent, the idea is that this category is for that type of recommendation, but that the infrastructure improvements such as sidewalk improvement, the tenant improvements, that does not need to be something recommended by the technical assistance professional.
Okay, I am fine with that. So can we vote now?
Well, no, I'm in the queue because I.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, do you want me to finish reading the rest of it?
The last sentence, yeah.
Okay, and the last sentence is the Oakland City Council commits at least $2 million to this BRT Business Assistance and Sustainability Fund to come from the $1 million general purpose fund dollars authorized in the July 2014 and the $1 million in CDBG or other sources which may be swapped for the CGB monies and shall not be dispersed until guidelines are adopted.
And if I could, Madam Chair, to Councilmember Schaaf, did I hear that you were also striking among other things?
Yes,
Did you get rid of
did.
that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then also, but leaving in the second resolve down there.
Correct,
which
and
was
leaving in the
more-
second resolved.
Noted.
All right. All those in favor of this motion, please indicate. I am supporting the motion. Okay. Actually, could we raise our hands so we can just see what's going on? Okay, all those who support the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, so Noel, Lynette, Rebecca, Larry, Libby, Pat.
Yeah, and that too.
Who did it? And no, Dan is an
Abstain.
An abstain. Ms. Brooks, you were on. What is your vote?
It doesn't make any difference. It passes, right?
I know, but you are a member of the council. You need to say. It passes. What is your vote? The clerk needs to record something. I guess that's an abstention.
You can't vote for me.
Madam Clerk, would you try to ascertain the vote of all
Okay,
members
was
of the
that motion
council?
inclusive of approving the entirety of the 5 items?
Yes.
Excellent.
And actually, thank you for asking that question. Inclusive of the amendments made to the second resolution, which came out of committee, is that also included in there?
Everything else that came out of
I just wanted to
committee
make
were approved.
Actually, I'm sorry. In Public Works, we did the first 4 in one vote and item 5 in a separate vote because it was much more controversial. I want to be on record as being aye on 1 through 4.
Okay, so
Okay.
can you do
So
that
noted.
without a second vote?
Yes,
okay,
I'm
so
clear.
it's unanimous on 1 through 4, and on 5, it was as voted.
And Madam Chair, through the Chair, Councilmember Brooks, your vote? Aye. Noted.
Okay. All right. So we are done with that BRT phase for now. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and getting through there. Now, I would like to do the. Well, we have a row of people sitting here who've been waiting a long time on the Emeryville, Berkeley Transit, whatever the thing is.
And on ethics, we also have people
I
who
do have three people here on ethics.
I think the EBOTS is going to be more controversial than ethics.
Okay,
if you want to take ethics first.
Let's do the ethics first. That is item
16.
16, Government Ethics Act. So let's do item 16
I would
first.
happily second the motion or make the motion for the purpose of.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
My staff member, Oliver Luby, has a very brief presentation, and I know the Director of the Ethics Commission, Whitney Barzotto, also has a very brief presentation.
Good morning.
Well, just to say, so the public knows what it is we're
And we have, I think there are 3 speakers still here.
Can you do this in 2 minutes or less?
Yeah, I'll be really brief. Oliver Luby with the Office of Councilmember Kolb. This provision before you is the result of extensive collaboration between the Public Ethics Commission, Councilmember Kolb's office, and the Office of City Attorney Barbara Parker. Many cities, such as San Francisco and Los Angeles, have had this type of law for some time, and it's been it's mentioned actually in the Public Ethics Commission Charter Amendment, which was recently adopted or approved by the voters as a new duty for the Public Ethics Commission to foster and enforce compliance with a governmental ethics ordinance is mentioned. Basically, it concerns provisions regarding conflicts of interest, misuse of city resources, fair process, and the like, the vast majority of which already apply to city officials and employees. So the main effect of the ordinance is to basically provide local oversight of these existing rules. There are a handful of additional rules that are new for Oakland that are based on laws that exist in San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego, which I'd be happy to discuss if you'd like, but that's the act in a nutshell.
And Ms. Berzotto, yeah, here she is.
Thank you, Whitney Berzotto, Executive Director of the Public Ethics Commission. Thank you very much for considering this. Our commission felt that this is the second phase of basically 2 really large gaps that the commission had in its authority and capacity. One was the charter amendment that was passed recently. This is the second prong. So we're delighted to bring it to you. Thank you for considering it. And I just want to highlight that what is really most valuable about this ordinance is that it provides us with the authority and, along with the charter amendment, the capacity to provide much more expanded education and prevention work in addition to the broadened enforcement ability under local law, and that's going to be a major focus of us as we roll this out in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have public speakers?
And Madam President,
yes.
I needed to make one typo correction. Page 13, Section 7C, it says official, referring to a public official. It should say public servant. The city attorney is already aware of this minor typo, but I need to state it for the record.
All right, so
Also, President Kernighan, if I may. So I do want to say for the City Attorney Barbara Parker, we were proud to co-sponsor and work on this legislation with Councilmember Kolb's office. I would like to credit Tricia Hines in my office for a lot of work that she did on this. And also, Councilmember Kolb submitted some changes some recommended changes to the packet, which I think are
Yes, I'm incorporating that into my motion.
Okay.
There were
Right,
just some
I would
minor
incorporate.
changes that were actually recommended at the last Public Ethics Commission meeting, which you'll see in the memo that's in the packet. And so I'm incorporating that into the motion.
You would be moving the item.
Yeah,
with those
I'm moving
changes,
that with those minor changes, yeah.
I also want to mention that on page 11 of the item, the definition of city officer near the bottom of the page includes housing authority. That should not be included. We cannot
Let's strike that.
establish jurisdiction over a housing authority, so that would be eliminated from. And then the city attorney is making will make some changes to the final version to put it into chapter 2.25 of the municipal code, and I just want to bring that to your attention.
okay. Now can we have our public speaker? Are we ready for that? Miss Judy Cox.
I think there are three people here.
Good morning, Mayor Kwan and council members. Nice to be with you all these many hours today. I'm here this evening to ask that the council approve the public ethics ordinance before you. This past spring, your council unanimously approved putting the empowering measure for the PEC on the ballot. And in November, the people of Oakland voted for that. Now we need to add two more essential parts to the public ethics structure and process: an ethics ordinance and added enhancements. Tonight, keep us on the road to a more ethical city by authorizing the PEC ordinance. This ordinance consolidates state and local ethics laws into one comprehensive local ethics ordinance, as well as adding requirements which are unique to Oakland. Having such an ordinance will allow the PEC to enforce government ethics laws more effectively and will provide city staff and elected officials with clear rules to reference and follow. It will form the basis of training city employees on the ethical requirements of their jobs and provide a clear basis for contractors to be sure that they also are following the ethical requirements. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Mary Bergen for the League of Women Voters. You already, I think, have a note from or an email from Catherine Gassi, our president, so I'm not going to repeat that. I just indicate that we are pleased to see Measure CC pass so strongly, and we're pleased to see this ordinance here, which really gives it the life, spelling out what everybody, those who seek to influence, those they seek to influence, needs to do to stay on the straight and narrow. And it also gives the PEC the authority, along with the capacity from that they'll be getting from the charter amendment, to do their jobs and to do them in a timely manner, as well as a fair manner. So please say yes.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen.
Chris People, speaking as an individual. It's late. I was one of the original ethics commissioners. This is an important ordinance. I urge and I vote.
Thank you very much. All right, so that is our speakers.
I just want to acknowledge there were a few other people here who had to leave, of course.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you all for staying so late. So I think we're ready for the vote. And this can be a voice vote, yes? All those in favor of adopting the ordinance, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And is Mr. Reid close by? No?
No.
Okay. All those in opposition? Any abstentions? All right. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes. 7 ayes, excuse me. 7 ayes, and Mr. Reid is out of his seat. Okay. Another one.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Kolb.
Thank you.
Good work. Yes, thank you for doing all that
Also, thank
work.
the city attorney's office for the tremendous work, and they are co-sponsoring this ordinance.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, public ethics commissioners, especially who don't even get paid for serving on that commission. All right, now we have the number 19, Emory Berkeley Oakland Transit Study, and we have some very stalwart people who stayed here all night long. Finally, it's your turn. Okay, we're going to have a very brief staff report. Can you do it in like 2 minutes?
We had actually prepared a very short PowerPoint presentation.
Well, what the heck? How long is it?
Like 5 minutes.
Well, and I think they're actually seeking direction. I mean, you know, just yes. This is actually a substantive thing. So go ahead, run that, and
begin. Okay. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Elois Thornton. I'm with the City of Oakland Development Planning Division, and with me also this morning is Diana Kina, who is a planner with the City of Emeryville Planning and Building Department. We want to thank you for the opportunity to give you a briefing on the Emeryville Berkeley Oakland Transit Study, or EBOTS, which is essentially a package of recommendations for improving transit resources amongst the 3 cities. We prepared a very brief presentation for you highlighting the EBOTS project, after which we invite you to offer any comments, an endorsement, any insights as you see fit that will then be transmitted to the City of Emeryville City Council, which has the authority to actually approve the EBOTS report. As you'll see in the presentation, the EBOTS is an interagency effort
that is spearheaded by the City of Emeryville, which received a planning grant to pursue the study. It incorporates the future development that's anticipated in each one of the cities, Oakland, Berkeley, and Emeryville, and then develops a vision for improved transit to service the existing and future populations. The recommendations at this point are very conceptual. Much more detailed examination needs to be conducted, particularly in regards to the long-range proposals, which you'll see in a second, for a streetcar in West Oakland as well as in Emeryville, before the recommendations can be implemented. But once we've received a general endorsement, or through the City of Emeryville, very specific information regarding the technical and environmental aspects of the recommendations will be prepared, and then the recommendations will be brought back to you, City of Oakland, for consideration and implementation. So your comments at this point will help in identifying any issues that need to be addressed for the concepts to be fleshed out in further detail. With that, very quickly, I'd like to invite Diana Kina to provide the specifics of the EBOT's recommendations.
Good morning, council members. I'm thrilled to be here talking about the Emeryville-Berkeley-Oakland Transit Study, which is trying to develop a vision for transit in Emeryville, West Berkeley, and West Oakland. We're working, we have a federal grant which has a schedule, and we are working with the cities, the transit agencies, the counties, and some other people. We asked people what trips, problems, and ideas they had, and we brought them some options, and now we have a draft report. It's being reviewed by the cities, the transit agencies, and we had a West Oakland community meeting, which was attended by, among other people, ACE. In the spring, we brought these options forward. We then went with something simpler. Our short-term recommendations in the draft report are to create a West Oakland shuttle from BART to Emeryville, to increase West Berkeley shuttle service to the Amtrak station and north, to improve the bus stops at 40th San Pablo, to encourage easy pass purchases and new development, and to study demand response transit for late-night coverage. The midterm recommendation is an enhanced bus from Jack London Square on 3rd to West Oakland BART and up Mandela and then through Emeryville and Berkeley. It would be a branded hybrid or battery bus with 10-minute frequency running on weekends and evenings with just 5 stops per mile, level boarding, and shelters with lighting and cameras, real-time information and marketing. The long-term recommendation is a pair of streetcars going from MacArthur BART, one up into Emeryville and one mirroring the O, along with the Broadway study in the West Oakland specific plan. The report evaluates the improvements. It projects that in 2020 the bus would have 4,000 to 5,000 new riders not coming from other transit, and in 2035 the streetcar in West Oakland would have 3,000 to 4,000 and the Emeryville one would have 5,000 to 6,000. There's an environmental justice communities part of the report. The study area percentages of minority and low income would be almost exactly the same as the routes, as a quarter-mile area around the routes. And all 3 services do overlap parts of the other routes, especially AC Transit is considering straightening out the 26 to go on Mandela from Emeryville down to West Oakland BART. All 3 services would improve access, and West Oakland has the most opportunity sites, so they might benefit the most from them. The cost estimates, the trunk line connector enhanced bus is twice as long as each of the streetcar routes, so the per mile costs make a difference there. The capital cost, of course, is lower for a bus, but the streetcars last 30 years as opposed to 12, so you have longer to pay for them. So the annualized capital cost doesn't look as much bigger. And then the operating and maintenance cost is a little bit smaller for each streetcar because it's less mileage. This could be funded by federal grant funds, maybe just for startup, fares, depending, an assessment benefit district like the Emery-Go-Round, developer fees, local parcel or parking tax, regional gas tax, parking revenues, and probably would need other sources too. Could be operated by AC Transit, BART, a Tri-City Joint Powers Authority, or a transportation association. At the community meeting on the 8th, we had comments about AC Transit, which the report is making some recommendations about AC Transit, even though it's not the main focus. Restore AC Transit routes that were cut in 2010 before investing in an enhanced bus or streetcar. A Transbay bus should stop at Treasure Island. It's easier to get to San Francisco than to take the 26 to Emeryville. We need a route to Maritime Street. We need more Clipper card outlets. Demand response transit might work, is needed at West Oakland BART Station at night, and we wish the 19 had not been cut. That's the proposed bus is similar to the line 19 that was cut in 2010. The other community meeting comments are that a shuttle connecting West Oakland to Emeryville would be a good thing. And the enhanced bus route goes up Hollis, which I'll show you in a second, whereas the stores are on shell mounts. That seemed like a disconnect to folks. Folks at the meeting thought streetcars are inflexible and that the cost of a streetcar could pay for many buses, and that streetcars would benefit future businesses, not current residents. So we can take individual people's comments to me or to the website, which the URL is there, through about December 2nd, because we're going to have a technical advisory meeting on the 3rd and post the final report on the 5th. Then the Emeryville Planning Commission meets in December. And then we're going to take it to our council, and we can take it to anybody else if they want us to come back. But what we're getting comments on now is the draft to help us shape the final report. So that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll be curious to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. That was a very good report, very quickly delivered, but very clear. All right. So the purpose of what we are, you want us to offer comment in addition to the public?
It would be great if you could comment on this. Do you think it's great? Do you think it needs to change somehow?
Okay.
What should we do to make our final report even better than the draft report?
Thank you. So we're going to call the public speakers. And why don't the public speakers that just come on up, just line up. You know who you are.
Okay. Good morning, City Council members. Good morning, Mayor Kwan. My name's Kit Vack. I'm co-chair of ACE Riders for Transit Justice, and our organization was founded in 2010 when ACE Transit made major cuts in our bus services throughout Alameda County, but especially in Oakland. Also, Roy and Tony are ceding their minutes to me. And also, I have a copy of my speech here for you as record. Anyway, RTJ, we represent all bus riders in Oakland, especially seniors, disabled, youth, and other riders who are socially and economically disadvantaged from low to moderate income communities of color. We're still striving for our bus services to be returned to the community, and now that Measure BB has passed, we hope that the bus services will come back better than ever. However, our concern with the EBOTS plan is that it mostly addresses the issue of instituting streetcars into the West Oakland corridor, not exactly returning our buses to West Oakland. We want our buses returned, not streetcars that are circulatory, expensive, and inflexible in design, and that do not connect the downtown and West Oakland area with the rest of Oakland. Streetcars, in our opinion, are an extremely expensive, impractical, inflexible mode of transportation. We are reminded once again of the projects such as the Oakland Bay Bridge and the airport connector, and these both are costing us taxpayers and commuters millions more than previously projected. This time the City Council is being wooed to spend millions more on streetcars in West Oakland and even on Broadway. In our own lifetime, we are expecting an even bigger earthquake to hit the Bay Area at any time, and global warming is already bringing rising sea levels to our part of the world. Jack London Square and other areas near the water will be flooded. Building an electric rail system in areas that are basically ready to liquefy landfill is courting a predictable and expensive disaster. When Loma Prieta happened, BART also went down. It was old-fashioned buses and ferry boats that saved our ability to keep the city of Oakland and economy going in spite of a major disaster. Buses were flexible and able to meet the needs of our community. which heavily relies on electricity, failed, and it had to be inspected. BART rails and structures had to be inspected for safety and functioning. And even today, BART still fails for electrical and other reasons, while AC Transit buses often have to fail BART out. Another side of climate change is that during hot spells, air conditioner use will rise. Usually when that occurs, we'll get rolling blackouts and brownouts. There's no electricity during these times. Electrical storms are also on the increase, and those can impact electrical systems. My colleagues will cover the other points, and I'd like to conclude for my section that streetcars are not our desire. We encourage the return of more reliable and accessible bus services with more Clipper card access to all of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is David Lyons. I'm an Oakland resident and a 34-year operator at AC Transit, just retired. I want to say that this proposal mainly benefits private developers and businesses at the expense of working-class riders, transit workers, and taxpayers. It proposes to eliminate the section of the 31 line that currently runs from 12th Street BART along 10th Street to Union and to West Oakland BART. This is a high-density area of mostly African-American, low-income, and transit-dependent residents. This is an area that has been served for all of the 34 years I drove for AC Transit. It also suggests that the trunk line connector route may be privately operated. This route, like it was said, parallels very much the 19 line that AC Transit used to run up to approximately 10 years ago. This route, the other issue is that currently the Emory Go-Round service and the West Berkeley Shuttle is currently operated by MV Transportation, which offers wages and benefits inadequate to live in the service area. The starting pay at MV is $14 an hour versus $19 for AC Transit. Top scale wages, health benefits, pension, and other work rules are even more disparate. Setting up another administrative structure to run this service, whether it be the Emeryville Transportation Maintenance Association or a Joint Powers Authority, is a waste of time and a waste of money. Currently, the business community pays only 15% of the cost of the Broadway shuttle, as an example of the benefits. But if they want to implement streetcar service on Broadway, they look to gain up to $440 million over 20 years in increased property values and a similar nearly $400 million in increased retail sales. But they are not going to pay their share of the cost of this. So we recommend a rejection of this plan.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam President, and council members. My name is Chris Jackson, and I'm a member of ACE, Rider Transits for Justice. And voters throughout the county supported Measure BB. And Measure BB in part passed because of low-income voters. And imagine my shock and how heartbreaking it is to see that a plan that they're proposing right now would cut bus service and empower a streetcar. This measure proposes to cut the 31 bus in West Oakland. And it's not just one line. During the economic downturn, 4 bus lines were either cut or reduced. The 19 was cut and 3 other lines were reduced. This would put a 5th line that was severely impacted in this community. And I know someone else ceded their time to me. All in order to allow a streetcar, a very limited service, a very expensive service. There was a study done in LA to look at rail systems. For every, going the same distance, for every 1 streetcar you have, you could fund 75 buses. That is how expensive a rail system is. Imagine how we can get our folks to work, how we get our folks to recreation, all the uses that could happen. What we're not just here saying no. We're here to say we would like that this study actually look at transit and how we move people. Don't let this suit fool you. I actually ride the bus 3 to 4 times a week. I ride the 40 from Foothill, 62nd and Foothill, all the way to my job on 12th and Broadway. There is a certain class of people that ride the bus, and there's a certain class of people that use the streetcars. Just look in San Francisco. And we're not arguing for one or the other, but we're arguing that if you're going to spend this staff and consultant time, at least think of the people that need to ride the bus. And please do not impact further the folks in West Oakland that you make use of the bus. So please, make your considerations about this plan, but please ask the tough questions to staff about who will be negatively impacted by this plan and why don't we look at other alternatives if we're truly thinking about transit and access to transit for folks in West Oakland and the rest of the areas that we're looking at. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name's Alberta Maggot, M-A-G-E-D. I'm in Councilmember Gallo's district. I feel like one of those people who've been to an 18-inning baseball game. I get to brag now, too. I've heard about these. So I have 3 points. One is I think similar considerations need to be given to this plan as are being given to the BRT in the discussion. So I'm not asking for $2 million, but this is basically a gentrification plan for West Oakland. Emeryville and Berkeley have already been gentrified race and class-wise. This is supposed to bring in development to West Oakland. We know, as we do with East 14th Street or International Boulevard, what that question of development means. People move out, new businesses, and money moves in. So that's the first thing I would ask, is that as these discussions go on, that consideration, mitigation of that, if this goes through at all, happen. Second is that I think this should be under AC Transit. There's no accountability. I can't come to this Powers Commission or ACE can't come or any other organization and say, we think this is wrong or this could help if you did this, because then it has to go to this power group. Then it has to go to 3 separate city councils. So it's not an accountable thing as if I went to speak to the AC Transit Board. Oh, goodness, at this time of night, just lost the question. Last is, I understand the people who run the paratransit now via Olia, I understand, and this would be a question for later, that they also run a bus service in the West Bank, and that's a segregated bus service. So I know that's not a local issue, but an international question that should be raised also and taken up by this council. And I was asked to point out to you that on page 12, the discussion of line 31, which is going to be cut, is listed there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all the speakers? All right. Councilmember McElhaney. Oh, well, actually, I see a number of people in the queue, but it is mainly your district that it impacts, right? Oh, and Dan, none of yours, right?
A little bit of District 1. Thank you to the advocates and to the staff. The EBOTS has been under discussion now, I think, for almost 2 years, with Emeryville taking the lead on this. And I will say that in the discussions around the West Oakland specific plan, residents in West Oakland had asked for a streetcar or some kind of shuttle. There was a great deal of concern, particularly from low-income residents, that the area in the lower part, we call the lower bottoms of West Oakland, don't have adequate transportation or resources to get to shopping centers. They identified, both in terms for work and for their opportunity to get grocery. As you all know, we're trying very hard to get grocery in West Oakland, and it looks like Peoples has finally got a contract on a site. But there were discussions about how to get free transportation, as we do with the downtown shuttle, into West Oakland. And if that's the kind of thing that's contemplated here in the EBOTS, it would be welcomed and preferred to the feed buses, that line 31. But you can see that in the report that's before us, that some recommendations have come out of the community meetings, including increased outreach to the advocacy organizations like ACE and Transform. So if staff can speak to the outreach plans, I know you just said that people can give you some more, but it seems that we're on a very tight timeline now in terms of getting response. Is there, by the grant, a time by which this needs to be adopted? Is there a way to provide for increased outreach?
We have a grant that goes through January, and we are committed to posting a draft on the 5th and taking it to the Planning Commission on the 11th, the Emeryville Planning Commission. We did do outreach in the fall and in the spring, and then again last week. This project is to define a project, and certainly there will be more steps after this. So commenting on the final plan, which is what you can do after the 5th, is useful. And whatever happens after this, I'm sure there will be plenty of other
I'm sorry,
forums.
say that again. Commenting after the final plan is useful? What do you mean?
Well, when we post the final plan on the 5th, if we get, getting comments before we do the final plan is the best thing. But if someone wants to comment on the final plan, then we take it to the Planning Commission, we'll bring those comments, and we take it to the council, we bring those comments, and if when the council adopts it, they want to make any changes, they can, but of course, the sooner you get them in and more...
Are you speaking there of the Emeryville Council?
Yes.
The Emeryville City Council?
Mm-hmm. But the sooner you get them in, the better, because it's better if the changes are in the final plan.
Okay. You've identified some of the funding sources in your slide presentation. Mm-hmm. Is there any thought to how, the likelihood of any of that funding and any layering with Measure BB funds?
The funding that we have is just a planning grant, and it's just to try to define this project. The report does talk about potential funding sources for actually doing this, and one of them is Measure BB. There are federal, state, regional, and local funding sources that could be used for different aspects of these recommendations.
So is there going to be a further sort of more fleshed out fiscal analysis? One of the speakers talked about the level of subsidy required for a streetcar versus what it would be if that money was being further invested into the existing public bus system.
It is true that streetcars are a lot more expensive than buses. That's mitigated somewhat by the fact that they last 30 years as opposed to 12. And up until, I don't know if that'll still be true, but the FTA has had grants for streetcars and was doing grants when we started this process.
Okay. Those are my questions for now, Madam President.
Okay. Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry that it's 2 in the morning when we're discussing what's actually a very complicated and very important issue. And why did this not come to Public Works Committee? And when does this not come back to us for approval? The route goes more through Oakland than through Emeryville. And before I get to the specific concerns, the procedural concern, this is the first time we as a body are hearing this, and this didn't go to Public Works Committee, and now you're saying after this, it then goes to Emeryville to approve, not comes to us to approve. I have lots of specific concerns, which I'm happy to enumerate, but procedurally, this is ridiculous.
We can bring it back to you if you want.
Let's have Eloise Thornton. Eloise.
This project was actually presented to the Community and Economic Development Committee sometime this summer, I want to say June or July. At that time, it was accepted as an informational report. It did not go to council, and I'm not sure exactly why that happened. And then we continued to refine the project, the study, based on the comments that were submitted at the CED committee. Once we got a draft plan, then we submitted it to the City Planning Commission. We did ask if it should go to the Community and Economic Development Committee, and the direction was that we could send this to the full council. If you'd like this to go to the Public Works Committee, I'm sorry we missed Public Works, but we did get CED, that can certainly happen. One thing that I mentioned in the orientation, I said this very quickly, so I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, is that this is essentially a concept. The City of Emeryville received funding to do a planning study.
Once there's some general ideas about what the major recommendations would be, you still have to go through a much more elaborate environmental analysis process, technical analyses, financial, et cetera. All that still has to come back to you, the Oakland City Planning Commission, before you can adopt it. And so, again, we can bring this back to the Public Works Committee, or to the Public Works Committee. We did hit the others. I'm sorry we missed Public Works.
Okay, so certainly I'll put in that request that we make sure this comes back.
Yeah, I actually don't even
remember going to
this
CED.
at CED.
But then in terms of the specifics of the plan, I mean, the proposal has all these different overlapping, changing routes that start as one thing and then change to another thing that don't inherently necessarily make sense. But there's one huge assumption in here that is completely wrong, which is that you should spend 10 times as much money to put in a streetcar rather than a shuttle bus, because a streetcar proves that you're permanent, just like the key route system streetcars, which are still operating today because streetcars are permanent. That is a myth that is peddled by streetcar marketers, and it's untrue, and streetcars cost much, much more. The laying of the metal track in the street, it can kill bicyclists, among other things, and means that you can't reroute it when there's a parade or a protest or another street problem. And streetcars don't typically last 30 years. So it seems like this was written from a perspective of someone who was favoring a particular technology based on factual assertions that are not true. And I think that would have been fleshed out if it had been discussed more in a subject matter area that has to do with transportation.
If I may, through the chair, what I heard was that we can. There's not a problem with us sending it to Public Works now, right? So why don't we, as our action, so that
send it to the December 2nd Public Works Committee?
Let's do that. That's I move.
Sure. I'm happy to do that.
I don't think any of us have the bandwidth right now to give this the attention it deserves, and I think that is the better committee for this to have gone to in the first place.
And then I will hold the rest of my comments for the December 2nd Public Works Committee. Is that the will?
Bless you.
Yeah. So I think that's a very good idea. I don't feel competent to comment on this, since I don't live in the area and have not heard what the constituents had to say. So do the rest of you still want to comment or make some?
I do.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't mind it going to Public Works because I think that's appropriate. But the concern that the community was raising is that there wasn't sufficient community input. And just sending it to Public Works doesn't address the concern that was raised. If you look at the report, the composition of the advisory committee had like one resident on it, and the rest were staffers, it looked like. And so it was weighted very heavily towards staff, not community input. And I don't know what was the, I heard that the recent meeting that ACE was at was predominantly ACE. And wasn't real outreach to a community. So I don't just want it to go to Public Works. I'm concerned about the timeline, and I'm concerned that there hasn't been enough public input. There was also a concern by ACE that the draft was done of the report, and I don't know if this is true, maybe you can speak to this, but the draft was already completed, and then public input was provided. And so that's a little bit backwards in terms of getting meaningful dialogue from the public. I'd also like to see that some version of this go up and that there be some sort of public comment period and sufficient outreach be done in the process so that community input can be had.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Mr. Kolb, you're next.
I thank you, Madam President. I agree with everything that Councilmember Brooks just said. Also, when it comes to Public Works, I would like included in the staff report the AC Transit staff comments or a staff report that I believe AC Transit has written that we don't have, shockingly. So if AC Transit has a report or some comments, let's make sure it's in our packet for Public Works and heretofore going forward. I want to know what their thoughts are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And by the way, folks, don't all pack up and go. We've still got a bunch more items. And I'm just going to, my one thought is I also do not favor spending all the money on streetcars. I think rubber tire vehicles are much preferable. So this will go to the Public Works Committee of the Oakland City Council on December 2nd.
Yes, move to bring this to Public Works December 2nd.
So how do we address the public aspect? Or through the chair, I'd like to hear the representative from Emeryville.
And our city
address
clerk
that.
has a brilliant suggestion on that, too, with our new public input web tool to incorporate that as well.
That's all fine and good, but we need on-the-ground people who aren't online and ability for them to participate.
Okay, so can then the outreach issues be addressed at the committee, or you want to hear about it right now?
No, they're on a very, I'd like to hear from the person from Emeryville since they're the lead agency. And according to what you said, it was going to be December 5th at one of your committees and then 11th, and it sounded like it was going to be a done deal on the 11th. Am I wrong?
Our schedule is determined by the FTA. We had a round of community meetings and a questionnaire that had 800 responses in the spring, and those responses were scattered throughout the study area, including West Oakland. We had a round of workshops, one in each city, and a questionnaire in the fall. And then I didn't hear about ACE until I went to the Planning Commission here. And one of the planning commissioners said, I'm disappointed ACE is not included. So that's why I just now found out about ACE.
So my question was, what is the timeline for completion?
Of this report. This report has to be completed by the end of January because that's when the FTA grant
By
runs
when?
out.
End of January.
And with respect to the outreach in Oakland, what was that outreach? How many people participated?
Okay. We had MIG, they had a big database of organizations and churches and people that they sent emails and postcards to. We sent emails to everyone we could think of, postcards to organizations, flyers. I went and posted flyers up and down the bus routes in West Oakland. And we also had a questionnaire that we both did intercept surveys as well as having online. We had some Spanish language respondents, and we had surveys pretty much evenly distributed throughout the 3 parts of the study area.
And again, the Oakland Community Outreach Meeting, how many people attended?
About 20.
And that includes Jack London and West Oakland?
Yes, I'd just like to add that in noticing for the West Oakland community meetings, there were 7 total, 3 that were in West Oakland. Each time we used a database that we use for other West Oakland-based efforts, which includes a mailing list of about 700 individuals. So each time we did a West Oakland community meeting, we would notice, in addition to the activities that Diane has mentioned, we would use our own internal West Oakland interested party distribution list of about 700 people.
And so of that 700, how many people attended? I'm now asking you, Lois.
I believe she said about 20 or 30.
20 was the number.
All right. So you're hearing we're concerned about the level of outreach, and it needs to be. And Ms. McElhaney, are they using your email list to help attract
they
people there?
They did not reach out to my office.
What?
They did not. Initially to get the word out.
Okay. That would be one of your best routes, is to go through the council member, because she has got the most up-to-date list plus an email blast list. All right. I would like to have the vote on this now, which is just to forward the item to the Public Works Committee on December 2nd.
And can staff, as part of the staff packet for the Public Works Committee, including the AC Transit staff, could it also be some additional to-dos on community outreach, so we're getting some more ideas and put forward and brought to us on community outreach?
Well, I think you can talk about it. I don't know that it would require somebody else other than them to suggest the to-dos. But can we figure this out I mean, can we just send it to Public Works now? You guys all can have some conversations in the meantime about outreach, further outreach. So would all those in favor of the motion to send this to Public Works please say aye? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
I'm going to abstain. I think at a minimum you should be advertising it in the ethnic media locally. I think that there should be a posting of the report online, and so there should be a public comment period so that in the interim, as additional outreach is done, at least people can go someplace and look at it before it goes to our public.
Is it on the Oakland Net website?
It's referenced to the Broadway page. The Broadway.
But it's not on the home page. It doesn't get called out. Well, anyway, there's a whole lot of outreach that really should happen here. Okay, so there was one abstention, and Tamika, did you get the rest of the votes? Okay, thanks. And two not in their seat, Mr. Reid and Mr. Gallo. So there are a few remaining items on the agenda. A couple of them are real fast, and it would be, we need to get them done. And that is, let's do the Montclair BID and the other BID, which, no, we didn't vote. We did? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Beg pardon. Glad that that's done. Okay. But even before that, before Rainy Day Fund, I want to get Karen Bawa's two items, which is 18, the executive recruitment contract extension, and item S22, amendments to the fiscal year 2014-2015 mid-cycle budget.
Are there speakers?
No.
I would move item 18.
Okay, all those in favor of the executive recruitment contract extensions in item 18, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, that was unanimous for everybody who's here. Wait a minute, Ms. Brooks, if you leave, are we going to have a quorum?
Yes, we will have exactly a quorum.
Okay.
So, President Kernighan, so the clerk needs to announce. We need to announce how each member votes after each vote. So if you have people that are not here, then you need to identify that they're not here if you're announcing the vote as a unanimous vote. That's what the Brown Act requires now.
Okay. Oh, okay, so on that one, Mr. Reid and Mr. Gallo were not here. The remaining people voted yes on item 18.
Okay.
All right. Now we're going to go to item S22.
Also no public speakers?
We'll just hold off on that. That was an item. This went to the Finance Committee twice.
Yes, so I would move item 22.
Second.
So let us allow the clerk to read the title.
Item S22 is to adopt a resolution amending the City of Oakland's fiscal year biennial budget to appropriate fiscal year 2014 through 15 general purpose fund expenditures in an amount not to exceed $6,832,586 as detailed in Exhibit 1, and increase general purpose fund reserve in an amount of $414,301.
So moved.
All right. It's been moved by Ms. Kaplan, seconded by Ms. Schaaf. Any questions?
I asked all my questions in committee.
Yeah, I mean, it actually was
at great length.
A meaty item, but we did explore it at some length. And I feel sorry for those of you who were there and are trying to grapple with it now. But it allocates the remaining funds from this fiscal year. It basically allocates them to one-time expenses that are highly necessary, some of which the council previously authorized. And so, okay, are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor of the resolution in item 22, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? 5 ayes. It passes. But out of their seats, or missing, yeah, what?
5 ayes.
The 5 ayes are Kaplan, Schaaf, Kernighan, McElhaney, and Kolb. Others are not here.
Okay, we will move to item 17, which is to adopt an ordinance amending the City of Oakland financial policies to establish a new rainy day policy and consolidating all fiscal policies into the City of Oakland consolidated fiscal policy. And there are no speakers.
All right, Ms.
I'd
Bawa.
like to move the item.
Okay. Are we all pretty familiar with this one, too? Yes, extensively in the Finance Committee, and it was, in fact, drafted by the staff. It was Ms. Schaaf who's been trying to get the rainy day policy going for years, and then ultimately the staff consolidated that and the other fiscal policy recommendations into one cohesive document, so it all makes nice sense, and that's what we're voting on. Ready? Any questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 5 ayes. Kaplan, Schaaf, Kernighan, McElhaney, and Culp.
This is the first reading of the rainy day fund.
It's
an ordinance.
Yes, it is an ordinance, and so the second reading will occur on December
It's December 9th.
9th.
Yes.
Okay. All right, what else do we have? We still have something, don't we?
The animal shelter director's salary.
Oh, we've postponed that item to another meeting. Thank you, Ms. Hom. It was requested to postpone it, and I said yes. So did we do everything? And before we leave, Mr. Leon has been yeah, I know you're here. Apparently, the garage has been locked for some time. Is it open now? Oh, okay. So now we actually will be able to go home. So I think we are not closing in memory of anyone tonight, are we? Okay. In that case, can I get a motion to adjourn? So moved by everybody and seconded by everybody. No. All right. At 2:17, the meeting is adjourned.
That's not the record.
It's pretty close to the record.
Love will make you do things, baby.